The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes, he dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot! After losing one, the Blacklists rush B side and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
or another chapter added to an already one-sided rivalry. Upper bracket semifinals match 1 begins now.
Everybody's playing 4-3. Once again, just continuing the damages. Very well aware that get the shots done. No, from Vents drops down. The game and push. Is it going to pay off dividends? And the answer is apparently not. JJ finds have an angle into the players, but the swing from Lloyd. Good for 2. No! The nade. That's going to be why A getting pried open. Steady on this side. KLP. Right on top of No, but knows another swing. The hunt from 10-7. And Stallions will knock out Evolution Power Gaming.
Upper bracket semifinals match 2 begins now.
Map, he's going to be the first sent in, and the first going to start to make a move. A tap on towards that C4, down goes EQ. Spot on the shoulder, he's played the time and a diving.
Players on the side that they need, and Zentra to start things off. Adu, and he's trying it. And at this point, even
Takes a bit of damage, he's about to walk into.
What time is it? Game time!
Down, you've got to stay moving around as he looks for fight here as well as ZQ will nail it! A 1 versus 3 to close, and they shut the door on EVOS. That is all gamers.
kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, CrossFire fans around the world, welcome back to Chengdu and welcome to Day 8 of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. This stage over the past 7 days has been electric. Expectations have been exceeded, and I gotta say, we are all eager for what is yet to come. Yesterday, Team Stallions took the stage facing last year's CFS champions, Evolution Power Gaming. It was a battle till the very end, but they managed to stand firm, and they managed to get to 3-2 victory moving forward. But more importantly, they have a real chance, one more series away, to make CFS history by being the first ever Filipino team to reach Grand Finals. Next, we watch the esports World Cup champions of all gamers go toe-to-toe with EVOS Art. They started slow, but they finished strong. A 3-2 win pushed them forward. They are now one series away from defending their title and ultimately in front of all their fans from home. And now, we move into today. The lower bracket returns. Tournament lives are on the line. We start with EVOS Art versus Qadsiah. Then we move to Evolution Power Gaming versus XROCK. 4 teams enter, only 2 teams move forward. And now, I must say, this is a powerful day. One where tournament lives are on the line. After all, this is day 8 of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals, where it's do or die. Excellence is needed, and only those who are bold enough will dare to dominate. Day 8 opens in the lower bracket. And now, every moment decides who reaches the Final Four. For one side, the journey has been defined by momentum and resilience. After pushing all gamers to a full 5-map series, they return here with determination and belief still intact. EVOS are! And across from them, a team that rebuilt their run under pressure, falling in the quarterfinals, then responding with a win over Twisted Minds to stay alive in this tournament. Ow! Qadsiah! No history between them, no reference point, only what happens here. A chance to break into the top 4 or the end of the road. And for Brazil, this match carries even more weight. A loss sends the region home. Survival, momentum, and a place among the final contenders. Lower bracket round 2, match 1 begins now.
Thank you so much, Reflections, as we're back here at the caster desk. I'm Valdez, with me is Neokai and Elfish Guy for the first match of the day. This will be our last day here, actually, at the studio before we do move on to the big stadium. Lots of hype will be going on over there with the upper bracket finals, lower bracket finals, and all that good stuff. As let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizers, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, big thanks to our generous sponsors. We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Aorus, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Aorus has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up and fight on. Thanks to our official partner, Ant Gamer, for providing the global first 750Hz ultra-high refresh rate monitor, Ant's 257PF. Empowering players to win the game. Born from the game, fueled by the players. With the 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks and instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with zero delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Ant Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witnesses the journey to the champion. Thanks to our official partner, Morphling. Morphling L50 gaming chair, with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system, built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your backs, your support, your win. Thank you to our sponsors, and hope you guys had a fun time nodding along.
I always do. I always do.
It is a fun time. So yeah, we got some more CrossFire today. Are you guys excited for the games today?
I am. I'm looking forward to this. Of course, this is, like you mentioned, last day that we have in kind of this group stage, sort of arena, group stage into the playoff kind of arena before we head to the arena, right? We get the crowd behind it, and that's where things really do feel like they level up. But, you know, we've kind of spoken about this a lot throughout this tournament. I mean, this lower bracket is brutal, right? I mean, any of these 4 teams, you could talk about and make a pretty decent argument for them making a run towards the finals, and we're going to have to say goodbye to 2 of them already today.
Yeah, look, I mean, I feel like really we've got 4 strong teams down in that lower bracket. Maybe we haven't quite seen the best of the best from all of these teams, but I think generally the level, I will say at least from 3 out of 4 of them, has been adequate as far as I've been concerned. We'll get into that conversation as we jump into the talk about EVOS ARC and Qadsiah at some point. But yeah, we'll be saying goodbye to one of the Chinese teams, and there's a possibility that we'll again be saying goodbye to the reigning world champion from CFS, which is Evolution Power, and they haven't really been facing elimination from this tournament at any real point in any significant danger up to today, and that could certainly change. And if they do drop that series against XROCK, then yeah, I mean, the field blows wide open. AG are looking a bit susceptible. Evolution Power, the former champion, taken out at that point, and then, you know, we've obviously got Stallions on a bit of a rise. EVOS are kind of on a bit of a rise. XROCK in this world would have just beaten Evolution Power, so there would have been an argument, I think, to be made for a lot of teams actually going forward in this tournament. But that's all something that we have to wait and see how today plays out first.
Yeah, definitely a lot on the line for all of these players and teams, as we do have so many years of the Grand Finals and their total kill counts for all of the players. Obviously, with AG winning yesterday and getting 5 maps under their belt, able to pick up some more kills there. And you see ZY, Dre, and ZQ. And yeah, a bunch of guys from the side of Qadsiah as well, Fefe, Action, and MG on this list. So pretty cool to see, you know, just how far they're going to go and how many kills they are going to pick up. 9 is still going to be at the top with Goken behind him, but by a pretty significant margin. That's definitely the biggest margin we do have here on this graph, and it makes sense because 9 has been around basically forever.
Yeah, within this tournament, the guy I look towards who can make actually quite a significant jump in ZQ, he's just been electric all the way throughout. And I think comparatively to Jouet and ZY have actually been quite maybe underwhelming, I think, comparatively to what we expected him. I'd actually look towards him to probably jump within that top 5 within this tournament. He's looked really, really solid for me in terms of the kills. He's averaging, it kind of feels like 15 a map at the very least. So the current track he's on, he's great. So I feel like we could see a bit of a movement there from him.
We did have 10 maps yesterday with 177 rounds played as we pushed every limit. China and the Philippines traded blows through the full best-of-5 series that we did have. And the Stallions made it up, but also AG made it up, and they'll be playing in, I think, 3 days from now.
Yeah, we would call that one the full CrossFire experience. We got a couple of new additions to the English talent team this year. Shout out to Reflections, and he was... I don't think he was fully prepared for what was coming, you know.
And I'll say that was a good bad day. Like, we could have had a way where we didn't get the overtime. We could have absolutely had some serious length behind that. We could have had like a 2-3 a.m. finish, which we had in the past.
Well, we almost had a 2 a.m. finish. It was about 1:30 when we walked out of the studio last night. But I have to say, like, and I was kind of commenting on this yesterday evening in that post match as well. I felt more alive yesterday than I have in any of the other group stage days, to be quite honest. And I think a lot of that does come down to the quality of the matches that we were getting, the pace as well in a lot of those matches felt a little bit faster, and I think a lot of that actually kind of comes from the Philippines teams. Both Stallions and EVOS are not necessarily the slowest of playing teams, and so that was really nice to see. I thought it was very, very fun. Are we going to get that up to today? Well, I'm not so sure. Obviously, we've highlighted Qadsiah tend to be a little bit of a slower playing team. EP can kind of be that as well. XROCK as well, not necessarily liking to push the issue too much. So we'll see how today's matches play out. I think there is a chance, actually, a possibility on paper that some of these matches could be pretty close. I'm not sure that we go the full distance all the way to 10 maps again today, but I'm not sure that we're getting too many 3-0s today.
So Famous has retaken the top spot without doing anything, sitting at 1.69 KD, and that's because, of course, Kano yesterday, he did play very well, but he did not
to the same level.
It's hard.
KD.
But I mean, he's still like, what, 230 kills on 1.46 KD. I mean, it's mental. And this is a guy who, you know, I mean, without a shout out, there's not even close to talking about who's the best player of this tournament so far. I mean, if things continue this trajectory,
he is the MVP.
It's a guaranteed MVP. Like, even I think in this current form, like, if we kind of go off the back of favorites, which sort of feels like maybe it's like an AG and Stallions making it towards the final, he just walks away with the MVP anyway. Like, dude's not doing enough to even be in that consideration. If we got first from EP, I actually think that EP have a better chance of making the finals than the likes of an AGs that maybe first can kind of potentially put a bit of pressure on. But Kano's just been incredible all tournament long and so consistent.
And I think what's more impressive is he's doing it as a rifler, right? You look at the names that are on the list here, and the vast majority of them are actually snipers. You got Zetra, Tom, Du, AD first, Juan, like all these guys like to pick up the sniper. And, you know, obviously being able to put those kinds of numbers up on such a consistent basis and doing it as a rifler, which isn't obviously as facilitated to kind of have that star power as what the sniper tends to. I think it's pretty impressive. So good stuff from him.
Yeah, he has been the driving force of the Stallions so far at this tournament and for the majority of this year as well. Even playing sick in that best of 5 against EP and still getting the victory. As taking a look at the ADR leaders, Famous has once again taken the top spot without doing anything. Congratulations to him. I mean, he just had such awesome numbers when he was playing in the group stage, and even though they were losing every single match, he was still able to put up some big numbers. So props to him. Kano is right behind him, and Silva is going to be playing today. And we do have the 2 Baisha members who have been knocked out from group stage. Inside the team stats, the first kill to round win percentage, Stallions still at the top. And yeah, Evolution Power Gaming is there, XROCK is there. So a couple of the teams that are also here still in this tournament.
Yeah. It's a very important stat to have. I think, you know, one thing that's worth mentioning, and we saw it yesterday, EVOS, this is a stat they're not very good at. They dropped a lot of rounds where it was like getting an opening kill. But, you know, we joked about it kind of all series long. It feels like, you know, AG played better CrossFire when they were at a man disadvantage. You know, 4 versus 5, especially when they put together better rounds. And I think that's something which does worry me a little bit about this EVOS side. At times, it just feels like they have to really leave things going to the late round, and they're not very good at kind of like capitalizing upon the early success, but very good in the clutch, right? And I guess that's another thing that really can bail you out. Again, though, I don't always love that start. I think it looks kind of like nice and flashy on the surface, but it actually, what it is, if you kind of go into the details and kind of dive into the weeds a little bit, it's actually just saying, right, you're actually quite consistently being at a disadvantage in towards these rounds, and you're constantly having to pull off heroics to actually win rounds. That's actually not a good stat to have. I think, if anything, being in the clutch leaderboard actually kind of works against you. It shows that the team's actually not clicking the way it should be. The game plan's not going to plan.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, look, on the other side of the coin as well, there was definitely some moments where, if we had an anti-clutch stat as well, where you sort of threw away the advantage in clutches, EVOS were a team that let that happen a couple of times as well, and in pretty imperative moments as well. So something that we'll be hoping to see them fix up going into today. Yeah, I look at it, 12 there for EVOS, 10 for Stallions. If those numbers are not maintained going deeper into these playoffs, and particularly into the arena, that's where they're going to fall off a cliff a little bit, and that's where you're going to see the sort of more structured sort of style coming through from teams like, you know, Evolution Power, for example, that tend to get it done on a little bit more consistent basis, actually shining through it and having some success. But that's not what we're here to talk about today, at least not yet. We're here to talk about EVOS ARC up against Qadsiah, and well, we're very familiar with EVOS after yesterday night's escapades. Went all the way to 5 maps against AG. That was, I think, the first matchup, at least for Neo and I, that kind of got us interested in this team. They were decent. They made their way through the group stage. They beat Gaiman, but we were still not sure. And now being able to really test a team like AG, even though they lost it, has made us look at these guys in a bit of a new light. Although, again, you know, still not quite getting it over the line. The last round, you know, we keep going back to it, obviously, but there are still some little moments here for EVOS that I think the inexperience does show, but certainly a result that makes us look at them and think these guys could be an interesting team, and they might actually be able to take down Qadsiah at some point today. Yeah, flip side as well for Qadsiah. You look towards this team, and it's been an underwhelming performance in their opening games, but there is still moments of brilliance. Of course, Silver, of course, is somebody we've highlighted has actually looked pretty solid, but I think it's these two on the right-hand side. It's Action and MG. They're the ones that you want to get really into towards kind of the limelight. I think MG, despite like the KD looking okay, KD generally is always very good for snipers anyway, because they're a sniper. You look at actually MG, it's been underwhelming for him so far. He's normally quite flashy, he's normally very consistent, and he just hasn't looked to the level that we want to see out from them. I mean, that Twisted Mind side are incredibly weak. We've spoken about them, arguably probably the weakest side that we had in this playoffs. And yes, they got a 3-0, but if you dive into the maps, they weren't super clean maps by any means. And, you know, MG looked kind of underwhelming. I think Action had an incredible final map. That was more like the Action we want to see. Action is, you know, on his day, mechanically up there with some of the best riflers in the world. So we can now get this where it's like, okay, the first 2 maps and the first series from Action were just, you know, not what he wanted to see, and he was warming up into the tournament. That final map, if we get that in towards this series, EVOS are in serious trouble.
I mean, you look at the power rankings, I would say that, honestly, coming into this one, I would favor EVOS ARC. I'm not sure about you guys, but it just feels like there's a lot of pressure on Qadsiah. They're the only Brazilian team left. They haven't faced off against fantastic competition. They did face off against EP, and that was
they got
kind of rough, right? And it just feels like the Philippines region is much more closely matched with China right now, and is giving EP some close matches, whereas Brazil, Qadsiah in particular, was not able to. So it does feel like they are the underdogs coming into this one, regardless of the current power rankings. I'm sure we'll get those updated eventually, as Yobib versus Silva is going to be the highlight here. Definitely does feel like, you know, a couple of the power riflers from both sides of this match. But yeah, Yobib, you know, had a really long night, and also you remember that final round where they were on the comeback, and he had like this excellent moment, but then he also kind of threw it away at the very end, and then his team wasn't able to 2v1. So getting a little bit overhyped, perhaps. I think those little things are really going to matter when it does come down to the very end of grand finals, because that's where the more consistent veteran teams are going to they're going to get you, just like AG did.
100%. I mean, we'll take a quick look at the predictions here as well, and it's a little bit across the board. Again, the Chinese talent and the Portuguese talent as well, obviously favoring Qadsiah slightly, but the rest of us have kind of gone with a bit more of a recency bias, and that's a conversation that we've again had now quite a bit about, you know, what do you favor a little bit more? Are you favoring the recent form, which it seems like the Philippines have kind of had, or the pedigree, the historical, legendary rosters that we've had in the likes of Qadsiah with their veterans as Vasco back last year making it to the final. There's two schools of thought. I've gone this time, and I think I've made the mistake previously of sort of leaning a little bit too far into the historical context and not quite enough into the more recent form. And today I've gone for the recent form. I think I liked enough what I saw out of EVOS yesterday, particularly obviously against AG. Again, yes, there was moments where they could have played it a little bit better, but I think they've done enough to kind of convince me that they will be able to get over the line against Qadsiah. And another thing that we did say was in that match against Twisted Minds when we were watching Qadsiah, we said, whoever makes it out of this series, it doesn't matter who they play.
Yeah.
We're going to pick
Go
that
against
team.
them. Yeah.
0-3. So
Yeah.
Qadsiah really didn't look fantastic so far in the playoffs, and there's those two weights kind of playing against each other, and Qadsiah is sinking down pretty dramatically. EVOS is rising, and so I'm on the side of EVOS.
We said we give them 0-3. We've been a little kind giving them a map each, right? Just because we know EVOS are kind of fallible at times, but yeah, you're looking at this, and I think, again, I'm coming back to this consistent kind of school of thought I've had so far throughout this tournament, which is recent form is everything. Just the historical data means absolutely next to nothing in CrossFire. In the kind of year and a half to 2 years I've been involved, literally there's just no consistency from tournament to tournament. And we're seeing it of AG. AG were lights out at the EWC, and they are worrying at times. Still good, but it's just, not near the level that they kind of should be. So I'm looking at this in Alcad. I think they should realize that they've actually got a real tough task ahead of them.
So this is kind of an interesting look, actually, at this matchup. EVOS, we talked about it. They played 5 maps against AG last night, and it was a lot of practice, technically, but are they tired? Are they going to be ready for this one? They're coming in pretty hot. They're playing well, but they had a little bit of time to sleep, maybe just a little bit of time to practice, and they're right back here at the studio. Whereas Qadsiah, they had a lot of time, a lot of downtime from the loser bracket. They won against Twisted Minds, and it's been like 2 or 3 days since we've seen
A couple days, yeah. No, I think it's a really valid point. Obviously, in this kind of circumstance, typically the team that would have gone down to the lower bracket should have that disadvantage of having to play more often, but actually in this case it was EVOS that came down from the upper bracket rather than progressing through the lower bracket that has had that more difficult run. I do think it's a very valid discussion that we haven't really dove into too much, and it is one of those things that could really swing it a little bit for EVOS if they've been playing late in the evening in most of their matches. Are they used to being awake at this time? Have they really had, I think in particular, the question for me is, have they had time to prepare for Qadsiah? Because they would have known that it would be Qadsiah that they'd be going down to face if they would have lost, but obviously they would have been spending a lot of time preparing for that AG game, and assuming that they can win that, then they don't have to worry about Qadsiah. So I think they probably wouldn't have done too much preparation, research, until last night after their game against AG, which by the way finished at 1:30 a.m. So then immediately you've kind of got to go to bed, go to sleep, and someone was it you, Valdez, or maybe it was Reflections earlier this morning that was saying that Keller was looking pretty tired this morning. Yeah, and he's obviously the IGL. I imagine for 0-2 the coach as well, it will have likely fallen on those two to be the ones responsible for preparing for this game, and that inherently probably means that they're up another hour or two at least over the rest of the team. You let the rest of the lads go to sleep, and then you put in the preparation as a coach and an IGL duo, and maybe there's an analyst or a manager involved in that as well. But yeah, I mean, look, it's impacting you somewhere. You're kind of burning the candle on both ends. Either you're missing sleep, or you're missing prep, or you're just missing relaxation time, which also can be pretty important. They seem in good spirits, obviously, coming into today, and I think EVOS is always going to be that kind of team that are going to back themselves, but I would say is going to be far more relevant than most people would inherently think.
Whatever's going on, they are loving it. They are absolutely dying over here. So at least we know vibes are good. Vibes are good, which is a really positive sign. I have no idea what they're talking
they're
about.
exhausted and delirious.
Yeah, it's just delirium. I want to get involved in what's going on here.
They're having a great time. Meanwhile, very serious over here on the Qadsiah side, as it generally is. It is your it is now your turn, Fefe. Cad must prove they're still elite, and Fefe must call without hesitation. They face EVOS, the unexpected dark horse that pushed AG to 2-3. So, I'm sure Qadsiah was watching that whole match last night as well. And they were trying to say, okay, who are we playing against?
It's a lot of material.
And they figured it out at the very end that it is EVOS, so maybe they watched the whole series and also put in a little bit of prep time and had to get ready for this match with not too much prep time, at least in terms of knowing who they were going to play against and preparing specific strategies for that team in particular. So could be a little bit. Obviously, I think EVOS should be more exhausted just because they were the ones actually playing the match, but yeah, I'm sure that Fefe and the boys also had to do a lot of prep for the series.
Yeah, I mean, I think really if you are Alcad, and kind of what a lot of teams would have done is you make expectations, you prepare for both, but they would have basically probably, if they had a time allotted, maybe while the series was going on the last couple of days, they would have had that thought process of it's most likely going to be EVOS here, so they spend a little bit more time here. And if it is AG as well, AG are a side that are easier to prep for because they're a known quantity comparatively to EVOS. EVOS are still a little bit fresh on the scene. They're still a little bit new to kind of this international level of Crossfires. AG are a lot easier to outside to kind of prepare for because they're just such a known quantity. They're so good, don't get me wrong, but a known quantity. So I think they would have spent a lot of time preparing for EVOS. I think Alcad should come in towards this game with basically all of the advantages. Much more well-rested, much more well-prepped, and now in a position where it is a kind of a thing of punishing this EVOS side, right? I think first and foremost, you know, pretty brutal to make these EVOS guys play the morning game after a late finish like that as a whole. Like, generally speaking, a lot of the tournaments, the way the schedule will work is they'll play the later game to kind of like give them a bit of time to rest, but I don't even think they probably would have got a full 8 hours, if I'm being honest, because they would have got back and they would have had to have been here early to set up the, you know, the PCs and whatnot. So for them, I think this is a big thing about running on fumes, but sometimes I think when you're a little bit kind of backs up against the wall, you know, you're tired and all the rest, but you know how important this is. You actually get to see a little bit of the best workout from them. It's
You're in the moment.
Yeah, it becomes a lot more like, I think in the thought process, a lot more subconscious. Right. I think we've seen with even like EVOS, I think are a decent example. At times, I think they can overcook and overthink a lot of situations. This actually might work a little bit in their favor.
Well, guys, we've done enough yapping about all that. We have the band pick ready for the maps of this best of 5. Let's hop to it now.
Yeah, very intriguing to see which way this one is going to end up going. Of course, it has been a couple of days since we got to see Qadsiah play in that matchup against Twisted Minds. Black Widow has been a go-to ban for Qadsiah, so that kind of feels like it's a little bit of a 2 birds with 1 stone for them. Eagle Eye also an angle, but I think if I'm Qadsiah here after seeing EVOS play Eagle Eye yesterday, I'm more happy to actually float it rather than ban it, but in the end, they do decide to ban away the Eagle Eye themselves, which will leave the Black Widow open. We know that EVOS were comfortable enough on that in that matchup yesterday night against AEG. Now, Subbase has been the go-to ban for EVOS in the last couple of matches, but it looks like we're going to get... ooh, what's going on here? Maybe we've got a graphical glitch there, so we'll have to get that one sorted out at some point. I saw New Mexico as a ban, but...
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I think, you know, you do get rid of New Mexico here. It just is the map that isn't played as highly in towards the Philippines. Definitely not to the same level it is in Brazil. Brazil, it's a very kind of common map in the pool for them, and a lot of, especially any series that goes best of 5.
I don't know.
It's more one of those that is kind of, it's always there. It's actually not even really to the level where it's floated towards the end either. So I think it's a smart ban for EVOS. I just don't think it's worth playing. Also, they didn't get a rep on it yesterday because AG also perma-ban it. So they have reps on basically every other map in the pool. So why not kind of get rid of it? I think for me, New Mexico is the kind of the smart ban here. Also, as Will say as well, this is a map for me in which VNC does a lot of really good work on. So I don't really think you want to get him kind of alive and kicking. He's not been great this tournament, but if he gets fired up there, it can become a little bit, dicey, a little bit weird. So I think for me, this feels like a smart ban. I'm pretty sure it is that New Mexico that will be gone.
I mean, it's just surprising to me because Qadsiah, they like to pick into the sub-base. We've seen EVOS banning sub-base for their couple of matches here in the playoffs, and I would have kind of thought that the sub-base would be a map that EVOS would be keen to get rid of in this series again and just kind of take the chance on something else. Ultimately, it looks like Subbase has come through as a pick. Again, we haven't got that graphic for you guys at the moment, but you know, we saw those 2 bans being Eagle Eye. It was Eagle Eye, I think. Eagle Eye initially, and then New Mexico, and now we're into the picks, which would be Subbase and then Ankara. So I can only imagine that we're getting the Subbase pick from Qadsiah and then the Ankara pick out from EVOS. Again, at some point, hopefully, we'll be able to confirm that and get the update for you guys when the graphic is fixed up. I
do wonder if we get new compound floated to the end as well. It wasn't super clean for the likes of EVOS. You could just see it's a map that they're just not as well versed. But this actually is again, this kind of quite interesting conversation really about this EVOS side that I actually just don't think they really have like loads of depth in terms of the pool, because they don't get as many reps to play international best of 5s. Where, of course, for Alcad, we know they do. They did last year, literally 12 months ago, making it all the way to the Grand Finals, where it did go all 5, not only just all 5, went to OT in all 5. So they're vets of having kind of these deep, prolonged series and having to have a real kind of fleshed out map pool. For EVOS, this is still slightly uncharted territory for them. It's still very, very fresh. So at least where we're at right now, it's a advantage, I think, for Alcad in that sense, where it's like, you come in towards, you look at the pros and cons of this series, and there's quite a few, if you're kind of ticking off for Alcad, like what are the advantages they have for them? Much more well-rested, much more well-prepped, kind of ready for this game, deeper map pool, more experience when it comes towards best of fives. You'd even argue as well just like a higher skill ceiling when they're ticking. So all of these things are so good, but again, this is all like historical stuff for this side.
Yep.
And we've been drilling this narrative in all tournament long that the here and the now is what matters most. And actually, if we're talking about the here and now, Alcad have actually looked really quite poor this tournament. You know, they got decimated by EP, which granted is maybe to be expected. And yes, they 3-0 Twisted Minds. If you watch that game, it was not comfortable at all. It was far from it against a side that's considered one of the weakest here at this tournament. So that's the big worry for me. EVOS have just looked better. They've looked sharper. Yes, they might be a little bit more fatigued. Yes, they might be a little more tired. Yes, they might not even be really that good when it comes towards the latter stages of a best of 5 in the map pool. But they are playing better Crossfire right now. And that's the one thing they've got to continue to kind of instill in. You actually look towards 0-2, the coach, and you've got to keep saying that. We have been the better team at this tournament. Don't come in towards this and show this side any respect, right? Keep playing the way you play. Play the way you did against AG. You earned AG and our respect in that series because of how well you did. Yep. Keep thinking of that. AG are better than Alcad.
Yeah, and I think that is the big reason why both you and I have predicted for EVOS. I mean, we've really flip-flopped on that prediction. I don't think that there's been a series so far that I've come into and predicted EVOS, except maybe the game against Virtus Pro, but I certainly wouldn't have predicted them against the ROCK guys. I suppose against Gaming, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I would have gone for them against, we weren't on it, but I would have gone for them over Gaming, just in terms of, like, again, like, it's like, just because they beat ROCK, I was like, oh, you've kind of beat the, on paper, like, the better side, but no, you're right though. I think this is, I also as well, I would say maybe, for at least from the games that we've done, this is the hardest game to predict we've had to do so far. I think every other game we've had to predict, it's felt like, at least, maybe the scores on the maps are wrong, but it felt like at the very least that this is the one where it's like, it's such a coin flip. Like, it's such a 50-50 of actually who takes the series. Every other one, it's like, I'm pretty sure I've got like every team right, I think, so far in my predictions. I've just not got the scores always right. This is the one that I feel least confident in terms of my prediction, because Alcad, again, if Alcad just flicked that switch and had 2 days off where they've hard pracked and they come in looking like they did 12 months ago, then it's like, okay, well, EVOS actually have no chance, right? If we see Alcad, and then was Vasco from last year's in Hangzhou, EVOS stand no chance at all. This is a 3-0 whitewash.
Action, gets locked in.
Of course,
3 maps in a row. MG was a non-factor.
That's the big one, right? We need to get him online.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to get that opportunity, though. I think that this EVOS roster has got a really, really nice lineup. Zetra versus MG at the moment. I'm taking Zetra every day of the week. I think you look at the standout riflers, and it's probably Yobib, I guess, versus Action, and that feels like it's maybe a little bit more of a gray area. It could kind of go either way. I've seen that good map from Action a couple days ago, but I think Yobib's definitely been more consistent. KSA's been great on the entry and the enforcer role on that GR side, so there's positives definitely on both sides. Here's the map pool, though, as that graphic's been sorted out. So we're going to go sub-base as the pick for Qadsiah. EVOS will pick into Ankara. Black Widow then for Qadsiah. Back into Port, and then New Compound as the decider. So yeah, New Mexico and Eagle Eye being the two bans. And again, I do have to sort of wonder here if this map of sub-base goes really decisively the way of Qadsiah after being a map that EVOS have kind of avoided throughout this entire tournament. They didn't play it against VP. They banned it against ROCK. They banned it against Gaiman. And then they banned it as well against AG. So in 3 out of their 4 series, they've banned it. And in 4 out of 4 series, they have not played the sub-base. And now they leave it open against an Qadsiah that we know like to pick into sub-base. You have to look at that and question it a little bit. Obviously, EVOS at this point have done their research, done their preparation, and they've come into this game with a plan and a mindset and an understanding of how they want to go into this match against Qadsiah. But if that map of sub-base blows up in their face, then we will start to question whether or not that preparation has been correct. So for me, I think a lot really resting on the shoulders of this opening map. If EVOS have done their hard work and they've done their research and they actually get themselves the win on sub-base, that really sets them for a winnable best of 5 in my opinion. But you kind of leave the door open for Qadsiah to get one of their better maps and get off to the ground running. You get Action rolling, you get MG rolling, and then all of a sudden this Qadsiah beast could come alive like what we saw last year for Vasco.
It's just that thing, right? You know, for Alcad, if they actually, you always have to keep that in the back of your mind. It's the same with AG in a sense as well. You have to keep kind of that consistent thought in the back of your mind of like, if they go back to the level that we know they can play, if they go back to hitting their skill ceiling, we then are in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, and I will say as well, Vasco are no strangers to the lower bracket run. Last year, they got knocked down into the lower bracket in the semi-finals. That was by Evolution Power. They beat Antisocial 3-0. They beat Wolf Empire 3-0. And then they went into that grand final, and Evolution Power just knocked them over again in a 3-2, but it was a very close 3-2. So this lower bracket run, you know, it's not far away from what we saw them do back in 2024, where I think throughout the group stage, they kind of looked a little bit shaky. They didn't top their group back there, and then as soon as they kind of hit the do-or-die stages of the playoffs, that's where things really started to get rolling for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive packs of notes there for the Alcad side. They've obviously done so much work for EVOS. And like I was saying, you know, even though you don't know who you're going to play off against, I would be very, very surprised if Alcad didn't do basically 90% of their prep work prior to that game even starting on expecting it to be EVOS down here. You know, it is, of course, that result that wasn't better. God, it was much closer than I think anyone would have thought, but I just kind of know how a lot of teams operate. That's generally how they would have gone about it. They would have basically prepped already for EVOS prior to the game even happening, and maybe as the game was happening, there was maybe a thought process or two, especially for someone like Fafer, like, oh god, if we actually kind of over-prep for a side that we're not even going to play. But in the end, of course, that worked out for the better. They've got these huge packs of notes ready for each and every map, and it looks like this show is about to get on the road. Cfesports coming around as well. That man on your screen is something actually we didn't speak enough about, I think, in the pre-show. Zitra, he is, I think he is the lifeblood of this side. When he plays well, they are really, really difficult to deal with. And also, as well, he's got a pretty good opponent on the other side. But if MG is underperforming, Zitra gets a lot of legway in terms of these at-range battles. So definitely a name that's worth keeping an eye on, of course. We spoke about Yobib in the pre-show, and I think he's won a decent amount of MVPs in maps for this side. But I actually wouldn't even say he's even like the second most important person on this team. The guy who I also do value really, really highly is that of KSA. I think especially on entries, he is massive. He's just got the highest ADR on this side as well. But enough of that. Let's get in towards the game. Map number 1 is about to get underway.
Yeah, last chance here for both Qadsiah and EVOS as they're both now down in that lower bracket. Kick things off on sub-base. EVOS looking to get aggressive immediately with Elvin pushing his way into wood. Looks like Qadsiah going to bring a little bit more pace to this round than what we're used to seeing as well. They might want to dictate the game early on in the piece. Yobib not going to let them do that. Zetra and Keller starting well too. And as is always the case, MG is just off on the other side of the map. Not really up to a whole lot, and I think this will be a conversation that I really want to get into as well. Nice shot there onto KSA. Maybe a little bit of an unnecessary peek from him there.
Yeah, didn't need to fight.
So put it into the 3v1. Keller's low. Zetra's been spotted out. Can MG pull off some fireworks here? The answer is no. I'd love to get into that discussion actually about Zetra versus MG, just in terms of the stylistic differences, and we immediately see it from the outset in the round. It's for some reason just how Qadsiah want to utilize MG is they want to use him as the lurker. They put him on the other side of the map. They set him up as a finisher, and I don't think that that's been a successful way to play for a long time, actually. We saw it with Goken back in the day a couple of years ago. We've seen it with MG not really working out either. This time, that same pace being bought by Qadsiah, and they're fighting their way in, or at least they're trying to. Yobib, again, doubling down, and he just sort of continues to swindle some space. How's he getting away with all of this? Yobib has just absolutely rolled Qadsiah.
Wow.
So forget about the snipers. It's all about the riflers right now.
Yobib has owned them. That is a highlight reel of a moment coming through from him. That is monstrous. What a shutdown. Just no looking at all. No way to make anything tick in that one. These are two heartbreaking rounds for Qadsiah. You know, you talk about kind of momentum booster rounds, but they're like the opposite for the Alcad side. That's a way that absolutely implodes your confidence.
Yeah, I mean, Qadsiah come into this game with a really positive mentality. They're trying to influence the rounds fast and get on top of EVOS and kind of dictate the game early. And then those are the 2 rounds that you run into.
Yeah.
I think we're probably going to see Qadsiah go back into their shell a little bit. And, hey, I mean, question that sub-base being allowed through from EVOS. But so far, obviously, it's looking like they're very well adjusted to it. And Qadsiah are the team that is going to have a bit of a rude awakening. We'll see, though, how that eventuates.
For Yobib, my God, though. 2 massively influential. He got 2 kills in that first round as well. Zitra, obviously 2 of his own that were super clean. But, yeah, Alcad, I think they're really getting a good kind of look in towards what makes his EVOS side tick. And that's kind of before we see KSA get online. Of course, KSA will do a lot of his best work on the BL side regardless, but it's the issue with EVOS. They're kind of difficult to shut down. It feels like at times you're sort of fighting the Hydra. You kill one head and another one pops on.
Yeah, immediately out the gates, though, Qadsiah, I think, are being a little bit exposed by EVOS in a way that they were not by Twisted Minds, right? In a lot of those rounds, Twisted Minds were just not shooting straight, right? And Qadsiah were able to get through just because they were a little bit cleaner. That's not going to be the case today against EVOS, an EVOS lineup that is really hitting their shots at the moment. So that's all that Qadsiah is going to be able to bring to the table. Well, EVOS is going to knock them over with their superior firepower. Bit of a change up here from Qadsiah, much slower round. They're going to try and work their way in toward the A side, but there are still 2 defenders, even despite the fact that Elvin has gone down.
Megan's behind as well, just to try and catch Keller. Blink for a finish here, but Yobib, he's popping up again and he's causing problems. Keller will fall, but Yobib dealing damage, and it might actually just force them away from the site. Yeah, in he comes. First flick, a miss. A flash that comes over as he tries to reset, but Action catches him on the transition. Lovely shot from Action. Might have single-handedly just won them the round here, in all fairness. Dropping Zitra is so important, and KSA, the last man, he's causing problems, and he'll eventually see off MG. But a 1v4 turn 1v3, it's not impossible just because of the HP, but they should be able to play this together. They're giving him 1v1s, which I don't love. He's actually being given opportunities. He's just got to be careful of the flank, and he's not. Silver sees it off. And Alcad get there first on the board. A little better, slow the tempo down a bit, play with the clock, and that was enough.
Yeah, Alcad's here going to look at that round and think, okay, it's worked out a little better for us. We'll try to play it a little bit slower, see what we can get done in the mid-round. See if we can cause a bit of discomfort for EVOS that will bring them to us. That's what they were able to do. They pushed that initial player into middle with that attempt into the window. Now the 4v5 and sort of snowballed it from there. EVOS are not really going to let them rest on their laurels, though. It's again a forward hold here from Elvin. So Qadsiah don't have a lot of map control on the outset here for round 4. Going to try and challenge, and it's a 1-for-1, but BNC tagged up pretty substantially. So overall, a reasonable exchange for EVOS.
Yeah, VNC taking quite significant damage. Let's make it a little funky here. All goes quiet again. I think, Alcad are realizing that playing a little bit more passive in the initial approach is the right call. Server room's control taken. A bit of spam behind it as Zitra and Keller will play up close. Nice time on the smoke, in all fairness. That'll chip away a lot of the clock, and Zitra expecting a fight here. They did poke their head around that right-hand side of the box, but I think a smart move by Alcad to realize that it's just not worth the engagement. Diving through that smoke is dicey, to say the least, especially when it's Zitra on the other side. He hasn't even really got properly warmed up yet. When we see him get to that level, Alcad are going to be under a lot of pressure to try and respond. And again, that's where we look to somebody like an MG. But if he's constantly lurking, is that going to help? First fight, Yobib. Information spotted. Doesn't really need to stick around. He'll play around the window, and a smoke and an aid that comes behind it. He's going to drop a flash. Needs to be careful. He's kind of exposed here, but they want him to dive through, and they do dive through. But it's Action VNC who combine for kills apiece, but there's Zitra. Quick flick and a find from him. Nade that comes round as Action gets softened up, and Zitra just trying to keep attention drawn. We're under 30 seconds on the clock here as well, so we've got to make a move, and KSA comes in behind, spots MG, and Zitra just needs to play the clock. MG trying to hunt him down. He moves, but it's Zitra wins that fight. And that's a fight, at the moment, we expect him to win most times.
And how many times do I have to say it, but MG left in these closing positions. You see how late he is into that round.
Yeah.
and he is not able to convert on it. And,
Yeah.
you know, again, I understand that that's the style that Qadsiah are forcing upon him. That's the style that they're playing, but it's not working, right? If he's not winning those 2v1s, get him involved a little bit earlier. Get him in there to try to find a trade, and maybe it makes a big difference. Obviously, they're just going to have to keep trying to batter down that door, but EVOS are looking good today. 3-1 already on the GR side of Subbase. It's obviously an opening pick for Qadsiah in this round, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a round win. Keller shutting down the opener, but no more than that. And Zetra under a lot of pressure on this B side again, sort of locked in, watching that jail line. He's going to try and take the fight to Qadsiah, and this time it will not work out.
MG should have a freebie. He gets attacked through the door and towards Elvin. Elvin going to continue pushing forward. Fair play to him.
I mean,
I guess you got it, right?
You kind of know MG's going to be floating around somewhere on his own, so that's an isolated duel that you can look for.
And he is. Where is MG? Is the thought process? Well, he's long gone. He's actually got one dead to rights. Down goes KSA, caught in the back lines. And that's one of the the only time so far of this series where we can actually talk about the MG lurk paying off dividends. Action closes. It's a very good round from Alcad. Only the one casualty.
MG's got 5 kills. He's 5-4.
Yeah, and
but
4 of them are no impact.
How much of that impact is really being felt? I don't think a huge amount. Zetra certainly has felt the more impactful of the 2 snipers up to this point. And he's only 4-3, so it's not always reflected in the scoreboard. But look at this setup from EVOS. That's a big one in mid.
It's a bold kind of proactive move because Doors Control has been a little bit of an early presence coming through. Oh, Zetra. Very rare we get to talk about him actually being slow to shoot, but this is a dissection towards the B site. Action does so well.
Yeah, I just don't think EVOS was prepared for that at all. Qadsiah, you don't often see them with these contact plays, especially that early on in the round, and so it seems to have caught EVOS off guard.
Yeah, they also made a gamble call of like kind of prioritizing mid, and it just left everywhere else just so on demand.
KSA is going to try and negotiate this 1v4. He's already picked up the first. He's got a lot of time to work, but he's still going to have to be pretty quick about it. Fei spots him out now, and so Silver gets in behind, and that'll be another one for Qadsiah. The scoreline still pretty close. But, you know, again, we've got to bear in mind this is Qadsiah's map pick, and EVOS are starting off on the less favorable side as well.
Yeah.
So even if they can just get themselves a 5-4 out of this first half, EVOS, whichever direction it goes, I'd look at that and say that's not a bad start at all. Qadsiah starting to wake up a little bit, though.
Keller. That's not what the move you kind of want to make. Just sitting behind that smoke, and Action, some hopeful taps will catch his head, so he's now got a call from the grave. I want to say easy opener, but it's not really. It's just a bit of fortune, but you take them all the same. Looks part of it. And at 3-all as well, Alcad now have a chance to take a lead. Oh, it's messy, but KSA actually does get away with it, just the bow. At the same time, MG wins that head-to-head against Zetra. So numbers kept for Alcad, and on top of that as well, KSA, yes, he got his kill, but he took a hell of a lot of damage in getting it. He's pushed for the flank. He's ramped through as well, and he's hoping that they double back towards Doors. Doesn't look like they will. We're going to double stack towards this B site. No A presence as KSA is holding and hoping they come back towards mid doors. And in all fairness, he might have actually got this right. Oh, VNC, will he clear? Uh-oh, this could be a bit messy. He should have been 1-for-1 trades. Oh my god, there's so many in front of him. He could get all of them. He could get all of them. But he gets 2. Two's not terrible at all, especially with how low he was.
I really like the risk from KSA. I think the execution, you know, obviously could have been a little bit cleaner, actually, but getting 2 there has brought this back into a winnable position for EVOS, and that is a mistake from Qadsiah not clearing that line. Elvin and Yobib could very much punish Qadsiah for that moment. It constantly feels like it is KSA pulling those kinds of moments off to get EVOS back into some of these rounds. MG will be falling away as that plant does go down. Elvin avoiding that initial shot and continuing to try and push in and take space. Yobib helping him out. Here we go. EVOS, a chance. And it's not quite going to work out for Qadsiah. So EVOS do indeed punish. And KSA will need a pat on the back for making that possible.
Yeah, he does so well. I mean, even just the first kill he gets while he takes damage is massive. But yeah, 0-2. pointing towards him. I mean, he deserves a lot of props in that round. It's the first kill's fantastic, takes a lot of damage. He should, at the very most, be getting just one more, right? And even then, it would be like we're giving him praise. The fact that he walks away with 2, but not only just the 2, it's 2 in information about where they're going. Really, really well done from KSA. You know, I've said it before, when I look towards the side, I do think he's so integral to the success. And, well, we see why. And again, generally integral to the success on the BL side. If we can see it here on the GR, goes a long way too. This first fight, KSA gets it. Let's see how Action deals. Action's always pretty good at these engagements, I will say, despite it being kind of a crab walk around the corner, which generally you should lose anyway. I've seen him have a lot of decent success with them.
I'm not sure that he even really wants to go for it. Might just be holding the position to ensure that no one can push forward in the vent. Another sort of reserved approach for Qadsiah. A bit of nade usage over toward the B side of the map. Locker room trying to get cleared out by Qadsiah, but not really up to a whole lot. Sure, they've got wood control, but beyond that, they don't really have an avenue into either of these sites yet. And if KSA can hold on to that vent position, it makes it very difficult for them to work down into the A site through mid. Oh, and this is where he's going to really start to look to activate. Still got to be aware of, obviously, Action's potential, but Action has kind of fallen away from the vent, and so KSA's got a lot of room to work with.
Oh, no. If you drop down in towards mid, he has like 3 dead to rights. Yobib caught in the side. Now they can start scaling in towards B. There's only one player here in terms of the defense is Keller.
KSA's on the fast flank. He'll get in behind Action, and that'll be a freebie for him, but MG still outside near machine room will be a problem. And there's that late lurk that actually does come into play this time around. It really, honestly, I think it just kind of comes down to an awkward case of timing there with KSA. He's kind of spotting mid. He doesn't see the 3 players creep underneath him, and then Yobib thinks it's clean, and so he's not watching, and so he's an easy pickup. So EVOS now relying on a 2v4 to make this retake possible. Zetra hasn't seen anything through that smoke. Elvin looking for MG here, but can't really see him. MG's been spotted out. That should be an easy kill for the rifle. It's not. And Qadsiah will equalize at 4 apiece.
What a flick from MG. Pure reactionary shot there on that last. And that's a little bit more like it. We're getting MG to the level that we know he can play at. We're also really getting kind of the impact out of him too. Alrighty. 4 apiece. Final round of the half. KSA back in towards the vents, and it's so unfortunate. It was kind of so close to being the make in that round. Unfortunately, it was more of the break. It was misinformation relayed over. Action again a hold. I do wonder whether he actually makes that peek around the corner, if he's expecting some level of aggression out of KSA, but for now not to be. KSA waiting. Action very rarely kind of pops around this corner, but when he does, he's had good success with it. But he's just expecting aggression to come to him.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see an aggressive move from Action with at least the position of the Qadsiah players.
When he does it as well, you can normally tell when he's going to peek. He does it with a pistol. He's going to go, oh.
He's just jiggling it.
Yeah, he's trying to use that shoulder around the corner to bait out a shot. When he actually goes for a fight, he normally pulls the pistol out. That's when he goes to those close range engagements.
Not going to be the case this time. Might just be a straight wood hit again from Qadsiah. It's not defended at the moment by EVOS. So they'll get in there for free. A little bit of damage from Elvin onto Feifei. The response, quite a bit of utility on both sides of the map. But Qadsiah starting to make their move down towards that A side. Zetra wants the fight. He's still holding a forward line. Shotgun sniping. This is bold from him, but knowing that Elvin's already found 2 will help him out. And Elvin is in there to clean up the scraps of that leg shot. Still a 3-on-2 though, and it's still a winnable round for Qadsiah if they can get this plant down. EVOS just need to slow it a little bit. Don't want to see the advantage thrown away. Let them have the plant, play out the 3-on-2. Keller still in transition as KSA goes down. It's the same mistakes that we've seen from EVOS in these tense moments in the past. Just trying to get a little bit too greedy with it. Get a bit too much space before they need to. Now we're back to a 2-on-2.
Action. He's just hoping for Pixel to work with. He spotted him for a second. He will catch Keller. It's all on Yobib. He's bailed this side out plenty of times, but in all fairness, he's quieting down. He was 7-0. He now found himself 8-5. So the initial impact out the gates is not really there. Oh my god, he knows about action up close. It's just about where's his second guy. He's expecting a fight, and action wins it. Diving back with the pistol. It's Alcad who take a slim lead in that first half. But honestly, so far, this is quite a good game. Like, we are actually getting a real back and forth here. This is two sides that are actually very evenly matched.
Yeah, I think it will feel disappointing for EVOS, but they just need to sort of reset themselves mentally and say, you know what, 4 on GR's side is really not too bad at all, especially considering Qadsiah had 6 of the opening kills.
Yeah, it's true.
We're moving on to our more favorable side on the BL side.
I said it all yesterday. I think EVOS do their best work on BL.
Here's where they've got to prove it. Silva looking to contest Wood. Hasn't seen Elvin or Zetra yet, but they seem to just be completely disregarding him, and VNC's going to grab one, but it's a big setup for the A defense right here, and a lot resting on the shoulders of Keller finding that kill, which he does at least manage to do, pulling it back to the 3-on-3. Now space being taken by EVOS, but Keller overcommits to the fight. Feifei picked up, though, by the fast flank of EVOS, and so this round is still very much hanging in the balance. A lot of it really coming down to individual aim duels now.
Yobi doesn't really need to fight. He can get out. Oh my god, get out as a loser. He will.
Yeah, he's
he
fine.
can plant 4 KSA here as well, which is actually pretty huge. Of course, generally you normally plant back missile, but you can plant front side if you want and play for him. Yeah, I think that's the right way to play this. That window area is so strong.
Well, at the moment, Qadsiah not sure about how they want to make this retake happen. It's 2 isolated 2v1s, though. That's the concern for EVOS. So if they push down the stairs here, Yobib, he needs to get himself one. Needs this duel against action. Spots him out at least. Just going to buy some time. Could back it up and play behind the pocket. He's going to do it. Yeah, great flash. And this is well played by EVOS. The time is now really going to get the better of Qadsiah. KSA comes into play. And, I mean, MG just takes so long to kill Yobib. KSA, in the meanwhile, on that fast fight, the tap on the defuse might have actually scared him a little bit, but MG gets off it, which is, again, wild to me that he gets off the defuse
what's
there.
The point? Like, literally, what's the point?
Literally, the only way you're going to win that round is defusing that bomb.
Yeah.
But
again, you know, there's a few instances where, like, it's a question mark. Like, why have you actually got to... It doesn't matter if you kill him or not. You just have to stick it.
Yeah.
You don't have a decision there to be made. But either way, high square. EVOS so excellently played in the post plant there. Like, again, like, you know, coming down to Yobib, I think he was taking obviously a lot of praise throughout kind of this run that EVOS are making. That's such a heads-up play. Drop a flash, just stay tucked, play the clock.
And especially when you see how he played the 3v1 yesterday against ZQ that ended up ultimately being the round that EVOS lost that match on. He was the player that went flying out in the 3v1, gave up the advantage. In this case, he's slowed it down, so hopefully learning from those mistakes, and much better played round from Yobib in this instance. 5-5 the score, but EVOS the first team to draw blood in this half. So a bit of momentum on their shoulders.
The smoke down by Silva. Obviously, he's quite integral to the success. Statistically being the best player for this Alcad side. In terms of ADR and kills, and he's going to be called upon again, but he's got support. Feifei's actually unfortunate not to get 2 there. My God, Yobib diving around the corner. That's a big kill from him. 3 versus 3, but just so much damage has been dealt towards EVOS. The cost to even get these positions has been massive. Yobib, I don't know, especially Elvin, are barely alive, so you call upon Zetra to bail them out, and he's the first to fall. And backside VNC, and anchor towards this lower position of A. Should all but close it.
Yeah, it was a winnable round for EVOS. I mean, there was the chance that went begging there onto VNC, and then he turns around and gets the double, so Qadsiah sort of bailing themselves out of trouble a little bit. This is back in the first half. An action reel. 6-5, Qadsiah leading. Not by a lot. Zetra has been a little quiet. 4-9.
Yeah. Quite surprisingly as well. It just feels like he's one of those guys, even when he's not kind of lighting up the survey, he still actually looks really, really solid. Or still has kind of decent amounts of impact, but it's kind of a rare occasion where he hasn't.
not really his map, I suppose.
Yeah, Yobu's been picking up a lot of the slack, which is kind of good, but I feel like if we want a chance of kind of stealing this away from Alcad, we do need to see him get back to a bit of his best.
Double nade's going to push Keller back. He's just here to hold the flank for the moment. Got the rest of the pack of EVOS working their way into Wood. Go straight through mid with a flash there, and Silva will be run down. Now it's the A side under pressure, and well, VNC's the only player here to hold. KSA goes early. The rest of the team filtering their way forward now. It's ultimately not a bad take for EVOS. I wonder if they're trying to hold a little bit too much space here. I think they are. Elvin will think the same and just backs up to play the crossfire with Yobib. That's a good decision. Retake coming from the stairs position, though, for Qadsiah. And so Zetra has a job to do. He's found himself one in this round. He spotted a player already on the line. Turns away from the flash, but gets forced off of his line. Time now becoming a concern for Qadsiah. They're going to have to move quicker. Zetra, if he can just find this kill onto action, it might win the round. The time is ticking away so quickly. Can they get on the C4 in time? I think they're fine.
Oh, it's close.
I think they're fine.
Yeah, they just about get it. There's not a lot of time on that clock, but my God, they do.
Yeah.
He does a decent job, right? He's approached it right, which for kind of Zetra and that, it's just about staying alive. Just keep dipping and diving, be a bit of a nuisance. But Alcad are starting to gun towards closing out their map pick of subbase. They're getting closer and closer, 7-5, and EVOS not having that level of impact that we were wanting out for them.
100%. Yeah, if you're going to have two players stacked up in control room like that in a crossfire, you can't have both of them go down and the clutch be the guy down on the site trying to defend the stairs against two. You know, it's not how that's supposed to work for EVOS. So good effort from Zetra, but too much needed to be done. Timeout is going to come through from EVOS at the end of this round. They are really starting to feel the pressure a little bit here on subbase, and again, maybe starting to look at it and think, this was the map that we perhaps should have banned.
Yeah.
It's been a reasonable effort from EVOS, but not quite there at the moment.
Close. Oh, that was an opportunity for action, but it's one squandered. As MG put under a bit of pressure now, there's a couple of angles that he's going to have to fight from in a minute. Let's see. Getting back in towards this elevated angle. You got Fefe up close. But actually, EVOS are going to relinquish this control. They took lockers coming through server room. They dive through as a group, but they actually don't stick around. And Zetra, who's left on the lurk, gets another really important one.
Yep.
And now they actually pull the troops back over.
Yeah, EVOS really need to seal the deal in this round as well. Can't afford to let this one slip. This will be a good momentum builder going into that tank timeout, and they can have a conversation feeling like they're really in the competition still for this map, as opposed to being down 8-5, which feels like you're kind of on the outside edge of it. VNC, again, it's been good in this map, but I don't think he's been 1v5 good. Plant down, EVOS. Seems like they'll get a little bit of extra time to have a chat here, because I don't know that VNC is too interested in this retake. He himself just backing away and letting the team have a little bit of a chat. So 6-7 will be the score.
What's the score, sorry?
7-6, favoring Qadsiah.
Boo. Yeah, just a little bit more time at the tail end. For the likes of FFA to get on the mic prior to the timeout, but for EVOS, it's actually a good, even though they're the ones who've kind of called us this timeout, it's a good time for them to, say, that was better. Bit of proactivity, nice early control as well. We don't have to commit all the time as well. But still need to clean up a couple of things. 0-2 the coach. A lot for him to be said here. But generally looking at kind of a bit of a predicament where it's like you've got, for the most part, what is quite a nice position to be in for Alcad, but I still think there's probably part of it which is a bit of worry from them, saying like, even though we're in a lead and even though we kind of feel like we're playing the better crossfire, I still, you can't not realize just the threat of EVOS. It's not even like a really clean map for them as well at the moment, right? You expect the rest of the pool to look a little bit sharper. this is a map that isn't really a super integral part of the pool, and there's still also again, you know, also as well, this is a one-round game without the introduction really of their star player. Like Zitra's just not really super present here.
100%.
Like it's got to linger in the back of the mind a little bit, saying like if he comes online, we're actually in trouble.
Yeah, it's a little bit too close for comfort for Qadsiah at this point. I would agree with that sentiment. Sure, EVOS are recognizing the pressure that they're really putting Qadsiah under, and if they can just push this map over the line, I mean, think about what that does for the rest of the BO5 here for EVOS. It really, really opens the door for a victory today, in my opinion.
Yeah, if they're able to really kind of bunker down off the back of winning that 6th round there, and you know, use this, if they steal away this map, Alcad are in a bit of trouble. I will say Alcad are looking better than they did against Twisted Minds, but
yeah,
EVOS are still much more of a threat than Twisted Minds are.
100%. The next couple of rounds are hugely important for the health of this map on either side. Nice space being taken here by KSA, just outside of lockers for the moment. Oh, now he's in lockers. MG misses the shot on the second player crossing. This is a staging ground for EVOS. If they want to push B, they have exactly the positions that they need to do that. Just got Elvin tucked away on the other side of the map, seeing if there's going to be any rotation through from Qadsiah. But Qadsiah not moving yet. They're not quite feeling the pressure on this B site. They will be soon.
Oh, here they come. First fight, action for one. Fefe, another. Yobi will get a response on towards MG. It's an important person to drop, but he still just can't get himself out of heaven here. It's the only real issue. Is another one is found. Numbers still favoring C4 down. This round really now resting on the laurels of a lurk. And well, Elvin spotted out. Zeech is a little bit too far away from the action. If Elvin loses this fight, it should be all but done, but he's going to win it out. And there's enough time to make something out of this.
Yeah, I really like that Zetra's just slowed it down. He's going to have to start to move, though, because action is on the flank himself, and so Zetra gets picked off. Now it's just Elvin. 45 seconds to work with. He does have to head towards that B site. Flash into lockers is not really going to cause too much harm here for Elvin. Now it's been seen, and the game's given up. Feifei makes it 8 for Qadsiah. I think you just look at Keller there on the entry, unable to find the pick onto the player up on the boost, and that's where that round kind of falls apart a little bit for EVOS. He had a long, labored spray and didn't get the kill he needed.
Well, 8-6. 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away. EVOS running out of time, and I guess one of those things as well, to make matters worse, it's, you know, a round loss off the back of your timeout. Never really what you want. So, time definitely feels like it's dwindling for this EVOS side. You know it's not the cleanest map in the pool for them. And they've made it relatively competitive, but if Alcat go about closing out these last couple, you look at it a little bit more of a zoomed out approach and say, actually, at a 10-6,
yep,
it's dangerous territory.
Yeah. Yeah, but the way that this map has been going, it's kind of felt like it's a little bit closer than a 10-6 would indicate. So EVOS a chance to peg another one back, and that's not a favorable duel at all for Action. Meanwhile, also a 1-for-1 on the entry. Oh, Silver might have been spotted out there as well. Yobib, I think, has seen him around the corner. He's under pressure. Samahow gets out alive. Zetra's taken down. This is a little bit awkward for EVOS. It isn't clean, you know. It's individuals fighting solo, but they are getting their way into B. MG is out on lockers here, and Keller was looking for him but couldn't find him. So Qadsiah have a few moments that are going their way, but low HP for both Silver and MG sets this up for a winnable 2-on-3 for EVOS.
Silver, yeah. I wonder what he tries to do. I mean, he's been pretty sharp with the secondary side as a whole. He's just not been very good so far. You know, for a guy who's been so important, and he had a good angle to try and draw attention away, but Elvin does well. Yobib finds one of his own as well. And it should be all but done. VNC, the last man, he's got to clutch it up, and he gets the first. Flash that bound round.
Time.
Again, he just doesn't have a lot of time. He's got to get in towards the site now. He doesn't have time to waste. He doesn't need to peek like you said. Oh my God, stop. Dancing with the devil. He's won it to the clock. VNC will get the kill, but my God, there was an opportunity given towards VNC there. That was unneeded, unwarranted.
Yobib, he just wants to keep taking that fight, and fair enough. You know, he's backing himself, but a world where if he just slows it down a little bit there, that almost gets a bit more guaranteed. Either way, 7 to 8 secured. The EVOS get themselves one step closer to an equalizing round. Qadsiah are not going to do this easily on sub base if they do it at all.
This is a real back and forth affair. Which I guess also on the other side as well is maybe, you know, a little bit worrying for Alcad, right? You know, this is a map in which we've already spoken about. It just feels like a real decent kind of leg up in the pool, right? It's a map in which EVOS aren't super comfortable with, they're not super clean with, but also, you know, in a position where it's like for Alcad, they should be taking this sort of every day. It's a very good part of their pool. And the fact that they are struggling is maybe adding to this about for EVOS, where we're saying actually they are still kind of maybe in the long-term scope of it, the better team.
Yeah, obviously that's an answer that we're going to get over the next few hours or so. EVOS going to wait all of this smoke coverage out. There's a smoke at lockers, mid, wood. So most of the avenues of attack smoked off, but now that those smokes are starting to dissipate, EVOS will make their move down into the A site. VNC just going to try and play the delay game, gets the flash out, but he is stuck, and, well, nobody actually dealing with him as both Yobib and KSA do go down. Now we're relying on the flank. Keller's going to be the big player here if he can find anything coming out from the vent, and he's unable to do so. Silva watching that this round, falling apart for EVOS as they miss the crucial entries, and now are stuck in a 2v4 with Action around behind them.
Action, does he commit to wrapping all the way around? If he does, he actually says both of EVOS dead to rights here. They're not really keeping eyes trained on the flank, especially not this timing. I think he might have actually just spotted Zitra too.
Yeah, they got no idea.
He's common a lot. He must have. There we go. It's a little janky. Gets the kill, gets the second. Action single-handedly shuts it down to give map point to Qadsiah. 9-7, 2 opportunities as well to close it out, but great work from him. You know, his timing really couldn't have been any better on the flank. It was just quick enough where they wouldn't be double-checking about the flank at that point. Only a few steps behind.
Yep. 2 in a row required for EVOS to push this to OT. They're no strangers to trying to come back from a deficit. That happened yesterday as well against AG. Need to make the right call here.
Keller up close. Pretty often Nade did this, so Silva has one in his back pocket. Maybe as the smoke starts to fade. Now he's going to drop one of his own. Again, continues to put pressure with that clock. He might be tempted to kind of send Keller through this. I mean, of course, he really likes to call off the back of his own moves, but generally speaking, wherever Keller is, it's actually more of a lurk play. He puts himself in a lot of lurk positions while the pack move elsewhere. Flash through. In comes Yobib.
Well, he's got that territory.
Okay, KSA's got the opener.
Keller and Yobib to try to deal with Silva. There's actually 3 players sending it in on him. Feifei stepping up in a big way, but he's got the flank coming in as well. KSA will drop. Damage still being done, though, and plant will be achieved. It's going to be a fast plant here, too, for EVOS, so time off the clock as Qadsiah are still working their rotate. Now, I'm not sure I'm a fan of Keller's position here. He's very low.
This is good, though, together.
Yeah, has to be. Zetra needs to hit a shot, though, and he does. That is huge. Keller will watch the vent. He'll see the gun barrel. Zetra goes down, though, to Action. And, well, Keller's just got to buy some time. He's going to tuck himself in the corner. That is bold, because if the fight gets taken here by Action, he will win it, surely. But he doesn't check the corner. It is a wild position for Keller to play on such low HP, but it gets the job done. And now at 8-9. Qadsiah will call the tack timeout.
So unorthodox, that position from Keller, especially with how much HP, but I think you've got to take a risk when you're that low, so fair play to him. 1 round game, Alcad feeling the pressure. Look where they're at now, a pretty important conversation for them to have to close out this map. I think if you let it go towards overtime, you do then really kind of reset everything, and of course with momentum, you then look back towards EVOS and saying, right, well if it does go to OT and then they got momentum, times become quite tough, that's for sure. A stern conversation here from 0-2. EVOS, they are so close to putting so much pressure on towards Alcad. The big worry for me, I really do feel that if this does go to overtime, I think momentum and kind of like the map win percentages and all the rest swing so heavily towards EVOS. They're just one of the sides that when they get fired up, they're so difficult to stop. And flip side as well, I think Alcad are one of those sides themselves, but the negative about it is that when things aren't going your way, you do get into a real rut.
One of the benefits for EVOS in these kinds of situations, though, as we saw on one of the graphics earlier today, is that they're just a very clutch team. And sometimes what you need to get over the line in a really close map like this one is a couple of clutches. We've already seen it. Keller picks up the 1v1 there against Action. That keeps EVOS in the game. And if they get into an OT, I think I would agree with you that I'm backing EVOS to take this map, but it's about getting there first. Otherwise, we see a 10-8, and Qadsiah are going to try something a bit more aggressive into the machine room. So that space already given over. EVOS quickly retaliating, though, by taking wood control. So a bit of a faster pace being brought into this round by the way both teams are playing. Yobib's gone solo into wood. Giving up the advantage now. KSA trying to fight solo down onto the A side, and Action just biding his time. This is not looking good for EVOS. The rotations coming in. If they don't find an opening pick, then they're going to get overwhelmed. KSA gets a good one. Yeah. A good 2, in fact, as Feifei will drop as well, and KSA steps up when it matters, as he always does. A triple on the entry, and EVOS surely at this point are going to the OT. KSA is looking for the ace. He wants all 5, and he gets all 5.
Yeah, and do you know what as well? There's a few different things to talk about there. First and foremost, incredible entries coming through. KSA, an incredible round from him. But for that timeout that Alcad just called, 0-2 spent like 75% of it talking directly to KSA. Whatever 0-2 has said to him there, incredible, right? He is completely set that round up from the tag pause. He spent the bulk of the time directly talking to KSA, saying, this is what I want you to do. And he's just delivered, absolutely. So you talk about the player-coach connection. That is a prime example of it. 5 kills, a full ace from KSA, 3 of which being headshots, and single-handedly propped his side up on the shoulders to push it towards overtime. We spoke about it. Getting towards overtime if things fall resetting. Actually, momentum swings so favorably for the likes of EVOS, but KSA first to hit the deck.
Yeah, he was feeling confident after that round, put himself in a position to have an impact early, and just
unsupported
gets a bit deleted. As well. So that'll blow up in the face of EVOS, but the very fact that they're in the OT here gives them a little bit more leeway to work with. Quite a number of isolated players on the EVOS side now, though. And Yobib will be the next one to take the contact. He's got a grenade in hand. The smoke's going to go down, but it's too late to deny the entry for Qadsiah, and Yobib's really under pressure here. He's got nowhere to go. He's stuck in that corner, just needs to take the fight. Keller trying to help him out, but VNC will find the double on the entry, and there's nothing really that Elvin can do here. This was a case of the house of cards kind of falling for EVOS. As soon as KSA goes down, they lose the control that they had. And then one that tumbles after the other. So good opening round to the OT here for Qadsiah.
Good way to respond off the back of a poor way it ended. Teacher gets one, but he's shut down on the trade by Action. Action's having decent impact in all fairness. It's not like one of those kind of... We saw him, for example, on Port. Against Twisted Minds, where he, dropping 30 kills and kind of like this untouchable kind of god, but Action's having a lot of impact that you want to see out for a player of his caliber. And one guy that I always think is worth mentioning that I think gets unsung, I think a lot for Alcad, is VNC. For me, he's looked super solid. Keller's at the deck earlier, actually caught by MG. And VNC and Action both sit on 21 kills. Feifei not far behind, which is good to see, because Feifei started like 0-6. Really picked it up, but it's just missing silver, in all fairness. Of course, statistically, has been the best player for Alcad heading in towards this series, but Not on this map, 6 and 15, struggling to have the impact. Whereas, as usual for EVOS, it's very, very even across the board, honestly. It always is. This is a side that really have everybody stepping up to the plate. It's very rare that we see anybody considerably dropping off. Nice opener, though.
Very unlucky for Keller. Just a spam through the wall. It's going to be a headshot. So another round that EVOS have to play out 4v5, and you just see how much that stretches the defense. Need one of these individuals to go big, and looks like it might have to be Elvin. Pressure in mid now, as Qadsiah take that wood control and start to work their way forward. It is all on Elvin solo, and he does a fantastic job. Where has that come from? He's got 3, and Zetra on the other side has himself the pick onto Action, who was carrying the bomb out of nowhere. EVOS are going to get themselves around. That is huge from Elvin, and again, it's just this clutch ability that EVOS seem to possess on their individuals to step up when it matters. That round is only winnable because Elvin picks up a 3K. In fact, it's a 4K in the end.
Yeah.
He's solo holding, and
No
he just sprays down 3.
Just doesn't even crack a smile. Just another day at the office for him. But, you know, it's one of those stats that we always like bringing up, talking about opening kills and not converted rounds. And it's another one for Alcad.
Yep.
Tough to see MG holding the angle this time. Going to be smoked off. I think probably a smart reaction from EVOS. The only issue when you do that is that you do actually allow them out of doors.
It is kind of crazy as well to see Silver be the one that's kind of like dropping the ball here for Qadsiah. Action. Almost gets the timing onto Yobib.
He's lucky to stay alive, though.
By the way, push coming into the A at the meanwhile too, so it's all on Elvin again, and this time he can't deliver in the same capacity. Zetra trying for the nade. He knows the damage has been done. Keller will attempt one onto VNC, but still falling, and yeah, I think Zetra got himself into all sorts of trouble there. But still a winnable round here for EVOS, particularly if KSA can pop off in the way that he did in the back end of regulation. He's brought it back to a 2-on-3, and so much damage has been done to Feifei in Action. The concerning part for me is Action's position here is going to be unexpected. I don't know that they're going to properly clear him, and he should be getting one in the back, if not both. He'll line them up. They just don't clear him, and so Qadsiah will hold on to the lead in the first half of OT.
It's a great luck. It really is. He's just the insurance policy there. Super, super well done.
Yeah, Zetra, I think, is the one where that round really sort of falls by the wayside. You can't be pulling a grenade out there when you're getting scaled onto the site.
Yeah, I just think he just has no idea how quickly they're kind of gunning down on him.
Which is crazy to think, because you know, Elvin saw everything. Maybe it was a miscomm. Elvin says, I've done damage, get a grenade out, whatever, but it's not worked out. Keller will try to force the issue onto A, but he's missing that shot onto VNC. Yobib gets a really laboured spray against Feifei, but finds that opening duel, and then goes and looks for more, and again just gives up his life a little bit earlier than he probably should have. Zetra here to try to salvage. It's not going to happen. It looks like EVOS once again are really going to have to fight back from behind if they want to win this map. 2 bites at the cherry now for Qadsiah.
It's also 2 like really, really prolific rounds where I think, you know, back to back where Alcad have obviously, you know, off the back of Feifei made a really, you know, a big call out of Swan and said, we are doing this, commit to it, and didn't do it, right? And even then, right, where you're actually kind of playing a little bit reserved, kind of on the defense, they're so proactive, right? Feifei's obviously made a kind of a really kind of important call saying, right, we need to shut them down before they can even set something up in terms of an execute, take the fights to them, and it works. 2 attempts at it, but of course they had 2 attempts in regulation. Can't count out EVOS just yet. They've already scaled back into a deficit like this once with the map on the line. Just feels like a side you can never really count out.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Point is the way that EVOS are going to have to win this, so they really need to win 3 in a row.
Yeah. Also as well, with Action, this is a real bold position. It's tough to stick around the fight and fall away. I think it makes a smart call of just dipping back here.
Yep. Gets up onto the rafters as well, nice and quickly. But it is territory for EVOS at least. It's a small win in the round. It's not going to be enough to get them a win just yet, but it's the building blocks of it. And then smoking off mid as well. Bomb is sort of exploring its way toward B. KSA is doing that a little isolated, so that's concerning. But entry in through mid from Keller onto Feifei. Silva trying to trade it back. Action's in the kill feed in the meanwhile as well. That's the bomb drop, by the way. KSA going solo. And Qadsiah are going to run away with things now. It's a 2v4. This is their map.
1v4. Silva, what a bold move by him. He'll go down at the end, but there's just surely no way to respond in towards this. VNC seals the deal, and Alcad take map number 1 of Sunday. Well, a barn burner of a map number 1. It goes to OT, showing just how close these two sides are in terms of skill level. But a 13-10 in the end by Alcad, a perfect way to start the series. Just making sure your map pick gets taken, regardless of how it gets taken. Just getting it confirmed on the way is really kind of the main thing. But there's a lot to like still about EVOS despite the loss. I think this is a side that kind of still proving a lot of individuals, basically everybody steps up in their own regard, but flip side, Action and VNC, a lights out map from them. Yeah, 100%. I mean, again, it's a game that's driven by the riflers for Qadsiah. We were sort of highlighting MG in that first half. He was kind of getting numbers on the board, but wasn't really having a huge amount of impact. He ends up 15 and 13, certainly paling him in comparison to Action and VNC. So it does feel like, to an extent, at least one of these X factors is online today for Qadsiah. And if Action can continue to have maps like that, I mean, this is definitely going to be a winnable series for his team. 2.17 for the KD, 105 ADR, pretty average numbers actually as far as Action is concerned. You know, that's kind of what he does on the regular. But a very good map in general, obviously, from him. And had it not been the case, had he not been hitting that level, then yeah, I definitely think that in the end, EVOS would have gotten that one over the line. Yeah. Couple of clutch moments, maybe make it a little bit closer than it ought to have been. Qadsiah would have liked to have closed it out early, but end of the day, 1 on the board is really what matters, and now they can focus on building the rest of the series around that victory. EVOS got to feel a bit disappointed with themselves. You know, they kind of let the ball drop a little bit there in the OT. I think, again, a couple of instances I keep kind of highlighting Yobib, just sort of, he's the guy that's really trying to push the issue a little bit, and sometimes I think he kind of pushes the issue a little bit too much. He gets that rush of blood to the head, maybe he gets a kill, and then he swings for a second where he otherwise maybe shouldn't, or he's just trying to pick the pace up when the rest of their team isn't quite ready for him to go. So, again, something that I think that they can look at, and if EVOS do that, then they can look to sort of improve on it. But you know, the fact that they've been able to push it so close against Qadsiah on Qadsiah's map, on a map that we really question them even leaving in the series, I definitely think there's enough room open here to have a conversation, to be honest, both ways. You know, it still feels like a winnable series on either side, and hey, we might be setting ourselves up for a big day. If that's only map 1, it's true.
What are we going to get from the rest of this series?
It's very, very true, right? We're in a kind of position where we actually look towards kind of how this map has panned out, and we had so many reservations about EVOS heading into it. We were talking about, you know, it's just not a strong part of their map pool really at all. And if they're still bringing it to OT, I still think Alcad have got to show a lot of respect going forward. But the big thing that I brought up in the pre-show was talk about action, saying if we can get action the same way we saw him on towards map number 3 of Port, where he was, dropping just shy of 30 kills and that, and where he looked so good. If we get that towards the series, I don't think EVOS can keep up, and that was the case. While EVOS across the board, it's much more holistic in terms of everybody has to step up. Where you look towards Alcad, it's much more traditional where you do have your stars who step up. The fact is that action is just so good that it is a kind of a war. And not only that as well, you get action, you get VNC as well. But that's the thing with Alcad. They have multiple different people who can step up. I mean, we still haven't seen Silver. That was a poor map from Silver. We get Silver back to how we saw him against the likes of Twisted Minds. And then again, EVOS getting further trouble. We get MG playing to a level that was still waiting for him to play at. And then again, EVOS are in trouble. And I think when you look at the flip side, I thought Yobib obviously was generally speaking very good. A lot of kind of highlight rounds, but KSA had some moments, especially towards the tail end. But it probably wasn't good enough from Zitra, if we're being completely honest. We're looking for more impact out of him, especially consistently across the series. So there's definitely things where it's the worries of Alcad because we know where they're at and we know what can happen, and the worries of EVOS because it wasn't enough. So the hope is that heading in towards map number 2, we get them a little bit more traditional, as we saw against AG, where it is, again, holistic across the board, but you really do get the stars shining.
Yeah, I mean, look, I still think really either way we have a lot still to see, I think, out of both of these two teams. And it's not as if Qadsiah are going to feel too bad about going into Ankara. Sure. They did play it against both Twisted Minds and Evolution Power. Obviously lost it to Evolution Power, beat Twisted Minds on it. It wasn't the cleanest of wins, but it's a map that's kind of in the pool here for Qadsiah. And again, a bit of a curveball as far as a pick is concerned for EVOS. So I feel as though this veto has kind of played out in a bit of a weird way, at least as far as Qadsiah is concerned. EVOS have picked into a couple of different ones or allowed the sub-base through. I don't know if maybe Qadsiah are looking at this veto as being the exact veto that they would have necessarily expected, and that may throw them for a little bit of a loop, but also it could in the end kind of play into their hand a little bit where they're getting these maps that they're maybe a little bit more comfortable on than they might have anticipated. So double-edged sword, we'll obviously have to wait and see, but again, we're going into Ankara. It's a double sniper map. We're really going to be looking again at Zetra to kind of step up, and typically this is his playground. This is the map where he really gets a lot of work done. So eyes will turn to Silva, who was poor in map 1. He's the secondary sniper for his team, and then obviously MG as well, who wasn't too bad, but he was kind of middling and has been kind of middling throughout this entire playoffs. And so for both of those two players, I think they're going to be really in the crosshair coming into this map of Ankara, whereas obviously really it's all about Zetra as far as EVOS are concerned. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you look towards MG as well, and it's one of those where it's like, I think if anybody watching at home, you just look at his stats, you're like, oh, averaging like 1.2 KD, that's pretty good. But it's actually, again, KD is always kind of a little bit inflated when we talk about snipers as a whole. And on top of that, it's just we know how good MG can be. I think, we probably put a little bit more onus on MG just because we know how high the skill ceiling is, and we're not yet seeing him at that super high skill ceiling. So for now, it's sort of a bit of a tentative thing where I think for EVOS, they shouldn't be too kind of distraught off the back of losing that map. I still think it was really hard for in a map which they struggled on, and there's a lot of good things to take away. I think KSA, if we can get him just out the gate a little earlier, starting strong, then again, Alcad are going to find it kind of difficult to deal with him. He's quite relentless in the pressure he likes to put on. I think Keller's still calling a pretty decent game as well, and Coach 02 felt like it a pretty good read all the way throughout that one. So I'm looking in towards map number 2 now and saying that this is actually not like, I think it's super important for Alcad to kind of, I think, reassure themselves. This is a side where I think, it's great that we've taken that first map, but this is still going to linger in the back of their minds that it was closer than it should have been. It's definitely, they were in a position where they had kind of 3 map points in regulation. They should have closed it out there and then on paper, it doesn't look too bad. 10-7, 10-6, something in that region. You're like, okay, that's fine. That's workable, how it should be. But the fact that, you choke a little bit at that tail end, you go to OT, the last round as well, you get aced on top of that as well. It's like errors where I think it still hasn't shored up Alcad just yet. I think they want to make sure if they can go 2-0 up in this series, you shore up a lot of the confidence for them. And if this is a side that have aspirations to win this tournament, they're definitely not playing to the level of winning the tournament just yet, not comparatively to the likes of Stallions or even like an EP as well. This is a kind of series where if you can grind it out, but reassure yourselves a little bit, we're getting action playing consistently. This is now 2 maps in a row. From the end of last series, start of this series, it's really good from him. That's what we want to see. VNC, another great map out of him as well. Really good to see. You're slowly scaling in towards the tournament. Now you've got to assure it in place, especially before we head to the Wars Arena, if they even get towards it. Yeah, in saying that though, like Qadsiah are a pretty grindy team. They do it in
The
a
hard
difficult way. They
Yeah.
don't. Yeah, they don't do it easy. Basically, is the takeaway for me. I was kind of highlighting last year back at CFS 2024. They got knocked down to the lower bracket pretty early. They had to make that lower bracket run. Yeah, they were winning those pretty comfortably in terms of the scoreline overall, but the maps are always pretty close for them. Even when they beat Twisted Minds, you know, we had the 10-8s in there. We had some close maps, and I don't think that they're necessarily going to be strangers to the position that they found themselves in. They just kind of like keep plugging away, keep grinding away, and eventually, you know, you get to the end goal, the objective, which is to make it all the way to the grand final of a CFS event, which you know, it's not that far away really. It's one match here, then a lower bracket semi-final, a lower bracket final, and then you're straight into the grand final. So it's like 3 more games, and for a team that didn't play the group stage, they're kind of still like only just going through the motions of warming themselves up on that stage and warming themselves up here in the event. And I still feel like there's definitely a lot on the table that Qadsiah can show us, and I think they are one of those teams that really does get better as the tournament goes on. And obviously the tournament has been a little bit shorter for them than it has been for EVOS. EVOS have had all the time in the world really that they have wanted to kind of build up to a level that they'll be feeling pretty comfortable with, whereas Qadsiah still a little bit work to do in that regard. So we'll see.
One thing that is worth mentioning, I think it's just worth, you know, every time we have these check-ins post-maps and kind of pre-maps as well, I think it's worth bringing up, is this kind of battle of kind of fatigue, right? I think, you know, the longer this series goes on, the heavier the odds swing for Alcad. I do think for EVOS, you need to respond quickly and super efficiently. I think you need to come in towards your map pick and close it quite quickly here. I do really worry as we head towards this Ankara and saying, if this is another drawn-out map, another kind of like, you know, all the way to the distance of regulation or even into another overtime, I actually just don't think the side are going to survive in terms of the depth. Alcad, we said they are veterans to best of fives, they're veterans to kind of these level of tournaments and playing in these sort of environments, and also they are just, they're coming back at 2 days of rest, where EVOS have barely got 8 hours of sleep. So that's the big worry for me. I just think if you get another, you know, map or two like that, that is long, drawn out, overtimes and the rest, I do not know whether this side are going to be able to keep up in terms of kind of just the level of energy required. It's a big ask. I know these guys are young and excited for the stage that they find themselves on, but it's not an easy thing.
Yeah, it's got to be a good point. Also, that experience is going to start to factor in when the high pressure starts to build in an elimination match like this one. We know that all of these Qadsiah players have been in this position before, whereas for EVOS, you know, this is their first time making it to a playoffs of a major event. They didn't actually make it out of their group in EWC, so it's new territory for EVOS at this point. But they're going to have to try to lock in, win themselves their map pick. I mean, this series is still very early in its infancy, and it is going to be Ankara coming up next, the map pick of EVOS.
Welcome in, map number 2 of Ankara. And we look to see what the response is. EVOS, like I said, I just really feel like they need to make life good for themselves here. In this map, they need to also make it quite efficient if they can. Preserving energy, which already feels like it potentially could take a bit of a dip the longer this series goes on. It's action to open things up. He's not slowed down at all, which is great to see. And neither has VNC, the two heroes that previous map. Looking for a bit of it. Elvin had some moments. Action smart move by him. Spam is good. Catches Elvin. A quick trade by Keller, but numbers kept in favor of Alcad. And it's your 2-star rifles from the previous map. But Keller, hang on a second. He is getting in the backline and a missed shot by MG. Uh-oh. Round is sort of on here. 2 versus 2, C4 planted. And MG really has to be hitting those. Smoke over as Keller and KSA will group up together. Flash in, lead behind. Fefe playing up close up on the sides. He's got Silver in support, but he's sort of waiting, holding for flanks. It's Fefe who swings too fine, but he's left alone. He's left low as well, but KSA is also hurt. And Fefe will close. It's Alcad who starts well in towards their opponent's map pick. They're made to work for it, but they get it nonetheless. EVOS, not bad, but I think they'll be maybe a little annoyed that they Let it go as close as it did. Still, EVOS. Positives to be taken away from that, but Fefe in action really bailing them out there. Like we said, MG, MG, may I say. Gotta do better.
Yeah, Yobib. Nice start to the round here, but already seeing Keller and now Yobib falling. It's not a particularly fantastic sign. Zetra still here trying to salvage it, and this is where MG does have to step up. You highlighted him, and he's done well in that moment. Action also through mid, taking that space away from EVOS and pressuring them away from the B bomb site, which will allow a plan here for Qadsiah. Smoke's going to go down. This is a pretty solid start to the map for Qadsiah. It does have to be said. Looking like it should be a 2-0 unless Elvin and KSA can find that clutch ability that we've seen so many times previously for EVOS, but this is a long, long rotate for Elvin, and it is leaving KSA with not a lot to do in the meanwhile. Time, of course, ticking away. And C4 more than half ticked by the time EVOS even start having a look at this retake, and I don't know that they're going to be able to find all three of these Qadsiah players, particularly not if Elvin goes down, and that'll be a 2-0 on the board for Qadsiah. So the going gets a bit tougher here for EVOS.
That's a lot more conclusive as well from Alcad. That previous round, a little shaky, very easy could have fallen with KSA in that 1-versus-1, but that's a lot more like it. One you can shore yourself up a little bit from. It looks like Alcad are just quite confident they're calling out of the gates as well, right? You know, this is the kind of the plan of action really seems to be slotting itself into place in the early part. Oh my god, a pop shot very nearly catches MG as it just whisks past his shoulder. They're grouping up for this tunnels play.
Zetra starting well. Will be a key player on this map for EVOS, but immediately brought down to heel. He's not really given too much support there on the B side, and yeah, unfortunately for EVOS, Qadsiah have managed to bully their way back into the B side again. That plant going down nice and quickly. Numbers disadvantage. EVOS struggling to make any inroads in the map thus far. A nice double swing into connector as well will be the end of KSA. So the going is unfortunately going in the wrong direction for EVOS as they just continue to lose players one after another. Yobib not interested, and he'll take the opportunity to use this as a mini tack timeout because this is not looking very good at all for EVOS. It's an immediate tack pause as well, actually, from them after this round. So they're just going to try and extend that so they have a little bit more time to talk. A 3-0 disadvantage on your map pick after only just losing that opening map 13-10. I mean, this is starting to compound upon itself and become a pretty shaky situation now for EVOS.
And it's three of kind of the exact same sort of hits as well from Alcad. That's sort of the problem, I think, you know, for EVOS. One part of the map that is just quite severely lacking, I think. You know, it's three of pretty much the exact same calls being made as well. Early mid, split coming through, tunnels and hotel control taken way too easily, and I just think for EVOS, they've got to find a better way to shore this up. Alcad, there really isn't much that needs to be said. So far, so good, right? You're sitting here and saying this is the perfect start. And we spoke about it for this Alcad side. It's about continue to shore this up. If you want to talk about this side being a potential champion, right, this is the kind of run you need to be making in this sort of lower bracket game, right? On paper, they are a better side than EVOS. Just current form, they haven't been. If you take away their map pick, you just put a level of pressure on towards EVOS I don't even think they will be able to bounce back from.
Yeah, it's dire straits, actually. Feel like it's early days, but back against the wall now for EVOS, and it's not really a position that they would be too used to finding themselves in this event so far. You know, they have had actually a pretty good run throughout the tournament, and even when they were playing against AG, they were able to pick up that win on Ankara to start off the tournament, to start off that series, and so they were always, you know, actually kind of leading in a sense in that series. Even though, you know, they were losing maps, they obviously lost Black Widow, but they had the map of Ankara in their bank, and then they won Port, and then they lost Eagle Eye, but they were still in the series. Here, though, well, you're in a position where you could get really behind. You lose map 1, map 2 looking like it's going down the drain as well. And if you're down 0 and 2, I'm not sure that EVOS comes back from that.
It's true. Black Widow, of course, a map that has been, in the past, very, very solid for Alcad. I mean, there's still, obviously, it's hard to talk about their veto as a whole, the Brazilians, just because of the worries we had from them in the opening 2 games. Even despite that 3-0 over towards Twisted Minds, none of the maps felt super shored up. Action being the man to fall is a pretty good find, all things considered. He's looked super good in the opening few rounds, and of course that previous map he was lights out, but it's VNC who wants to try and fight. Silver's gonna fall. Elvin does very well. Basically 1 3/4 kills there.
Yeah, he'll take that. VNC exiting mid. He'll be back to retrieve the C4. Now the difficulty is you've got Feifei locked in with the TRG. That's actually tossed over to VNC. But double TRG here to try to make some inroads into the bomb sites. And we look at MG to have to be that player. Zetra goes down. He's on a forward line, and MG's been able to pick him off. We're back to a 3-on-3 now, and it's a fairly equal 3-on-3 with Elvin and VNC both tagged up a little bit. Defense really stretched, of course, by the fact that you have 2 players dead on the GR side. Elvin is out in the middle of nowhere, but so is Feifei. I'm not sure why he's trying to clear that alone. Job falls back on the shoulders of MG, and he's been able to retrieve the C4, sticks around for an extra shot, won't connect. VNC, meanwhile, is creeping his way forward on the B side of the map. MG's really going to have to commit to this. He wants to take the fight to Yobib, who's given away his position, and he's just going to back himself, but can't win the duel. And with 9 seconds left on the clock, because that fight doesn't go the way of MG, well, that round also will not, because there's nothing VNC can do about it.
Yeah. Yeah, he just dies, loses, unfortunately, to the time. In a spot where I guess there's positives to be taken. It's still not the most conclusive round from EVOS, but it's a stepping stone. I think that initial engagement when you see kind of Silver and VNC, they kind of fumble around that mid-fight, and then they're kind of trying to double back into it. Elvin does really well. Well, EVOS, you get a first. This now needs to be used as a bit of a catalyst. First of many. Try and tie this game up as soon as you put the pressure right back on towards Alcad.
Action, tapping away. It's not finding any inroads in this round. But Qadsiah going to set themselves up outside A. This could be the tried and true A take.
Yeah.
And A execute. You've got to throw.
Double stack invents is a bold move as well, by the way.
You've got to give a crack at this kind of a round a few times for Qadsiah in this half. See if it works.
See
he
both.
Is nice and capable of converting a few. VNC, nice on the entry there. KSA in transition back up to the site, waiting for his teammate to come across. But VNC's already tucked in the corner here, which will really hurt KSA. It does still allow the rotation to come through from Keller, but now again he is isolated on this site. And Qadsiah are giving him the respect by just not sending it. Now flash over the top. Nothing really to follow it yet. Feifei in action. Stuck down the bottom. And MG.
They're frozen a little too long here.
Yeah, MG's hoping for a rotation to come around the backside. It's not going to happen. EVOS are just retaking the site. And again, I have to look at Qadsiah's setups and question them a little bit. It's a good recovery kill from Feifei. We're back into the 2-on-2.
No C4. I don't love that freeze. I really don't.
Yep, I agree.
There's a difference between having a freeze mid-round where you're just kind of opening the map. Freezing in towards a site is a bold ask. MG's left on, of course, time and time again for the late round, but another one in which he can't convert.
I just don't love it at all. I mean, MG's out. You know, he's kind of watching behind. He's watching towards BL spawn.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's all well and good, but you're scaling into the site.
Yeah, that's true.
You've found 2 picks on the site. There's a third player that's rotated in. He's probably going to be alone as well because of, you know, the nature of the rotations coming through. Why are you slowing things down? Why not with 4 players? Are you just not sending it into the A site?
Who cares if someone dies as well, right? Because you trade.
Yeah. I'm surprised
And you
by
had a
that.
smoke down as well to cut rotation, so you should have just been going in towards the side. I think it's a bad call. I really do.
It's a real lack of confidence there from Qadsiah.
Agreed. Which is surprising because actually, for the first 3 rounds, they had it looked like a lot of confidence in their cause. They were so committed to them. You know, they were real die for the cause sort of mentality. But that was the opposite.
They're literally going to try the same round again here. Qadsiah, they didn't like the way that they executed on that, and I guess we didn't either. So they're going to try and make amends for it and go again. So it'll be MG to throw the util over the top, and the riflers to try and send it out into the site. Grenade's going to go back over. It's actually not quite going to land.
Action just moved out the way.
Here comes that util. Bunch of flashes, and now Qadsiah, we'll see if they try and go a bit faster this time. KSA will take the head off of Silva initially. He gets brought down, and this time it's a much better commitment from Qadsiah. VNC, of course, with 3 on the entry will help, but they just look much more committed.
Action's just the top of his head poking up there, but he's all right for now. A smoke down. This is the right way to play it. Much, much better. So much more committed. VNC. Oh, my God. He might actually have to want to pull back, but he sticks around. Looks for a second. I think it's now the right call just to dip away. Relinquish that control. Flash over. Does more to MG than it does to Yobi, but it's MG who sees it off. And that's a better response and a better round coming through. Alcad.
Yep. Yeah, I mean,
I think they actually need that for their own confidence, right? With how poorly the round prior went, I feel like if they had just gone back to a different round, it would have lingered in the back of their mind of saying, oh, that was poor, and actually, can we go into A?
It's kind of nice to see as well that they sort of immediately recognize what went wrong in that round, and they rectify it straight off the bat. Could be another attempt at it. Could be another A take. Yeah, I feel like they've had quite a bit of success in terms of being able to actually either almost get into the site or get into the site.
Yeah.
This time, EVOS are a little more prepared for it. They'll have faster rotates because they've got this 2-player set up in mid. Well, 3-player set up in mid. So fast flanks are going to be a concern for Qadsiah if they try this again. Double nade into vent. You know, they're not making any secret of where they're positioned.
No.
3 grenades thrown into the vent by Qadsiah, so EVOS will be aware at least 3 players are over there.
So he just spotted the barrel, he comes over. And actually, Yobib's going for a move.
They think they've cleared this out.
Yeah, they do. They're about to be flanked. This could be an absolute bloodbath as they set up for an A-pop.
Silva's watching. Ish.
Oh, he stopped watching. And he'll lose his life. In they come. There's such an unknown quantity, and they just don't have time. All the numbers, the players to clear the angles. Fefe going to find a second, but he's now all that's left.
Yeah,
that's really well done. That mid-re-aggression off the back of info is super, super well done from EVOS.
It's definitely good from EVOS. It's quite poor from Qadsiah, though. It becomes really telegraphed when you're going to throw all of that utility before the round and you sort of do a bit of a cursory clear of the mid connector, but you don't clear out mid itself. And EVOS are hearing all that util there. They're seeing all of that movement in the connector. And they're thinking, hey, I wonder where Qadsiah is going to hit. Maybe it'll be the A side again, and it might be again as MG actually starts off with an early pick here onto Yobib. And Qadsiah will slow down off the back of it. Timeout looks like it's going to come out of this round for Qadsiah as well. But a bit more of an exploratory round from Qadsiah here rather than just committing to A. I think doing it 4 times in a row might become a little bit too obvious.
Yeah. Alcad have got to make sure that they guarantee the lead in this first half, though. Especially with the start they have. You go 3-0 up. If you can't actually guarantee the lead, it's not a good spot to be in. Just more so for the mental, but also for kind of allowing EVOS back in towards this game a little bit. And we know that EVOS, how scary they can be on that BL side. Once again, moving through back in towards mid. C4 on the back of VNC. Spots nothing towards lower tunnels. I mean, this is kind of the clearance that they should have done in that previous round. They didn't do it as effectively as they thought. As we creep towards a minute mark, it looks like they're angling to go back towards B, which is absolutely the right call. The B site itself is absolutely open. 3 players gamble stack towards A. And the C4 on the back of VNC is making that move. I mean, Action gets caught by a flash over. It's KSA for that fight.
You know at least that there's multiple players, though, on the A site.
Oh, they're getting picked apart here.
Yeah. Silver's going to go early. Zetro will pick that off. I mean, meanwhile, though, Qadsiah have been able to walk nicely into the B site, but
They can plant.
they need to plant now. And I'm not sure what they're waiting for. In this meanwhile, EVOS are getting the time to set themselves up for the retake. I mean, it's so obvious that this is going to be a B hit.
Yeah.
I think they should have already planted. You know, get that time working in their favor.
Guys,
They're giving time for Fei to work this flank, and that's all well and good. But EVOS are already starting to have a bit of a look at making a retake happen. Fei's just going to be traded here.
Yeah.
So plan's only now gone down, and already KSA is there to deny the player. Like, that is very questionable for Qadsiah. And again, it's sort of the second time. All right, well, we're back in, and at the moment, a 2v1 for EVOS, and hopefully we'll see if Qadsiah can clean up the rest of this round. It's on the shoulders of MG, and doesn't look very good for him. Yobib will finish it off, and so advantage the way of EVOS at the end of the half, but not by a massive margin. Again, kind of feeling a little bit like it's was on sub base, where things are a little bit back and forth. Anyway, we'll get underway with the second half as we do jump back on in. And for the moment, Qadsiah happy to give a lot of space to EVOS, who are moving pretty quickly. And look at where Keller's got himself. He's done it again. This exact same thing I feel happened for Qadsiah against Twisted Minds as well the other day on Ankara, and it lost them around there, and I think it's going to lose them around here as well. Action's gone past him too. Nobody's seen him. This is just so illegal. Keller gets himself one, but the defense in the vent is still good enough to drop the C4, and this round might actually be salvageable for Qadsiah, despite the fact that Keller seems to be getting away with everything. VNC's gone hunting for him, looking, and now it's KSA's turn for the flank. This round is just getting very, very messy. Double for KSA. And into another win for EVOS. So we are back in action apparently for the Philippines. Well, I can't hear you. You're on a different box. I can't hear you. Yes. We're speaking.
I worry though about our card. In a spot where.
Yep.
Okay. You can go. Fire in the hole. Keep talking. We'll see. Keep speaking. There's a position now as well where. It's okay. If I say it's okay, you can speak. I worry a lot really for our card. In a position where they're at. So much control of momentum.
Keller alive solo in the 1v2. With 8 seconds left, he's got to find a way to get this plan. He just has to risk it, and he's going to try. It looks like he'll get the plan down, but VNC and Feifei will take the opportunity to space their way into that site, and there's just no option for Keller to get off at all. So it will be around for Qadsiah, and again, we're going to continue to go tit for tat, back and forth. It's just one of those series.
I think it might be the case all the way throughout. Yes, testing. Tech issues, of course, but I think we hopefully should be okay. It's a one-round game. 6-5. I think where we're at the moment, I think a little bit for this Qadsiah, they've got to chain a good kind of like 2 or 3 rounds together before I remotely get convinced about them. But we'll see. I'm not going to discount them just yet. I mean, they started quite well in towards this map, but they really have let things slip just a tad. Yeah.
Hanging in the balance, really. The next 2 or 3 rounds are going to be a big difference maker. And EVOS themselves are going to try an A-pop, which is what Qadsiah really defaulted back to a few times. This time, working out okay. VNC down early. Feifei, though, still holding strong for the moment. Numbers to reinforce back the A side as action comes across to assist, and Feifei still holds the stairs. Feifei's gone a bit over-aggressive there, though, and he does lose his life to Zetra, who's doubled down, and meanwhile, Silver gets picked up by Elvin. Elsewhere on the flank.
We've spoken about the MG late rounds, haven't we? Very much feels like it's a time for him to prove himself. He'll drop Elvin. I don't know what to expect there. Zetra's just going to pump the brakes. He's going to hold and he's going to wait. MG trying to be a little bit proactive, moving around.
again, this is where MG is supposed to do his best work, but I don't think the conversion rate on his clutches have been very good. Let's see if he can pull off a critical one here. Zetra's the one that's gone looking. MG just posted on this line. It looks like he's played it well, but he's missed his shots.
Oh,
He did everything right, except hit the shot. And again, if you're going to be put in that position, if you are going to be set up as the closer, if that's your role in this team,
you got to close. And I haven't seen him close one of them. In all honesty, I've not seen him close one. 7-5. EVOS getting closer and closer to tying up this series in terms of the maps.
Seven to 5. EVOS leading. Similar story to Subbase, but in reverse. It's Qadsiah this time that are trying to hold on, and previously, obviously, it was EVOS on that last map. They weren't able to do it. Can Qadsiah find a way to break this open and give themselves that 2-0 lead?
Alcad have really, really quieted down in this one. Elvin trying to get himself out of vent here. Oh my god, it's a little bit of a dicey move. It's MG to open things up. Bridge angle, Nathan come over as well. Lot of damage towards Yobib. MG's doing quite a decent amount in the early part here. With the support of Silver, they're really trying to shut things down. He goes for a pop shot on the cross. He can't quite find it or repositions. They've lost the B site. C4 could get planted momentarily as well, but a 2 versus 5, it feels next to impossible from this spot.
I agree. But the first step of the 2v5 is going to be getting a bomb plant here. Maybe not as far as Yobib's concerned. He's gone on a bit of a mission with the C4 here. Look, honestly, I think if you're going to clear this, why do you not drop the C4 at least over to Zetra so that if you die, Zetra can try and play out the 1v5. I mean, Yobib dies here, the round's over because he's got the C4 in hand. So
yeah,
don't know if I like that. I think he really should have left the C4 back with Zetra if Zetra's going to be the one to sit on the site. Not that it probably doesn't matter
in the grand scheme of things,
but it's just one of those little things.
It's the thought process, I think, more than anything behind it, where it's like you kind of want him in a position where he doesn't cost the round. If you're going to give something in the round, I know you have to take risks in some way, but you don't want it to be costly, but it kind of feels like it is. Yeah, rogue, random. Either way, 7-6. 1 round game. Alcad aren't going down or out of fight. KSA, call through the smoke. Oh, so's Yobib as well. Uh-oh.
Feifei has himself the double. That's a fantastic start to the round here for Qadsiah as they start to find a bit of a second wind on this GR side. Silva has got around behind Zetra but can't find that kill.
Alvin, outrange Silva. We'll spot him out. To Alvin and Quanti. Should be down in a second than he is to the hands of MG. Silva, who's been lurking most of the round, does well. And it's all on the shoulders of Keller, who might get a consolation here, but he's not even given that luxury action on the drive-by.
Scoreline equalizes again, 7-7. Another tight map. Who've you got?
I'm still going Alcad, you know.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think EVOS have really looked quite clean enough on this BL side to really say that they're going to get this over the line the way things are going at the moment. MG's actually started to have a bit of an impact earlier in the round as well, which I've appreciated. And nobody going missing for Qadsiah this time either, like what we saw on Subbase. So we'll go back to another pretty standard round here for EVOS. They're just going to try and bust their way with an A-pop. Didn't work out last time. Feifei was quite solid on the hold initially. Here comes the util. Feifei, okay. It is going to be VNC under pressure. He's under the stairs and he is isolated and he can't get away with his life, and it seems like Feifei might be in trouble here as well on half HP, dancing around as best he can, but KSA finds another entry and Action backfilling is not going to do much either. So that's a good take for EVOS.
Don't think there's any world you get back in towards this one. Silver can have a look in, but should be all but dead to rights. Spotted out 2. Oh my god, Keller. That's a pretty aggressive fight he's taken there. Very easy to lose his head, but the thing is, Silver can't even cross it, so Keller doesn't even need to poke his head around because of, well, the crossfire they've got there. It's a flawless round from EVOS and a very, very good one to take. 8-7, closing down now to putting serious pressure on in this series.
Yeah, I mean, still anybody's guess as to which way this one goes. But it is EVOS with the advantage at the moment. It's going to be a big stack toward A this time for Qadsiah, who are going to get aggressive out through that smoke. Action has been having a bit of a rougher time, and they want to try to get him involved in the round early, but it's VNC and Feifei to find the kills. I don't think Qadsiah will mind too much who's getting them. That aggression has worked. Now we're back to a 5-on-3.
This is the thing as well with this game so far. Alcad, they're always on the bit of the back foot, but they can't really put themselves into a spot where it's kind of like claiming the lead. They're really bad at chaining multiple rounds together. Feifei, that was a little dicey.
Yeah, the very worst. EVOS have got some side control. Silver and VNC, though, pulling back a couple of kills to Keller and Elvin, and kind of doesn't really matter what's happening on the site now as Yobib looks for 2, gets 2. He's very low, though. He's not going to get away with that again on this HP.
MG's got an HE as well. It's one of the big things that's really going to help out. And Action sees it off. So, Alcad tie this game up. And again, we look towards EVOS as this, each and every map progresses, and as we get quite consistently this long drawn-out series. How much does fatigue start to play a factor? Bold move from VNC, very, very bold move. He might have to fall away. Nathan will bound round. Keller going to be tagged up by it, but KSA to open things up, and KSA going to get 3. He's been a hero for this EVOS side multiple times, bailing them out with multi-frags, and there's another round of it. 3 kills from him.
Yeah, how does he continue to do it in these tense moments? MG, though, wanting to come alive, but I don't know if he'll be aware that there's still a player behind him. This would be a bit unorthodox for Zetra to still be here this late in the round, and so it's still going to fall apart. 9 now on the board for EVOS, and a chance at pulling a map back. And also a chance we go to another OT.
Yeah, it's very true. These two sides, they're so evenly matched. This really is a drawn-out series. Again, you know, we get that worry about EVOS a little bit, saying for them, like, fatigue's going to play a big factor in it the longer this series goes on. Silver for 2.
Uh-oh.
No matter which way you put it, I mean, every time EVOS take any sort of advantage, Alcad are just clawing it back.
Yeah, well, they throw in these sort of little aggressions at the start of these rounds, and that very much getting the better of EVOS on a consistent basis. C4's dropped in mid as well. So it'll be a tough one to retrieve for EVOS. It's going to take them some time there. Kind of just sitting and waiting to see if Qadsiah are going to set themselves up in mid, which is not the case. So EVOS wasting precious seconds.
Zetra holding for Hotel's aggression as Keller starts to probe. 1 minute 20.
I kind of feel as though EVOS are taking a bit too long here.
There's 3 players towards B as well, so.
Yeah, I mean.
And they've not even got the C4,
yeah,
so.
Yeah, they're clearing towards B, but you need to get the bomb. Elvin's watching A. Minute on the clock. They're hoping for a mistake from Qadsiah, but they're not going to get one. That is wishful thinking at best.
Gee.
40 seconds.
Yeah,
They've got to move.
They've got to get the C4, guys. Like, who cares about if you're taking this control? What difference is it going to make taking these fights? Like, you just don't have the C4. Like, how does it actually really affect anything?
Nice flick from MG there, by the way.
Yeah,
he is actually starting to come online. Actionable dispatch of Keller. I don't think there's any doubt that we're going to the OT at this point. 9-9, so 2 maps in a row. Going the maximum. Unless Elvin can do some kind of miracle magic, but that's not going to happen. So this time it's Qadsiah that breathes a sigh of relief by pushing it through to the OT.
Yeah. I think as well, just for EVOS, I don't know what the game plan was when we went down to 3. I mean, we're in a spot, I think, where now that it's reset, I do worry for EVOS. For Alcad, it felt like they were always playing catch-up, but when you reset and you go back in towards OT, part of me leans quite heavily in favor of Alcad. We'll see. Yeah. And it is a bit better of a performance as well from them, where it's like nearly everybody stepping up across the board. Sure, action's been a little slow, but it's more holistic. We spoke about it at the end of that first map, where it's like they do rely on heroes to really do a lot of the heavy lifting. That hasn't felt like it's the case here. But Keller opened things up. Fefe first default. NGL versus IGL. Keller comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little unfortunate for Qadsiah that they go back to the BL side, because they were starting to look pretty solid on the GR side, and now that's obviously disrupted by going back over to BL. Zetra forced off of his position. I think he would have been spotted there. And so Qadsiah are going to try to work to disrupt his position. A grenade landing on his head, the spam, and he's missed a shot now as well. He can't surely get out of here alive. It's just a question of how many can he take down with him before he falls, and the answer's none. That's not quite enough.
It's overzealous, it really is. MG's going to get a lot of room here. Hang on. MG sort of slipped the neck. You've got Yobib in towards Hotel. You've got Kello playing all the way back to spawn. MG could just post up towards stairs, and he becomes a bit of an insurance policy on the rotate. The real question is, when does Yobib double back at a Hotel to come and check?
I think, yeah, this is perfect from MG. If he just sets himself up on this line, they get the plant in for free. I mean, what's he looking at that point, you know?
Yeah, it's true. C4 down, though. It's good. You put the clock on them, the pressure on, a smoke down, and a flash behind it in case anybody's up close. It's a good util set just to try and slow them down, and maybe behind it, I don't think it'll do all too much. Speak to soon. It does actually catch Keller a decent amount.
Yep. It's very interesting watching MG in these moments. He's just always in transition, isn't he? And this time he's transitioned well. Yobib dropped on the sniper's nest. Time is really ticking away from EVOS here, and they're barely even ready to go for this retake, but they're hitting their shots on the entry. Elvin and KSA both finding a kill. Silva, that's an important critical one. And MG just has to buy time, but he hasn't done enough. The defuse will come through here for EVOS. They will take the lead.
MG, he just had to sit still, unfortunately. But he goes to fight again. And that'll cost him. EVOS draw first blood. And this is it. This has been that back and forth, really. Where this series is panning out, EVOS, it's not been easy, but they're doing enough just to keep his breath ahead. He's going to make this move once again. Didn't work out from last time. Maybe he's hoping that they won't expect him to do it back-to-back, considering that last round was ineffective. Action. He struggled so far. He gets legged. He's lucky he jumps there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, Action obviously having a little bit of a weaker map. He's just kind of been sent to get the info, be the money man, do what he needs to do to take a bit of space. Let the rest of the guys kind of like convert this game, actually. And he has been able to take the position outside of A. Yes, it cost him a bit of his HP, but overall, the space is important for Qadsiah. And you know, here's where they could definitely set themselves up for another A take if they just try to hit the site with that pop, that execute that we saw a couple of times in regulation.
Two towards A. A quick enough rotate from Kelly, you'd assume. Also, Alcad had decent success at times breaking in towards the site when they committed to the execute, but the issue is sometimes they're very prone to calling a freeze when they go for the initial play. Silver, action, kills a piece. Actions is on more of a lurk, though.
Good name.
So not super effective here. KSA could be caught in transition, and he is. The drive-by, diving down. Keller falls down. And this is much more like it. We spoke about Alcad when they commit towards the execute, how good they look in doing so.
Yeah, but it was a nice pause as well. It wasn't a long pause, but it was enough of a pause to dump the nades over into KSA's position, set themselves, and hit the site together. So that was really well played by Qadsiah to find themselves the equalizing 10th round.
Again, this is the thing with EVOS. They just cannot seem to get a back-to-back round. I mean, of course, same thing to be said for Alcad, to be fair, but it really just can't get these back-to-back rounds. It's really eluding them. And that's what's costing them. It just continues to be this back-and-forth affair, this path of fruition here. You can see flying out, and a fine from him. What a swing. Yobib hits the deck early. Keller wants to stick around for a bit of a fight of his own, but it'll cost him his life. This could be the first back-to-back round we see in a long time, in all fairness. It's been like 7 rounds of back and forth, back and forth. Now kind of a 5 versus 3, but they've been dealt a serious amount of damage.
Yeah, it was a risky round, obviously, from Keller there, and it hasn't paid off. He's done some good damage, but he has not found himself the kill that he needed. Silver barely alive by the barest of margins. Now a stack on the A side. It's actually a good call for EVOS. That's where Qadsiah are headed. They're going to walk right into it. Oh dear, the call is a bad one. Qadsiah barely trading. Certainly not trading effectively, but MG might still save the day. He's going to have to in the 1v1 here against Zetra. Damaged on both sides, and of course it's Zetra to walk away with it. A 3v5 from EVOS. Qadsiah committing to the wrong side.
And also Qadsiah, I mean, regardless of wrong side or not, right? That's a 5 versus 3. You've just got to play the trades. And they don't. Just a little too easy to isolate once again. Credit where it is due. EVOS just refused to go down about a fight. 11-10. This is a marathon of a series here. Absolutely could be a bit of a long day.
Yeah, that stamina needing to come into play for everybody involved.
Yeah, us included.
Yep. Not just the players, but the staff here as well, working on the show. Shout out to the staff one time.
I mean, the EP XROCK also very, very easily could go 5.
Oh, Keller.
Nice, that's a great move. That's a really great move for Silver. We spoke about this as well. The GR side was starting to cook a little bit for Alcad. Now they're back on it. Can they rekindle the fire a little bit?
Need the 3-0 if they're going to close it out clean. MG in a pivotal position. He's just going to fall off that line for a second, but still looks to hold it. It looked to be a good line to hold, doesn't it? But now it's up to Silver, who spots the feed. And hey, I tell you what, give it to Silver. That's fine. We'll take a 3K. Elvin actually survives. Bit of a whiff from action, but I don't think it'll matter too much. MG will get the job done. 11-11. The scoreline, again, equalized by Qadsiah.
Super from Silver. Really nice work from him. Just a lot more like it. And considering, you know, I think, you know, as a whole, the kind of series looked at maybe a little bit underwhelming compared to what we saw against Twisted Minds. That's a good time, again, for him. I mean, this map, it's a lot more like it. The big question has been asking about action. But that's good to see. MG, another, you know, he's always kind of been this sort of talking point, but this is one of the better maps we've seen from him so far in this tournament. And I hope that it is a bit of a wake-up for him. Nades over. Fefe only taking a slim amount of damage. His nade stacks go primarily towards when you're standing on the railing, a little bit further back on the site, but he wasn't. He's up close. So now can need 3 in a row. Well, there's the first. And again, speak about this lack of consistency. Neither started getting, you know, back-to-back rounds.
Second hasn't exactly started well, with VNC being tagged down pretty substantially. He might not come into play, though. This is going to be a B hit. MG is the one this time that looks to be tested. And, man, I don't know about this setup. You know, this is where MG can get caught from Hotel. It's not that there is anyone pushing from Hotel, but he can't sit on that line for too long, and he will fall off. And in the meanwhile, Qadsiah are going to try and clear out A. They recognize immediately that there is nothing happening there, so the job now falls on the shoulders of MG to just survive. which he has done so. He's fallen back into a safer position. Zetra pushed away by Action. And the contest is on. EVOS trying to bully their way into the site. They're getting a bit of work done, but there's still a player that they have to deal with that they have looked past, and that is going to be VNC sitting, hiding on the site. He could play a really big factor, tucked in that corner. He'll get one, but no more than that. And now it's on to Action, the player who has actually kind of stepped back up again in the late map to find this 1v2. Yobib still stuck on the site. Action aware of that. He'll be looking for him in the meanwhile. KSA on the flank. And Yobib is down. KSA's low. Action's wondering, where is he? But he's going to have to go and tap that defuse to try to draw out the peak. In fact, if he just sits the defuse, he's won the round. I think KSA's too far away. Now that push is going to come through, and Action looking for him. Not finding him. Needs to check behind. Will check behind, and Action wins a big round for Qadsiah. That might be enough to send them to a 2-0 lead on this series.
God, the reaction here was electric as well. They got so loud off the back of that.
And what a time to come alive as well, by the way, for Action. He was like 6 and 12 for the map, and now he's gone to 15-15. So he's really come online.
Time and a place for him to come alive, and he couldn't have picked it any better. 11-12. If EVOS fall at this final hurdle, it actually could be the beginning of the end for them in the series, just because of that mental boom. You commit so much. I always think as well, it's something that I've spoken about in the past, where I feel like it's actually, I think it's better to just get completely kind of blown out on a map rather than grind this back and forth and put so much of kind of the onus on a map, and you grind it towards overtime, you're back and forth, you just put so much energy in towards it, and then to lose, like, you know, in that final round, I think that's kind of one of the worst things to do, just because you've committed so much time and energy to it, and so much of your mental capacity only for it to be lost anyway. Especially for a side who we've already spoken about, most likely are fatigued.
Not done yet. EVOS are one round away from forcing the golden point. All it will take is another ace from KSA, maybe.
True.
Easier said than done. Silver now smoked off. It's going to be flashed, but he doesn't decide to go with the flash. KSA does get spotted out. Both players exchanging some shots, but no real damage done. Silver still here in, trying to harass. Pivots his position back into GR spawn. Recognizes that they've still got the control there. A take is going to be the finish here for EVOS.
First, it's good. KSA. Needed probably two there as well. He can't get it. 180. VNC just cannot react in time. Oh my god, how has Keller tucked his head? And actually going to have to show a bit of respect here. He knows with Keller tucked, it's not a fight that he really wants to be taking. Flashbang round. Action needs to be careful. He's a little bit exposed here. They're still struggling to get the C4 down, and this is where MG can come alive. He doesn't need to move yet, MG. But they allow the palm. That's a bit of a bold move.
They're going to go for full lowers retake. I mean, they've showed so much presence up on the top side that they're hoping that EVOS are going to look a couple players in towards GR spawn, and they're just going to be able to work their way in from the bottom side. Action finds that entry that is required onto Zetra. Now two more. Now Qadsiah again slowing it down. As three, they'll try to make their way forward. Time ticking, they've got to move. Silver isolates himself in a duel on the stairs. Action wins his onto Keller, but now it's down to the 1v1, and MG's got to move quickly. He does it. He goes quickly enough. Qadsiah will win map number 2, 13-11, and they're up 2-0 now over EVOS, who are on elimination points.
Another overtime thriller. This series is a marathon, not a sprint, that is for sure. But it's a 2-0 start for Qadsiah as they steal away Ankara, the pick of EVOS. So a fantastic response. Things were looking dire for this Qadsiah side. I mean, the back and forth was enough because EVOS had an ever so slight advantage. And still, they choke it out. They go to OT, and then they fall flat in OT as well. You hate to see it.
Yeah, it's a rough way to go down, certainly for EVOS 0 and 2. I mean, the series is not over just yet, but if Qadsiah can continue to find a way to just find those extra 5 or 10%, then it might be in a short amount of time. VNC takes the MVP for this map, but, you know, again, it kind of really feels like it was a super across-the-board performance in that map of Ankara. The one player that we kind of highlighted wasn't really having much of an impact was Action, and then until OT, he really comes online, and he actually ends up with a very reasonable looking scoreline. So solid stuff, from everybody there on Qadsiah. And I think the one that I want to kind of sing the biggest praises of is MG, because he's the player that we've been really harping on negatively for the majority of the event so far. But it kind of feels like this series is actually where he's now kind of starting to find his feet. The first map was decent. The second map was much better, and he's actually finding a lot of that impact early in the rounds, and even when he's in these sort of clutch situations, we saw him actually pull a couple of them off. It wasn't still phenomenal. It wasn't, you know, a hard carry performance or a lights out performance from MG, but it was enough to start to say, hey, he's on the right trajectory. And if he can find a way to peak here in the playoffs and actually start to get to that level sooner rather than later, well, that is where Qadsiah are again going to start to rebuild a bit of the confidence that I think we had lost in them after watching their opening 2 games in the playoffs. This is a little bit more like it for Qadsiah. This is a bit more what I'm used to, that grindy style, that never say die attitude, and the fact that they are now up 2-0 over EVOS, I think is a testament to that.
I'm surprised MG actually doesn't walk away with the MVP. I mean, statistically, he was actually looking like the better player. I think it must have come down to kind of KD more than kind of kills. He definitely had that kind of the most kills at the end, so he was looking really good. I think for MG, again, you know, we don't even really need kind of like, I know in the past we've seen him where he is like hard carrying this side. We're not asking for that. We're just asking for him to kind of be in that kind of like 1.5 KD range, where it's like, you know, in between kind of like 1.2 and 1.5, because as a sniper it's a little bit easy to have a bit of a higher KD, but just the impact more than anything. But especially when you're missing players like Action for the vast majority of regulation, you do need somebody like him to step up. So credit where it's due. I think that was a kind of a fantastic showing. And the big question for me now really comes down to, again, consistency out for Qadsiah. I mean, we look towards how I think, you know, they started really well. It was three rounds out the gates. Things were looking pretty comfortable, and then they just fell very, very flat. You look towards kind of the early to mid part of that series, part of that map, may I say, and it was just kind of all EVOS. They were just doing enough to just tick away, keep an arm's reach away from Qadsiah. And I think for this side, it's just about making sure that strong starts lead into consistency across the map. If they just kept that form up for the first 3 rounds, there wouldn't really have been a conversation in that one. But then it feels like they start to doubt themselves a little bit. They kind of question their own calling at times, which I feel like they definitely shouldn't, not with an IGL like Feifei. So for Alcad, you know, you've put yourself in a great spot there. I think now this is where you've just got to show up the confidence. You're 2-0 up in this series. You've just taken away Ankara, the map pick of EVOS, which has been a good part of their pool, and you put yourself in a good spot now heading in towards map number 3. So we're going to have to see. For now, though, we're going to head to a break. When we are back, map number 3, to see whether Alcad can close this cleanly. We'll have to see. Welcome back. We are looking forward now. Map number 3, and the big question on kind of everyone's mind, is there anything left for EVOS, right? You know, it's you've just dropped your map pick. Ankara was your opportunity to tie up this series, put the pressure back on towards the Brazilians, and you now find yourself on the back foot, 2 maps in the hole, and Black Widow, a map in which Alcad in the past have looked pretty good on. However, we've been drilling this narrative, the past kind of means nothing. At this tournament as a whole, Alcad have been super clean. This is a better series, but they're still going deep in towards the overtimes. It's a marathon of a series here, and we really do have to worry a lot, I think, in general, just about kind of with this EVOS side. Do they actually have the stamina? Do they have the reserves to be able to stay alive? Are they running on fumes?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, Black Widow was pretty close. It was a loss for Qadsiah when they played it against Evolution Power. Didn't get to see it in the series against Twisted Mind, so not a huge amount to go off of there. What I'm a bit more interested in is what we saw from EVOS yesterday against AG on this map. If you recall, second map in this series, it was a loss for EVOS, but it was a close loss again, also 10-7. So both of these teams have picked up a loss on the map in the playoffs so far. But I think the conversation that we were having yesterday at that time was that AG was still kind of looking a little poor in those first 2 maps. We had our concerns about how they were playing a lot of those maps, and so, you know, I read into that a little bit, maybe more than I think EVOS would like me to, in saying that they lost to an AG that was looking pretty susceptible. I think this might be it for them, unfortunately.
And also as well, even though it was a 10-7, that was the map in which we were saying AG actually should have closed out like 10-4, 10-5. They just sort of fumbled around a little bit at the finish line and didn't actually go about closing it out. So it's one way for EVOS. They got a couple of rounds towards that tail end where it was like kind of for nothing really, and it was not super impactful. So yeah, I do think EVOS are under a lot of pressure. And again, similar thing where we already spoke about, Alcad have had so much time to prep for this EVOS side, and they would have watched the series yesterday. So heading now into Black Widow, they just know how this side play. They know the gimmicks, they know the little like things like to throw in to catch you off guard, and that worries me a lot for this EVOS team. It does feel like, unfortunately, they kind of ran their course, and you know, if this is where they fall, it's still not a bad tournament for them at all, especially comparatively to EWC and to what we've seen from them internationally, which is you know, pretty small, but they weren't picking up wins at all. Now they've actually made their way into those playoffs, which is already fantastic for the Philippine scene, but I just don't see them having the life left in them to be able to recover from this. Alcad, if anything, actually, Alcad are getting better as the series goes on. Yeah.
I mean, it's still a bit of a tentative-looking Qadsiah in some moments. I think they're still kind of like finding their confidence. But you're right, they're starting to look like a bit more of a threat. And so for EVOS, you know, a tough ask to obviously come back and reverse sweep from a 2-0 deficit. Again, not impossible. It's a best of 5. This is why we have a best of 5, is to really test these players. And obviously, the fact that this is still on offer for them is going to be something that they're having a conversation about now. They've got to be saying, like, look, guys, yeah, we're down, but we're not out just yet. Let's continue to try to keep the pressure up. Let's try to maintain that level, that momentum, that energy. It's going to be hard. It was a big night for us last night. We didn't finish until 1:30 a.m. Probably didn't get back to the hotel till 2 o'clock or into bed until 2:30, something like that. But we're still alive in this tournament until our last dying breath, and we've got to just try and keep on giving, and eventually, you know, maybe that will reward us. And it might not be in this tournament, it might be next year, but the fact that they have gone from a team that got grouped 0-2 and 0-2 at EWC to now starting to get a little bit deeper in the playoffs is already starting to kind of give me some hope for them going forward. And I really do think, you know, that they have to take some positives from it, even if they do get knocked out here, you know, because it has been a solid run from EVOS, but at the end of the day, you know, it has to come to an end somewhere along the line, and they're hoping obviously that it won't be here, but we'll see if Qadsiah can dig even deeper and get another step forward.
And it's the classic narrative, I think, with Qadsiah as well, with the side where it is very much of like Alcad, they always make life hard for themselves in the series, and it's always kind of this long route, but ultimately, and this was the case last year as well, they still win, right? And this is, I think, for EVOS, where it does start to drain you a little bit mentally. It's kind of one of those feelings of no matter what we're throwing at them, things still seem to, at the end of the map, go in their favor, no matter what. I don't think for EVOS, they'll be kicking themselves. They literally led the way, basically all the way throughout that second half of regulation. It was back and forth, but it was back and forth favorably for them. It was them taking a lead and Alcad tying it up. And then, when it mattered most and they couldn't get a back-to-back round, that's when they choked, went to OT. And we now put ourselves in the spot again where it's like for them, your momentum and your mental state's got to be in quite a rough spot right now, you know, knowing you're on the back foot, you're 0-2 in the hole in terms of the series, and you've got to try and reverse sweep 3-2 to stay alive in this tournament and book your spot towards the arena. It is such a big ask for this side, a group of youngsters who are not used to the big stages and to the playoffs. It's the definition of now or never. If you want to prove that you deserve to be here with some of the best, now is the time to do it.
Going to be looking, I think, at every single player here on EVOS. You know, they've all, at times throughout this event, really delivered their moments. Elvin, Keller, and Yobib have all picked up an MVP, and you know, we've talked at length, obviously, about Zetra and even KSA, right? Like, in fact, I think, funnily enough, those players that have got the MVP have been the players that we haven't really talked about quite as much. We've actually been leaning a little bit more towards Zetra and KSA. So, you know, the eye test versus the stat, that's always a conversation. But it's a pretty impressive roster, this EVOS lineup, and I think they really do have a strong future ahead. It's just a question of, you know, will that future
include the rest of this tournament?
Include the rest of this tournament, or will it be next year? I don't think this would be a team that we really see any changes from going forward in the future. Yeah. You know, this has been a really, really solid event from them. So I think they'll come back next year and they'll continue to look strong there. But at least for now, the focus is going to be on maintaining themselves, maintaining their life in the upcoming event. And well, Qadsiah would love to find themselves their second 3-0 of the playoffs. So far, they've only played 3-0s. They lost 0-3 to Evolution Power. Then they 3-0'd Twisted Minds. If they 3-0 EVOS, then that is starting to become an incredibly reminiscent run to what we saw last year from them. The 3-0s across the board in the lower bracket. The next matchup for the winner of this would be the winner of Evolution Power and XROCK. So that'll be a tough one to find a 3-0 win in, but you'd prefer to be there than getting knocked out. But this is EVOS with their backs against the wall. It might be their final map in CrossFire Stars 2025, and that is all up to them. Let's find out. Map number 3 in the series between EVOS and Qadsiah. Is EVOS to start things off on that BL side. Hopefully, they get underway nice and quickly here and get off to a good start. Otherwise, again, might be staring down the barrel of a defeat. Already being down 0-2. It's not a good feeling.
No, not at all. Now and ever, boys. What have you got for us? An EVOS side who looked a little vulnerable on this map, of course, yesterday, but the question really being, is it because they were poor or because AG were good? Not a good start. Fefe. Spam will find Yobib. Nade comes through as he sticks around for seconds. He's going to get it. Fefe causing problems through the doors. And he's just being given a luxury of isolating fights. Keller, that is unbelievably bold to go right back into that engagement, having lost 2 teammates there already.
Look where Action is. It's gone all the way to BL spawn.
The C4's down in this direction too.
Yeah. This is not the start that you want on this third map as EVOS. Oh, Elvin
spotted him.
Yeah, he has. Action just popping his head up a little bit too soon. Obviously, he's going to be a real thorn in the side for EVOS, but does have to back it up now that he's been spotted. Doesn't want to concede the advantage. I think that's wisely played by him.
Yeah, the numbers are more important here than him trying to stick around for a kill. And also, it just wastes so much of EVOS's time trying to find out where is he. You're going to have to go looking around and trying to decipher where did he actually fall away to. There's plenty of gaps in the armor for EVOS right now, so not hard for him to kind of get himself out of that spot. 40 seconds. Don't have a lot of time. They're going to pop towards B. VNC's here as well. On the defense is a pretty solid anchor, and that's a pretty good nade that comes through. Elvin, low. Zetra should be dead. How has he got away with that alive? Uh-oh. Now this pop towards B has legs behind it. If Keller wins this fight, they're in trouble. The nade will come over. This round's on. Yes, damage has been dealt, but there is legs behind this. C4 will be planted, and now we've got a bit of a predicament to be had here. Action's all alone for now as MG comes over. We've spoken about him in the late rounds. Now he's not really looked too strong. Action dead, so it is all on MG in the late round. There's one. Keller's right below him, but he spams the box. That's such a good recovery from EVOS, but Al kind of made it too easy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the 2 bomb sites being isolated, obviously, 2-2 split. That happens sometimes. Silva will really hate himself for having missed that spray in mid. he wins that duel, then the round's a completely different ballgame. But once VNC's stuck at the box on his own, there's only so much you can really do from that kind of a position. It's typically a one and done, and it was actually a none and done. So EVOS underway here, but they're still going to have a difficult time. Qadsiah with the positive approach to a lot of these rounds. Happy to kind of take the fight to EVOS at the moment.
Oh god, opening 2 kills from Fefe and to lose that previous round to Tilter, but now an opener, and again they can bunker down off the back of it. Not loads on offer for the time being. Keller, oh my god, he's so lucky to stay alive, Keller. Quite literally, looks like 1 or 2 points of HP. He's got a bound round towards Ram. Nobody there. They're creeping their way forward towards Bridge. Not giving themselves loads of time again. You know this is pretty standard because just look top left in the minimap. C4 is still all the way in spawn. It's not even moved out of that direction. So it's all well and good that the likes of KSA is making his way forward here and has a bit of support. But even if you are to get the site or even to kind of to force MG off the angle, you can't do anything with it. You've actually got to wait for the C4 to come over. So again, we're now under a minute as they're looking for an A-pop.
Yeah, look at how low Keller is. He's just been given the job of trying to fake B and keep those players honest. And hope that the rest of EVOS can make their way into A. A missed shot from MG. Gets a tag onto KSA as well, but a bit of space being taken now by EVOS, and it'll be MG under pressure, particularly because his teammate has fallen. But MG still stands strong for 1, and that might honestly be enough. With 35 seconds left on the clock, somehow Keller gets the kill, and that draws Fei-Fei's attention away. So we're back into a 1v1. I don't know how Qadsiah are finding it so hard to close these rounds, but this one could also go the way of EVOS.
Elvin's gone for that lower angle here. Oh, he's walking towards where Fei-Fei is. It's the lack of information. Fei-Fei doesn't realize, but Fei-Fei's going away. So Elvin's going to plant. It's ring around the roses here. And Fei-Fei's gone the wrong way, as Elvin also technically went the wrong way himself. Fei-Fei's still looking A. Now he's realized, but bit of a longer rotate. Moving his way forward. He's going to jump into his window as well. Elvin's kind of playing the perfect spot for this. It's just a timing play. Will he be looking up left? He'll win it. Another one, which EVOS have no right to be winning, and yet they do. Alcad. These late rounds are woeful.
Well, strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, because this is how a best of 5 goes the distance. 2 advantageous rounds for Qadsiah in map 3, where they're up 2-0, and they're not able to convert on them. That's going to give EVOS a bit of momentum. Another good start as MG finds the kill onto Keller. And Qadsiah have got to be saying, surely this is going to be the one where we get a round over the board. A lot of presence outside of B, but not really doing a whole lot with it at the moment. Is Qadsiah. Action's going to back up.
I just think for Alcad, it's 2 squandered rounds. It's 2 rounds where you get the opening kill as well, and it falls flat. This is a 3rd round, opening kill. Again, it's onto Keller, but they're just so unconvincing in the late rounds. They just have this inability to play trades of each other. They love getting into these isolated fights. Real squandered chances. You have to see kills from Silver or VNC, 2 guys who have been of monumental importance to Alcad so far. Nade down. Fefe tags slightly. He's got action and support as KSA is going to try and work up towards Bridge behind this smoke. How good does he want to play it? Here they come. He's the first to fall in the initial execute as Yoba also is the deck. That's how the opening 3 kills make that 4. Now this one, gotta be impossible to lose, and it is. Round 1 by Alcad. They're still going to go for the timeout regardless, but that's a good one to kind of have before going in towards a conversation.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. What do you really need to say at this point for Qadsiah? I think they've actually played these rounds out reasonably well. at least the way that they've started them and sort of set them up.
Yeah, I was about to kind of contest that. They have not played them reasonably well at all in the mid to late.
More so my point is they've got the rounds into good positions 3 times in a row, and it's kind of like, well, do we need to really change anything up, or is it just convert these rounds in a little bit of a smarter way? And it's probably the latter. Even though the scoreline would read 2-1 EVOS, I think Qadsiah have looked like the better team so far, but you know, that doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter who looks better. What matters is what's on the board.
That's it.
It gives EVOS a fighting chance, at least at this stage. But early days on this map, and you know, you kind of get the idea that again, this is potentially going to end up being a pretty close one. And how important those 2 rounds could end up being. I mean, in an hour's time, we might be again having a really big conversation around those 2 rounds.
Yeah. Especially because of how close this game has been and how there really isn't like loads of room for error really at all. You let anything slip like that, I don't know, not super convincing. So, let's see, timeout concluded. What to talk about? EVOS for them. I think, again, it's just the one thing about just starting a little stronger in towards the rounds. If they start stronger into these rounds, I think they have what feels like it should be no issues. Double stack boxes, Action and Fefe. Up close. I mean, again, a slower start, but at least you've not lost anybody for EVOS. By this point, they'd normally have lost the opening duel. Fefe spams it, he could maybe even get 2.
I almost wonder if that timeout kind of plays into the hands of EVOS, who I feel like actually had a little bit more to fix than what Qadsiah did.
Agreed.
Fefe is going to go back over to the A side of mid. You've still got VNC kind of watching. So it is still 3 players toward B, but Silva tries to aggress in the mid round, and Yobib will take him out. Now it's the util dump that will try to delay, and again, Fefe is good for a couple. He's been so solid. Action gets away with his life for the moment. Tucked inside this corner, Yobib will look to clear him out, and does. And MG with a big old swing gets 1, but no more. And again, we are down to a 1v1. Could EVOS win themselves a 3rd clutch to start off map 3?
You feel like you're back Zetra in this one as well.
I would, yep.
He's just quite clinical in these situations. He likes being proactive, and also with Fefe being tagged, that's definitely not going to help. Still has to recover the C4. At least Fefe knows where he needs to stay. He's just going to stay behind the boxes. But Fefe, the best thing you can do is just play patient here. You just have to gamble. You have to wait and hope that he walks into you. That'll be the case. He has to try and catch him on the cross. That's just looking all around the doors. Doesn't see anything. It's a waiting game. And Fefe not got anything himself. What a time to move. Pokes his head round. And finally, a clutch goes the way of Alcad. That'll be a real sigh of relief. But again, it just shouldn't get in towards that spot. They make life difficult for themselves.
Yeah, still finding their feet. But a 2-2 scoreline, it's not the worst place to be.
It's not.
MG's been a bit better on this map as well. 6-3. So that'll be something that EVOS are a bit wary of. Snipers coming online. The deeper Qadsiah go in this tournament, the more they're going to need that. They might have got themselves enough, though, to get over the line against EVOS today. Into the box room. Elvin to clear it out. Silva, who's been struggling a little bit, will continue to struggle. He's now 0-4. He's going to get caught in no man's land.
Yeah.
MG again tasked with the defense on the A side. He is solo now that Action has fallen, and so he's going to have to hit his shot. It's a tough spot to be in, and he'll eventually be brought down by that flank. So better round for EVOS. They'll like that. It hasn't had to come down to the clutch.
Oh, fair fake. Caught on the cross there, but yeah, I just think, you know, for Silva, he looks so unconfident in terms of where he's playing. It's like 3 rounds in a row where he's just getting caught in transition, which is never good to see.
I'd kind of just like to see him go back to the TRG.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, we saw it even in that Twisted Minds game. It was exactly that, where it is very much like kind of he's in this position where I just feel like he does a lot of better work just because he is playing maybe a little bit more passive.
Maybe that's what the conversation is right now. Fefe using the Fefe pause.
They also would have loved to have had like a timeout in a spot like this, or maybe a little bit kind of later. And of course, they used it early off the back of a round win. And like you mentioned it, I feel like EVOS had more to talk about with it.
Still a map that really feels like it's hanging in the balance, which has been the case for the first two as well. Super back and forth. Finding a few rounds in a row. Feels like it's really what these two teams need. But it is an elusive prospect. And again, Silva, he's got the rifle in hand. He's just sort of floating around out in no man's land. Util's going to come through. And again, picked off. The setups, not enjoying them. MG's putting in some work. He's putting in a shift. He's 7 kills for Fefe and 8 kills for MG, but they just cannot hold this B side.
Yeah, VNC is already 1 foot in the grave, and he's yet to frag. Oh, Action dips in, gets one, dips back. C4 dropped. Is a big thing, and Action going to get another. If they recover this round, this will be bonkers for Alcad. They should have lost it off the back of the initial kill itself.
Lurk
MG's on the
MG.
flank.
Oh,
He's panic shot. He's not confirmed it. Should have had Zitra dead to rights.
MG needs to, like, get involved in this round.
Yeah.
Like, he's the healthy player. You know, he's got to get into the mix. EVOS been given the room to find the C4. The plan itself will be a bit elusive. But they get it down. So now a 3-on-3, but it's a pretty difficult 3-on-3 to negotiate here for Qadsiah unless MG finds the opening pick.
Yeah, it really feels like it all lies on his shoulders. Someone like VNC would love that TRG right now as well, of how low he is. Keller making a move, as he's saying, proactive. Zitra gets one. He's under pressure. Where's his other man? It doesn't matter. MG going to close it. VNC, his kill is important. Catching
Huge,
Keller
yeah.
on the lurk. Real nice work. It's a recovery, but again, it just feels like more of a sigh of relief than anything for Alcad.
100%. Yeah, still not looking super polished on this GR side, but again, it's good enough so far. Some frantic words being said on the EVOS side of the stage as well. Recovering to do for both teams. Aggressive round out here from Qadsiah, and Keller did not get the memo. So another opening advantage for Qadsiah, which have not been hard to come by, but they have been hard to convert.
Long pop. MG is, as much as he's being good, I feel like he gets left isolated a lot when he's anchoring towards the site here. And this time he's got support, so let's see. Oh, MG needs to be careful. Could be caught in transition. He's lucky that he dips himself down. Zitra's very good at his opening duels. He's just so methodical in terms of the angles cleared, and there we go. It just is kind of a consistent. KSA dropped. Yobib, he'll cross. MG will fall back. He's setting himself up again for the late round, as he likes to do, but how aware of Elvin is he? Damage dealt. They don't confirm the kill, but it's drawing attention away.
C4, by the way.
Yeah, Silva, you could really make a difference here, Silva. You just have to win those.
Yeah, or just wait. I mean, VNC's still going to get Elvin, so it'll still be a bit of a debacle for EVOS to try to recover this round, but
they know he's here. He got the opening kill. They have to know he was the long player.
yeah, Qadsiah could be doing this a lot cleaner than they have been. I mean, and they're, again, going to split up.
Which worries me.
It does.
But there's just not a lot of time is the thing is, right? You know, Zeke's just going to spend about 30 seconds clearing all these angles and whatnot, and holding, see whether everyone's holding him or the C4, which you'll realize in due time that no one is. Then he's got to make a decision of where he goes, and then clear the site, then to plant. If they play sites here, they just win, because he's got so much he needs to do. But they've just given him a free run to pick up that C4 and just move all the way through to honestly, either side. He could have gone to A or B for free.
MG might still get there to deny the plant here on A. Oh, he gets a tag on a Zetra. That's probably all he needs to really do here. Doesn't want to face again now that his position is noted.
Oh my god, he's going to plant B.
VNC's going to come across. This is a master stroke from Zetra.
It is. Great move. Great move from him. And now he can literally be anywhere. VNC just need a patience. Oh, he's going to come up close as well. Pistol pulled out. Zetra looking close left.
Surely you got to clear this on your way into box room. VNC. It's down to Zetra winning the duel, and he does. Not even a single point of damage done by VNC, and now the round favors at Zetra. I mean, what can MG do from here? The bomb is planted perfectly for Zetra. MG just has to get off that defuse and hit the shot, and Zetra has baited it out. The nade, if MG threw it, might have done enough, but he hasn't, and Qadsiah are going to throw away another player advantage. I cannot believe what we're witnessing.
Zetra's so good in these clutches. He's just got such a good head on his shoulders. So well played from him. Fortunately, this is a pause of a technical nature rather than tactical, but man alive. Bad one to let slip. Really, again, just the amount of, we absolutely, Alcad should not win this map. Just from the way they've played so far, way too sloppy. It's simply not good enough. Man, that is just another rough one to let fall through your fingers like that. Tech pause, thankfully, only brief. We're back on the way.
0-6 for Silver. It's not the time for him to go missing. MG, again, wants to get involved in the rounds early. You can see him really trying to push the issue, trying to get aggressive outside of B. He's done it in mid, on long. It has been largely working out for Qadsiah.
Oh, Silver. We spoke about getting him on towards the TRG as a way to bolster him up, and while he opens things up. So finally, that first kill.
Action needs to trade there, and he does. Pretty good job of that. Good spacing from Feifei in Action. Nubib will work his way in here to try to recollect something. He gets the space, and he'll probably get the C4 as well, but not the kill that he really wanted. So 4-on-2. I mean, EVOS have been good at coming back from deficits. They've had some nice clutches on this map as well, but this one feels a bridge too far.
Zetra. So good in these late rounds, and Yobib, of course, has been so integral. One spotted, up close as Nate comes around that corner. It's VNC is up close here, but Action caught on the flank. Uh-oh. Don't have loads of time here, EVOS. I feel like they kind of have to commit towards B. It's going to take too long for the rotate, and it's too dicey, unless Silver, who's now moving forward through bridge, gives them a fight. He's going to go looking for it. Oh, this worries me a little bit. If Silver falls, this round really opens back up. Again, it's just down to the clock more than anything. Sub 30 seconds. Yobib should be dead. Is Silver and Action combined. Action, of course, who dealt damage earlier before falling. And now it's all on Zetra. 1 versus 3 this time. He just doesn't have the time.
He needs to clear out VNC. He's not going to. And that'll be that. MG cleans it out. Another round the way of Qadsiah. A half hanging in the balance. 1 round will be all that separates these two teams at the end of halftime. As has pretty much been the case throughout this series so far.
Yeah, they're so evenly matched. No doubt about that. Serious back and forth, but let's see. That's
Same
a nice
line.
opener. Yeah,
He's
MG
played it so many times.
It just feels like, again, they just like, surely he won't do it again. Silver with this TRG, there's 2 kills from him. Just stay on the sniper for him. The rifle's obviously not working. VSC's got in the backlines as down goes Keller. And EVOS have just been baffled by pace in this round.
Yeah, disaster of a round for EVOS. C4's dropped over towards the B site outside of box room. And they've lost a player on long as well. VNC is just going to be jump spotting that. He's seen Elvin, so he's just going to dump his util and back off, try to ensure that he doesn't get picked in a 1v1. This round is going swimmingly for Qadsiah, and it should be the round that gets them an advantage heading into the second half.
Oh. 1 minute 30 to kind of decipher. Really, what else can you do for EVOS here? I just think the only real way you can make something of this is kind of playing together and hope that the trades go well. Action will be caught by a teacher. The one thing I will say for EVOS about this kind of like slow way they're playing the mid to late round, I understand it because Qadsiah give them so many opportunities, like we just seen there.
Yeah, they might do it again here as well, by the way.
They just give them so many fights. Like, I don't really understand, like, why. Like, it feels so unnecessary. BNC, he'll get one and Fefe will close. But, my God, you give them opportunities to win head-to-heads, which, well, they've been hitting some decent shots. But at the half, a slim advantage for Qadsiah. 6 first kills, 5 rounds. It's obviously not perfect, but it's not terrible. We've seen it way worse from them.
Yeah, that one clutch that went the way of EVOS is, I think, still keeping them in the conversation here. Had it gone the way of Qadsiah, it is a 6-3 half. That looks pretty dire going into Qadsiah moving on to the blacklist side, which is a bit more favorable. KSA will have to fall off the line based on that flash. He dumps his own pop flash to try and delay Qadsiah, but it doesn't look like they're going to be slowed down too much. It's just going to have to be a good old-fashioned brawl, and KSA loves that. A double kill for him, and Elvin in for a double as well. Just MG, he'll be dealt with. We're straight back to 5-5.
That is an unbelievably confident hold there.
The series is not done yet.
No. I mean, honestly, EVOS deserve this map, the way they've been playing so far. As much as maybe the rounds don't look like super... Well, I mean, the round score doesn't look super favorable. They actually do deserve the map. They've been playing better in the mid to late rounds. It's just the early rounds in that first half that were costing them so much. If they were able to stay alive a little longer, I don't think there'd be any doubt that they'd be kind of heading in towards the second half with a lead, and well, would have now added to it. 5-all. MG. I mean, this is prime MG here at 14-5. He's looking really good, but at times can struggle to have the impact on the BL side. So see how this pans out. Smoke down as box room control's been taken by KSA here, and he's going to sit up close, but he's on the windowsill so he can fall away if need be.
Similar spot to what he played in the last round. Approach is going to be a different one, though, from Qadsiah as they look to work their way out long. All eyes turning to MG for this map, particularly on this BL side. If he can find some openers, might send Qadsiah deeper into the playoffs. Fefe this time is the one to do all of the work. A triple kill from the in-game leader. Yobib and KSA do strike back. They're aware that Yobib is still on the back of sight here, and Silva will catch him as he tries to change his position up. It's just KSA left alive now, and we need one of those hero moments from KSA. Silva will give him the chance by jumping his way into the window. It's a 3v1. You don't need to give him these 1v1s. KSA is the type of player that could win this round.
Also, just prioritize that C4 going down before we're taking fights here. KSA don't need to move. Alcad, play. This is a pretty decent crossfire, all things considered. You just have to wait for him to eventually pop his head up and take a shot, and then you make a move.
Yeah, but the opportunity is there, you know. MG misses a shot.
Oh, MG. You're so low. It's not worth it, mate. Okay, scene off.
Ooh, breathe a sigh of relief there.
I think Alcad do as well, as much as we are. I mean, they just feel like they give too many opportunities over towards EVOS, and they've been punished a few times for it already in this map, and I'm surprised that they kind of aren't learning that lesson. But still, Fefe and MG show is taking a lead once again. Nade on the corner. Flashbang behind, Action will cross. We're looking to him to kind of light up the server once again. This could be a time. That is sharp shooting for the first, but he can't get the second that MG should have traded, but he didn't, and he's lucky to walk away alive.
He is. That's going to send Qadsiah hightailing away from the A site. They don't want to bar of it anymore towards long. Got a bit of space outside of B. So couldn't shift in that direction pretty quick. It is where Zetra's waiting.
3 players around box room. They're going to dive through. I'm actually very, very surprised that that's not a double there. VNC probably should have fallen as well. Zentra smoked off, a nade behind him as well. This is good positioning they've got, and now that Silver crosses C4 on his back, they can get a plant down 4 box room if they want. But Silver, he's still kind of faffing around a little bit. C4 will be planted. Window gets held. Zetra going to try and make a move. He gets tagged. He gets dropped by VNC. But Silver also going to fall as well. And MG, he's so far away.
Where is he?
What
He's on another planet. He is always on another planet, isn't he?
Yeah, they didn't even get the C4 down either.
Ah.
I just don't, like, what was he looking for?
Could he not be sitting in box room?
Yeah.
Waiting for that push, holding the window line, something, I don't know.
He just plays his own game, right?
He does.
It's literally like, you know, it's 4 of Qadsiah versus 5 of EVOS, and an MG is this third team of the MG team.
Just put Juan on this team.
Oh, true. I mean, another... I can't even count how many like late rounds he's lost, and they're just kind of pointless. Like, I know, like, this map he's been great, and actually this series, like, statistically he's been great, but the BL side, I'll talk about it again, it's just not being strong for MG. It's so unimpactful. Just play in the pack. I actually, at this point, like, if I'm Fefe, I'm just saying, like, we don't need to do this anymore. Just play with us.
Yeah.
It's a 3 versus 2. And again, they've played like a 2 versus 2, but it's the 2 low HP players.
Yep. Yobib. Oh, he's deleted. Multiple players contesting along this time for Qadsiah, so even if MG doesn't hit that shot, Yobib's a dead man. EVOS respond by taking that space outside of B. KSA on a bit of an expedition, having a little bit of a looky-looky, but not finding anything. Sometimes they say we find what we're looking for when we stop looking now.
Yeah, that's what I've heard that one.
And that's a big reason why EVOS haven't found anything in this round, because they've gone hunting, they've gone looking, they wanted to fight long. Lost a player there, looking outside locker room, outside box room.
Yeah. However,
not finding much there. Zetra waiting for it.
Oh, good move.
It's not going to work out for him. VNC with a sharp entry, and Qadsiah are on their way to A. KSA, the last line of defense, is not good enough this time.
VNC. What a round from VNC.
Yep. Wrap it out the hat.
Elvin. Might fall to action, and he will. Nice up at the end. VNC's done super, super well there. Really quite clean, quite nice. A lot more like it from Qadsiah. Call out a spawn that has just good direction behind it. And EVOS are running out of chances. They're running out of time in this game. 7-6. 3 more rounds, and Alcad sweep the series, and, well, they booked their spot to the arena. Triple stack long. MG gets legged. Oh my god, he's so lucky. Flash over. He doesn't survive very long. This body's here to fight though, so the trade is immediate. Does Kelly even want to stick around? It looks like with the flash, Kelly does want to stick around, but he's caught by a flash of his own, and that'll cost him his life. Great shot by VNC. Again, another one where he creates a lot of space to this side, but they don't need to commit to it this time.
Just a massive brawl there from both teams on long. It's Qadsiah that come out ahead. They had the numbers there. Now Silva will be tested, and he answers that nicely.
He's so much better with the TRG than the rifle.
Oh, he sees Yobib. Oh, he's missed it. Cast a curse there for a second, but he hits it on the second attempt.
I actually think of these 7 kills, like 6 of them are from the TRG.
Timeout coming through. EVOS at the end of this round, and boy, do they need it.
Yeah.
They are now staring down elimination from CFS 2025, and, you know, a mere 12 hours ago, they were in the upper bracket still. They hadn't even played their game against All Gamers yet.
Yeah,
they had 2 lives. 12 hours ago, they had 2 lives.
Yeah.
And now they're about to be eliminated. That is a horror show over 12 hours for EVOS, but that is the nature of competition sometimes.
And not only that, they were like on the brink of taking that series multiple times against AG.
Yeah, yeah.
Pulling off one of the biggest upsets we've seen in CFS in a minute. A side that were grouped 0-2-0-2 a mere 6 months ago at the summer tournament only, to nearly be in for a spot of having a All-Philippines derby in the upper bracket final. That's how close it was. Timeout taken by EVOS, and, well, time is running out for this side. It is now or never. You're 2 maps in the hole, and you're now 2 rounds in the hole, and Qadsiah are 2 rounds away from sealing the deal.
If there was ever a time to pull off a miracle, it is now for EVOS. On the behalf of Qadsiah, it is looking cool, calm, and collected. They know they just need to keep on trucking. This BL side is looking good. They don't need to rock the boat all that much.
Well, let's see. Yeah, I think for Alcad, there's not loads that really needs to be spoken about. All of this conversation for EVOS is it's of the utmost importance, really is. Coach 02, very, very vocal. Again, trying to instill it over towards Kala. Time is running out. Pretty fiery conversation for Alcad themselves, but I think they just want to keep the hype up. Momentum's pretty good for them at the moment. Well, let's see. Timeout concluded as the final seconds tick away. A lot of EVOS got left in the tank. Not much time left to find out. Momentum is so heavily in favor of the Brazilian side.
That's for sure, and they've been given long for free this time around. They've had to battle for it a couple of rounds in a row, but EVOS have recognized that that is not a fight that's been favorable for them. So they'll just invest their resources elsewhere. It's still a small win for Qadsiah as they take a lot of territory, set MG up in barracks to have a look down toward the A site. His presence will be felt at some point in this round.
Opening kill's been pretty good for Qadsiah. Doesn't always mean rounds, though. We've seen them squander quite a few man of Arthur situations, but there's the opening kill again, and it's Silver and that TRG just so much more influential with it. Bearing in mind, he was like 0-7 at one point in this map, now up to 9-11. But BNC down E4's Fefe. Quick on the trade as well, but Fefe's also going to be clipped, so numbers are being kept level, and the C4 dropped as Keller sits up close. You don't see him secondary snipe all too often, but he's got it this time. Elvin hits the deck, the flank is there. Yobib going to get one as he dips in, finds action, dips out.
Meanwhile, though, Silva is on a bit of a flank mission of his own.
Spotted.
He's decided to take the fight against Yobib. I'm not sure that that would be a fight I'd want to take.
He's gone off the sniper as well. I bet he'd love a TRG now with his HP.
MG's going to have to start to make a move. He's the sort of unknown piece of the puzzle here. MG v Yobib on the peak here on short.
Oh,
Missed shot from MG. He's going to have another crack at it and another crack at it. Yobib really wants that fight, and there's good reason for that because he's won it. Meanwhile, by the way, Silva has just gone around the world to grab the C4. So he'll try to get a plan here on A. Might not be as easy said as done. Yobib already contesting that, and Silva just not hitting the shots with the rifle at the moment. So
stay on the sniper, mate.
EVOS hold on for now and pull it back to 7-8.
Again, another round. Opening kill, not converted. It's actually just felt like it's been the story for Alcad in this map. It's a much more holistic performance from them across the board. Everybody sort of having their moments, really, for Alcad now. But EVOS still within arm's reach. Just that one round behind. And Yobib being a real difference maker. That kind of frag that he found on towards MG, utmost importance. Gets that 1v2, Silver already low. And then they stick together, something that Alcad didn't do very often that first half. They like to play individual kind of fights. EVOS play as a pair, and it works. 8-7. Every single map has been a bit of a marathon. This one looks like it might be more the same.
A different setup here for EVOS. Elvin has a look into the box room, but Qadsiah will claim that territory, and they might look for B now as well. BNC, just the 1-for-1. There's a lot more Qadsiah forces where that came from, and now they're starting to filter their way out onto the site. It is a slow progression. It's not a flood, but it might still get the job done here for Qadsiah. Action is in an interesting position. Feifei will shut down Elvin, but Yobib and Zetra still have something to say. That's a good spam back through from Silver.
Second clutch.
C4 is retrievable, and it's the two snipers standing against one another. We've been favoring Zetra in these moments. The spam from MG, it's a tickle more than anything else, and Zetra is still standing alive. I can't believe MG just keeps playing with him like this. Surely at some point Zetra hits a shot, and of course he does. 8-8. You can't play it like that against a player like Zetra.
I'll come back to a point I keep bringing up. Has MG ever done anything in this series in a late round? Another one that he loses. It just is such a consistent thing. Why has he even gone to the rifle there as well?
It's like he's trying to toy with Zetra.
Yeah.
But you give that guy an opportunity, and he's going to hit the shot.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, it's been a slow series from him comparatively to the last couple of maps from MG, but he's got your number in the late rounds.
EVOS not done yet. And I know there's a lot of fans cheering EVOS on at the moment, willing them to get these last 2 rounds, to push us through to port, to still keep the dream alive.
Deservedly so, man. Honestly, the EVOS side, they just never back down. And Alcad, they just squander so many opportunities. And again, like, even outside of MG struggling in the late rounds, even kind of just the simple thing, it's a 1v2. Just play the trades. They just give him 2 individual fights. You've just got to swing that together. Or you've got to fall away, get out, and reset.
MG's been banished over to barracks. So he'll try to pull a rotation over to A. While the rest of Qadsiah will once again work the box room. Zetra not able to connect these shots initially. He's had 3 chances at it. Now a 4th. Nothing really working out. Feifei will knock Elvin over, and MG's found the pick on the other side of the map, which will throw a fox among the henhouse here for EVOS. They're not sure where to look. At least Keller's able to pick one more up, and the snipers starting to come into play. EVOS just never back down. We're back to a 3-on-3.
Get the C4 down. While you've got smokes up, put the pressure on. Silver makes a move, finds a shot. KSA caught. The lurks have got lurks, the flanks have got flanks, but it's a 3 versus 2, but it's a raw 2v2 on the site. They've got a flash. The man, if they try and fly in here, Zetra not going to opt to throw it just yet. Keller looking to clear this close angle. Action waiting for a swing, but not being given it. Zetra is so good at entering with that TRG.
You got to go.
Silver, he's got to try and support Feifei. Just about survives the onslaught. And then it's map and series point to Qadsiah, but my God, do they make life hard for themselves.
I mean, the double TRG retake is certainly not making life easy for EVOS either there. It's just really tough to make that retake happen with that kind of weaponry in tow. And here's a chance for Qadsiah to seal the deal in regulation. It might be the last round that we see of EVOS in what has been a very good CFS event for them. The best that they've had, and one of the best that we've seen from the Philippines region in a very long time, were it not for Stallions. But it will still be a bittersweet ending for EVOS if it does end here. Keller, a leg shot onto VNC. Action looking to get into the mix, but it's Silver and Feifei that will do the damage, and EVOS, they might be saying goodbye. Elvin keeps the dream alive for a moment in this 1v3. But a 1v3 is never an easy task.
What does he got for us? Well, C4 should be planted momentarily. And Elvin hoping that they double back towards B, but they have no reason to. They took the A site a long, long time ago. Let's get the C4 down though, guys, hey? Yep. There we go. C4 planted. And now Elvin a long rotate. This is tough. He just has no information to go off here.
Yep.
Does have a bit of utility, sure, but I don't know if it's going to make too big of a difference. Qadsiah do give over a lot of opportunities for 1v1s, but Elvin, who's half HP, he's got to be next to flawless here. First fight's going to be action on close, and also being held at Ranger as well. Elvin doesn't have loads of time to work with either. Feifei's back turn though, so if he dies out now, it will be his best opportunity, but he's maybe squandered it as he deals damage, and MC dives out. Qadsiah take the series 3-0.
Well, they're able to get it done in just 3 maps, even though every single map went the distance. This time, no extra rounds needed. Qadsiah eventually just grinded out here on the 3 maps, taking it down on Black Widow 10-8, as felt like pretty much everybody had their moments. I feel like Silva wasn't having the best day, but everybody else was putting up some huge numbers on the side of Qadsiah. For EVOS, you know, we saw a lot of pretty good stuff, but just didn't feel like they were playing at their best. They didn't look the same as they did yesterday, and that is going to mean we get this 3-0 here tonight. Fefe with the set MVP to KD takes it down. Very strong play from him. Great calling there on Black Widow, and just eventually able to get them across the line. He was hyped after the victory.
I think real credit as well has to be given to Silva. I mean, he really could not get going at all. And the fact that he actually was able to recover to a point of actually being middle of the pack is really impressive. I think he figured out what we were kind of saying on the call stuff. Just get the TLG out, stop using the rifle. It's obviously not working for you. Go back to kind of what's worked in the past, especially even against Twisted Minds. But as you mentioned, this was a marathon of a series. You know, every map going the distance and some, with 2 overtimes to kickstart with Sub-Base Sankara. It's a real kind of battle of fruition. And when it comes towards that battle of, you know, the fatigue that came through, Alcad just had a little bit of that, you know, a little bit more in the tank, and maybe that even comes down to how tired EVOS were. But Alcad had their number when it came towards the distance, and, you know, deservedly booking their spot in towards the arena. Yeah.
I mean, obviously a lot of credit has to go to Qadsiah for kind of whipping themselves into shape after a bit of a slower run in the playoffs thus far. But obviously with, you know, EVOS taking a bit of a departure, I think we should spend some time talking about them as well, and what a run it has been for EVOS. You know, again, it'll be disappointing, obviously, to get knocked out here, but a top 6 placing for a team that didn't even make it out of groups at EWC, I think is something that they can walk away really, really proud of. And, you know, it's just unfortunate that they will feel as though they've gotten so close in both of these series, right? They only barely lose yesterday night to AG. Best of 5 goes all the way to 5 maps. 10-7 in the final map as well. Very, very close one. And then obviously here today as well, OT, and then a super close scoreline in that final map as well. About as close as you can possibly go to get knocked out of a tournament. But, you know, you really got to take the positives away here for EVOS. We saw sort of Yobib and Zetra a couple of times over the last 12 months, and we've really been talking about these guys on the rise, and it feels like we're starting to like hit that potential, if that makes sense, where now that we've seen them get some experience under their belt, we're actually seeing them realize the level at which they can actually play at. And so now that they've got even a bit more experience, who knows what next year is going to look like for EVOS. But of course, unfortunately, that is the end for them in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the scores, I think that they've done a really good job of being that second really strong team from the Philippines and really challenging 2 different regions, 2 very strong teams. You know, a 3-0 on paper, you're going to say, oh, that was a stomp, but this was anything but a stomp. If a couple of those overtimes go the way of EVOS, we could have been in map 4 or even map 5 by this point. So, yes, Stallions are number 1 from Philippines, but EVOS ARC is a really strong second place from that region and really put the Philippines on the map this year, and absolutely tons of respect to them. But as you mentioned, it is over for them. And now Qadsiah will move on to face the winner of either XROCK or EP. It will be interesting to see if they want to play up against Evolution Power Gaming, try to get that revenge, you know, try to knock them out early. They actually lost twice to them last year in the upper bracket and then in the grand finals as well. So as Vasco and now sponsored by Qadsiah. But it's going to be interesting to see where they want to go. You know, do they want to start like a new story here in 2025, maybe take down an XROCK and go off to the grand finals that way, or do they want to face the team that knocked them out last year?
They'll be expecting it to be EP. I think basically everybody does. It'd be a massive shock, really. I think if XROCK can overcome that. I just, you know, again, this is a side that just honors experience, kind of these big stages in the way that EP are, and EP are very used to kind of making things, again, in a similar way to Qadsiah, make life look hard for themselves, but still come out on top. But you're looking at their next series for Qadsiah, I think they still realize for themselves, especially if it is EP, they're definitely coming in as the underdogs in that one because they're not playing still to the level that we know they can play at, but there's more signs of it. I think MG, again, better in terms of kind of the early to mid round, I think, in that map. It's still the late round to me of MG, which I'm not super convinced on, and I still think they need to find better ways to utilize him, especially on that BL side. I just think he needs to be in the pack more than anything. It feels useless having him lurking around when he's your primary side.
No, 100% I agree. The thing that I sort of question there is, Is that an MG decision, or is that a systematic thing that's the way that the team is supposed to play out? I honestly think it's probably a little bit of both. I think he is supposed to play for the late round, and he is supposed to be that guy that's kind of out on the flank. But as an individual, I think also the decisions that he makes in those clutch scenarios and the XVXs kind of contributes in an additional way to the way that these rounds actually end up looking at, like he's kind of baiting a little bit and not really being in the fights when he needs to be. So yeah, I don't expect that that's really going to change throughout this tournament. Obviously this is the way that he played last year, got them all the way to the grand final. It's obviously a way that he's kind of modeled his play, and Vasco / Qadsiah have been playing around it for a very long time, so there's no way they're going to change it up. But yeah, I tend to agree that I think that is something that maybe could have a bit of an impact for them later on down the track. And again, I don't think they get away with as much against the likes of an Evolution Power, for example, if that's the team that they do go on to play against, as what they will have here against EVOS. And then certainly going forward, you know, Stallions will be a bit of a different handful for them. AG potentially as well for Qadsiah will be a bit of trouble. So they do need to be tightening up the ship if they want to go any deeper in this tournament, because hey, this might be the last win that we see from Qadsiah, because it gets much more tougher from here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if after today I have a huge amount of faith to have them actually win up against an EP or an XROCK. I do feel like both of those Chinese teams are very strong, and to be honest, I wouldn't even be surprised if we do see one of those actually take down like an AG or a Stallions that make it to the grand finals. Like at this point in time, probably on our minds, I would say Stallions have the best form, so if they can continue with that into the grand finals, maybe they just take it all down for the Philippines and for themselves. But you know, I would expect if EP makes it through that they will make it through Qadsiah and go on to the grand finals. Not an easy road by any means, but absolutely, you know, I feel like the stronger side, at least down here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I said this yesterday. For me, it still feels like the top two teams at this tournament are Stallions, of course, #1, and EP #2. In terms of the CrossFire they're playing right now, still not super convinced on AG, despite the win yesterday. You know, and again, maybe even you can start kind of comparing results a little bit. AG 3-map affair and a distance one here, where Qadsiah, yes, it has overtime, so they're still close to 3-0. So again, not super convincing in that side. And you know, we could talk about externalities about kind of how much sleep and the rest and recovery and prep and all the rest for EVOS. But what comes down to is that for AG, I'm still not super sold on them just yet. EP, despite being into the lower bracket as early as they are, I still feel like I've seen a little bit of a better run from them. So we'll see how things pan out. I feel like they got their number on XROCK. I think going forward, if it is to be EP against Qadsiah, I think that one actually should be relatively clean as well. They just feel like they got a little bit of a higher skill ceiling there as well. There's a lot of gaps in the armor. And then moving forward, whoever drops down, which I would probably assume it to be AG, right, dropping down. Again, I mean, right now, EP versus AG, I'm probably favoring EP there at the moment. As much as, like, you know, historically AG have always had their number, it just doesn't seem the tournament just yet. But again, the one thing we've always got to now start factoring in after this last game here is that everything else from here on out is arena, right? And arena is where you then get some players who really scale up. I think, you know, in particular, look for someone like Do, right? Do in an arena just feels like he's a beast, and he gets an extra like 20% on towards his game style. So I think that can lend into some of the favors of teams like an AG, maybe even an Qadsiah as well. I think they're one of those teams that really get fired up with the crowd. We saw it happen last year as well. So maybe that might be a whole thing that we've got to factor in when we have these conversations and narratives heading forward, heading in towards the arena. With the crowd, some people level up, and of course, there's the flip side of it. Stallions have been fantastic, but it's without a crowd, right? What are they going to be like when they've got, you know, 3,000 to 5,000 people screaming? You can quite literally feel the noise that's being made.
Yeah, I do think for me, where I'm sitting at the moment, I'm kind of leaning towards an EP Stallions final, feeling like it'll probably be the best game, if that makes sense. That feels like where things are kind of like looking at the most interesting at this point in time. The match MVP goes the way of VNC. He had a couple of standout maps, so not too big of a surprise there. Especially for Qadsiah. But I actually think it's a hard choice. You know, like I think across the board there was really some great moments from a lot of those players. Feifei for me, and you know, we haven't really talked about it much, but I always used to consider Feifei to be like one of those IGLs that doesn't really frag very well, but he has stepped it up super nicely.
Well, guys, it looks like we are just about ready for the interview and the highlights. So make sure you're tuning into that for VNC and listening into his interview right now.
Qadsiah defeat EVOS ARC. They move forward throughout the losers bracket. Their championship run very much still alive. I'm here with the man B and C, who got a tremendous win just a little bit earlier. First off, B and C, congratulations on your win. You beat EVOS ARC in a 3-0 fashion. But the series was anything but easy. Last night, EVOS ARC played against all gamers. I know you were at home watching that series. Did you take any learning lessons from their defeat just last night?
Olá, boa tarde, venci e parabéns. E antes disso, eu queria parabenizar para o nosso time e também parabenizar para você, porque você como o MVP desse jogo. E eu queria ter uma entrevista muito simples para você. A primeira questão que é, ontem havia um jogo como o AG e como outra equipe e o EVOS. E se vocês viram esse jogo, se tiver qualquer lições para aprender e utilizar durante esse jogo.
Boa tarde, rapaziada. Sim, a gente estudou bastante eles ontem. O Viana e o Fefe deixou tudo mastigado pra gente. E é isso.
Good
afternoon, everyone. Yesterday, we did watch their game, and Viana and Fefe had deep analysis of this match. And we watched this match together, and we learned a lot of tactics and applied it in this match today.
Well, clearly you applied it with a 3-0 win. You definitely did your homework, BNC. Very well done. Now, running through the losers bracket, this is something you are accustomed to. You did it last year in CFS 2024. You're doing it once again. What is the defining trait for your roster to continually remain composed throughout the losers bracket?
Ok, então concordo com você. Acredito que vocês já aprenderam muitas lições daquele jogo ontem e eu gostaria de saber com você quais são as experiências aprendidas para vocês continuar a sobreviver no nosso jogo.
Eu acho que a gente aprendeu bastante do jogo de ontem, ter mais calma na situação de round e escutar mais o Fefe também nessas situações. E hoje a gente veio e jogou bem melhor a situação de round e por isso a gente ganhou de 3-0.
Yes,
I think we generalized a lot of experiences, especially last night's match. It's very important to us. So in yesterday's match, we've been observed and analyzed a lot of EVOS's tactics, and also Fefe analyzed this with our teammates. It is the best experience that we can learn.
Yeah, Fefe, we had a chance to speak to him a couple days ago, and clearly he's very instrumental in the changes for this roster and clearly the success. And speaking of, obviously success, last year you were under the organization of Vasco. This year you're under Qadsiah, second place last year, just shy of winning the grand finals. How hungry are you for this year to be your year?
Ok, concordo com você. E a terceira questão que é, no ano passado, nós jogamos esse jogo como Vasco, sim, e ganhamos o segundo lugar do nosso equipe. E esse ano, como você acha? Porque estamos muito aberto da campeão do mundo.
Eu acho que esse ano um campeonato, acho que vai ser muito mais difícil do que o ano passado, mas a gente é uma equipe muito mais madura e a gente vai evoluindo pouco a pouco para chegar bem na final.
Okay, 我相信我们去年其实也
I
做出了
believe
很多
last
努
year
力。
we
那在
made
今年
great
呢，我们不断
efforts.
总
So
结
in
经验，
this
然
year
后
we
也在
generalized
尽
a
量
lot
的让
of
我们在这
experiences
种大
and
赛中以一种比较
try
平静的心态
to
去
stay
面对，
calm
然
in
后
this
最后呢，我
tournament.
们
And
会以全
finally, we
全
will
力以赴
try
去
our
面对后面的
best
比赛。
for the next match.
Staying calm and composure is critical, obviously. I've been saying that throughout all of our interviews, and that's truly what makes champions champions. Can they stay composed during tough moments? And clearly VNCU learned last year what it felt like to get that far and then fall so short. However, this year is clearly going to be different. And speaking of different, next up is going to be either XROCK or Evolution Power Gaming, a team you've got history with. They beat you not only this tournament, but they also defeated you last year in Grand Finals. Let me ask you this, if you had to choose either XROCK or Evolution Power Gaming, who would you take?
Ok, concordo com você porque é muito importante nós termos como cérebro o nosso líder IGL no equipe e eu gostaria de saber mais se nesse ano, se o próximo jogo, a próxima competição vai ser XROCK ou AP. Como eu sei que AP já ganharam, venceram para vocês 4 vezes e qual é a sua proficiência da próxima vez?
Sem dúvida, a gente prefere pegar EP porque a gente tem contas a acertar.
我觉得是毫无疑问的，我们想再跟 EP 再去较量一下。
We want to play with EP again.
Oh, Evolution Power for the rematch. If it ends up happening, you better believe Qadsiah VNC are absolutely ready to take them on head on. However, XROCK still very much has a chance. So that series is going to be up just after this. Now, I hand it back to you, VNC. The last hope for Brazil. You carried the torch. You're keeping it alive. Who do you want to shout out, and what do you want to tell your fans?
Ok, acho que vocês têm muito boa confiança e também esperamos muito bem para a próxima competição com EP, se for possível. E nesse momento, para a última questão, que eu queria saber quais são as palavras, as frases que você quer falar para as suas fãs, os seus equipes.
Agradecer minha família, minha mulher, meu pai, minha mãe, meu irmão, minhas vós. E agradecer também a família dos moleques do time, do MG, do Silva, do AKT, do Fefe, do Detona. E é isso. Tamo junto, rapaziada.
首先，我想要谢谢我的家人、我的妻子，还有我的兄弟，他们都给了我非常大的支持，包括我的爷爷奶奶。那同时呢，我也非常谢谢我的队友，尤其是菲菲、Silva 等人。我觉得他们对我们的帮助，我们会一起努力去面对接下来的比赛，让我们加油吧。
Mandar abraço também pro Loyoli, pro Leozinho que deve estar assistindo aí. Tamo junto, rapaziada. Obrigado pela torcida, é nóis.
我也要再对我们巴西的一些粉丝，
I
包
also
括中
want
国的
to
粉丝
say
去
to
说，我
my
们一起
Brazilian
努力
fans
吧
and。Chinese fans, let's work together.
Work together to get all the way. Qadsiah stay alive, but they await their next opponents. Who's it gonna be? Coming up next is Evolution Power Gaming versus XROCK.
在英语听力口试中，世界逐渐变得安静。医生告诉我患上了神经性耳鸣和听觉障碍。从那天起，世界一点一点地远离了我。但是，仍有一样东西留在我身边，那就是穿越火线。当我再次打开游戏的那一刻，世界重新有了声音。在那片世界里，我重新开始呼吸。就在那时，我认识了包括兔酱的很多小伙伴，他们一点一点照亮了我心中的黑暗。 于是我下定决心亲自去见他们。2018年在南京举办的 CFS 上，我见到了他们。虽然害怕，但那一步改变了我的人生。穿越火线对我来说不只是游戏，而是一扇通向世界的门。
那是穿越火线 CF 在中国网吧里掀起热潮的时代，我也几乎每天都在网吧里玩 CF。有一天，一个男生主动跟我搭话，从那之后，我们每天都会一起在网吧里玩 CF。就这样，我们的缘分从 CF 开始，一直延续下去。我们相恋，分享了许多美好的回忆，最终走进了婚姻的殿堂。但这并不是结束。我们去了吉林省度蜜月，还参加了百城联赛，甚至拿下了冠军。CF 对我来说是创造了无数回忆的珍贵存在。现在，我们带着那些美好的记忆，和2个儿子一起过着幸福的生活。对我们一家来说， CF 就是我们的青春本身。
2008年，那时候的我还是一个迷茫又叛逆的孩子，直到我遇见了《穿越火线》，是这款游戏把我从混乱中拉了回来。第一次参加 WCG 预选赛，那是改变我人生的重要时刻。我还拿下了金枪王的称号，但我没有选择强队，而是坚持陪在我身边的队友。这个选择也成为我一生的缘分。许多年过去了，我依然没有离开这片赛场。为了生活，我白天在超市工作，晚上则叫年轻选手们追逐他们的梦想。如今，我带出来的孩子已经站上了职业舞台，在踢馆赛中以教练的身份登场时，那一刻，属于我17年的努力都亮了起来。虽然我们最终遗憾落败，但那天我轻拍他们的肩膀，安慰他们，没关系，我们的路还会继续。我是火线人。未来的17年，我也会继续走下去。谢谢你，穿越火线。今后，我的旅程也会继续向前。
小时候，我总是和朋友们一起玩 CF， 我太喜欢 CF 了，所有比赛都不会错过。看到那些热情的解说，我也渐渐的被解说这个梦想所吸引了。就这样 ，CF 自然而然地融进了我的生活。长大后，我的目标始终只有一个，成为一名 CF 官方解说。所以，我每天都会分析比赛。每当 CFS 举办，我都会去现场向我敬佩的解说老师们学习，也会一起拍照留念。直到有一天，我能站在那个舞台，用我的声音去讲述比赛。在那之前，我的梦想绝不会停止。
For another chapter added to an already one-sided rivalry. Upper bracket semifinals match 1 begins now.
Everybody's playing 4-3. Once again, just continuing the damages. Very well aware that get the shot stunned. No, Fence drops down. Push. Is it going to pay off dividends? And the answer is apparently not. JJ finds have an angle to the players, but the swing from Lloyd. Good for 2. With a nade. That's going to be why A getting fried open steady on this side. KLP. Right on top of No, but No's another swing. The hunt from 10 to 7. And Stallions will knock out Evolution Power Gaming.
Upper bracket semifinals, match 2 begins now.
Map, he's going to be the first sent in, and the first going to start to make a move, a tap on towards that C4, down goes EQ. Spot on the shoulder, he can play the time, and a diving kick.
Players on the side that they need, and Zentra to start things off. Adu, and he's trying it. And at this point, even
takes a bit of damage. This is about to walk into.
What time is it? Game time!
Down, you've got to stay moving around as he looks for fight here as well as ZQ will nail it! A 1 versus 3 to close, and they shut the door on EVOS. That is All Gamers.
The match kicks off. Let's follow the Global Risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes, he dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot! After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The Global Risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
The lower bracket continues, and two teams from the same region meet once again, but this time with far higher stakes. For one side, the defending champions who push their upper bracket series to the limit, falling 2-3 against Team Stallions, a team recognized with pressure and moments where survival depends on performance. Evolution Power Gaming! And across from them, a roster that rebuilt their run from the group stage, fell to all gamers in quarterfinals, but responded with a strong win over Gaming Gladiators to stay in the tournament. XROCK! These two have already faced each other 6 times this year, with Evolution Power Gaming holding most of the wins. But when eliminations was on the line, it was XROCK who prevailed. Now, that scenario returns, but on a much bigger stage. A climb toward the top 4 or the end of the journey. Lower bracket round 2, match 2 begins now.
Thank you so much, Reflections, for that fantastic opening there for the two teams. Two Chinese teams fighting for one spot here tonight, as the loser will be out of the tournament. I'm Valdez, now joined by Sneaky Frog and Bench. We're getting ready for the second match of the night. The first one, a quick 3-0. Well, I say quick, but actually every map went the distance pretty much. But now we're expecting a much closer match. But before we go any further, let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizers, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, a big thanks to our generous sponsors. We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Oris, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Oris has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up and fight on. Thanks to our official partner Ant Gamer for providing the global first 750Hz ultra-high refresh rate monitor, Ant 257PF, empowering players to win the game, born from the game, fueled by the players. With a 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with 0 delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Ant Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witness the journey to the champion. And thanks to our official partner, Morphling. Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system, built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win. And now I'm joined again by Sneaky Frog and Bench. How are you guys feeling today?
Feeling absolutely great to be back on the desk. We got some big games going on here. Of course, EVOS getting knocked out to Qadsiah was a turn of things from our expectations coming into the game matchup. But now, as we are about to cast EP versus XROCK, which is also going to be one of the bloodbath sort of type of map. And Sneaky, we had some sort of prediction that nobody else expected. I think it's going to go all 5 maps. And this one, I just really can't tell or dictate who is going to win.
Yeah, for sure, but I feel like there is a lot of signs kind of pointing towards the side of Evolution Power, considering they do have more experience going into the series despite being the 4th seed in the tournament. But of course, it's been an impressive performance for First, especially despite being his first tournament. But yeah, it feels like the more the tournament does go for Evolution Power especially, they're becoming more and more of a stable team. You know, Mino is now starting to get more comfortable within the maps. You know, YH is now starting to kind of ramp up his performances. Granted that Zay didn't really have too good of a series up against Stallions, but I feel like this would be the type of match where they can bring it back.
Yeah, it absolutely can. I think they're going to be very comfortable going up against XROCK, a team that they have faced multiple times. As Reflections said, already 6 times this year. That makes sense. They're both in the same region. And Sunny Grand, AD, Chow, and Doe. Definitely feels like a bit of a team effort, but I've been pretty impressed by... I feel like AD is the obvious one, but for me, I feel like Chow has really put himself on the map as not only a great IGL, but also he's putting up some big numbers. He's very clutch. He's winning rounds when it looks kind of done. And me personally, I've just been very impressed by his play so far at this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially the squad being comprised of young members, mostly just being able to perform in a very secure manner, like time after time on an international stage like this. Had 2-0 against Falcons, 2-0 against Liquid. All gamers did put them down, but they were able to bounce right back against Skyman Gladiators, 3-1. Pretty successful results there. But now having to play off against one of their Chinese Brotherhood, Evolution Power, who also is one of the top teams in the CFPL. This might be a tough run of a climb for XROCK, but at the same time, we were able to see the weaknesses that EP provided against the match of Team Stallions. So a lot of things are on the line, but the head-to-head between these two teams do favor EP just a little bit more. But needless to say, XROCK did win a BO5 in the, during the lower brackets during the Season 26 of CFPL.
Yeah, it was actually a really, really good run for XROCK, especially going into Season 26. Honestly, one of the more impressive runs that XROCK has had in their local leagues, and obviously we did see the best of one going in the way of XROCK, which kind of did, you know, drop Evolution Power down through 3rd and 4th seed contention here. But the rest of the other games did go in the way of Evolution Power. I do think that Evolution Power, they do look spotty when it comes to group stages, when it comes to seasons, when it comes to, you know, local qualifiers. But when it comes to international play, they seem to step it up every single time. So we're going to see the power rankings, of course, number 2 for Evolution Power, number 4 for XROCK. So pretty much even, but I feel like despite Evolution Power being the 4th seed, they still do have the slight edge here.
Yeah, it's you know, it's kind of an interesting matchup between these two. There's so much we can dig deep in terms of their head-to-head and stuff like that. We are going to take a look at the key players here. There's going to be YH, or like I like to call him, versus Chow. These two players, you know, I was just calling out Chow. I do think that he is instrumental to their success, and you know, in terms of the form here at this tournament, it does feel like EP has looked a little bit better. I think especially XROCK even dropping the one map to Gaming Gladiators wasn't the best, but you know, some of these top Chinese teams have definitely had spotty moments. Even AG as well haven't looked super clean throughout their run so far in the upper bracket, but they're still up there. So it's going to be interesting to see who's got the better form today.
Yeah, speaking of forms, a couple players on the side of EP were falling back just a little bit. Zay against Team Stallions was absolutely quiet, wasn't able to awake from his long hibernation. So let's see if that is going to be the case here coming into this matchup against XROCK. Of course, the talent predictions are going to be EP across the board. Every single talent that is casting this game will depict EP, but it's not going to be an easy game. It's going to go down to the wire. It's going to go to that map number 5.
Yeah, for sure, but I feel like one of the few things that does outweigh the mechanical prowess of this XROCK squad is that experience, right? Evolution Power has already made it all the way as the 4th seed in the prior tournament of Hangzhou, so I don't think they're going to be, you know, they're going to be taking this one lying down in order to get back into the final. But no secrets in Sniper Duel to this side. Evolution Power, the head-to-head this year, but XR won the best of 5. XUQ in first versus AD and Grand, the matchup good swing on the opening picks. And this is going to be one of the more interesting series, especially considering that these are the 2 best teams in the tournament that does run the double sniper setup, whether it is BL or the GR side. So we are probably going to see some fast openings from both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, that does feel like a very strong style to play as long as your team is capable of it. And it's very obvious that these two teams are very capable, even beyond capable, you could say. So I feel like it's a very nice clash of styles where it is going to be very similar in that aspect in terms of the guns they are using, and should make for a pretty fun best of 5. The Sniper Duel, always a fun watch. We just saw the last time around, even Silva picking up the sniper, you know, Fefe picking up the sniper for the side of Qadsiah. Feels like, especially if the timing is right, if the map is right, it can be a game changer for your team to win the whole thing.
Yeah, definitely going to be the game changer. And of course, first has been providing the results, providing the number for EP to really step forward. And given, like you said, Sneaky Frog, that it's his first international tournament to come into and be able to perform on such a top level like that will put EP ahead just for a little bit. But at the same time, the Snipers on the side of XROCK does put out the numbers as well, just on par with first.
Yeah, I would agree as well. I feel like the last tournament that first did have internationally didn't really pan out too well in his favor, considering, you know, it was somewhat of a high pressure, you know, high stakes tournament. You know, it was kind of his proving ground, and obviously he did fail at that point. But of course, with YZK being out, it seems like he's not going to waste this opportunity much more. But win the duels, win the endgame, execute in first drive, early picks, and the Riflers close out the rounds with confidence as defending champions in the best of 5. Execution is responsibility. So yes, that is true. Execution is responsibility.
I like
so it's an interesting take on the game of CrossFire, considering for the longest time we have been kind of relying on the Riflers to provide more of the openings in these games, but with the prevalence of the TRG, of course, the TRG, allowing more movement for the snipers, now allowing a lot more, moving while scoping and still going to be hitting at the same time. So, going to be interesting to see how creative these teams get when it comes to the sniper play.
Yeah, there have been a lot of jump shots we've seen in recent times. Saw that from Qadsiah in the first series, actually. Aggression unlocked. Full team performance by XROCK in their last match, proving everyone is ready to fight on this team. With 3 rookies on the roster, Composure will decide how far their aggression can go today. And yeah, I mean, in terms of aggression, it does feel like, we do have a lot of aggressive teams left over in this tournament, and should make for a fun back and forth series between these two.
Yeah, definitely should be a very back and forth, a fun one too, indeed, like you say, between these two teams. I feel like Qadsiah, as they did survive, will be the only team that does employ the slower, so to speak, playstyle, as depicted in the interview. And regardless of who survives in this final series of the day between EP and XROCK, I feel like Qadsiah will be looking at the VODs and taking down the notes. They probably had plenty of chances to do so already in the VO5s, but now this one, as whoever loses will get knocked off in the tournament. This is in the lower brackets, last chance and last man standing survives. So a lot of the stuff are on the line, of course, for these two teams.
Yeah, there's extra money, there's the feeling of going to the stadium and being able to play in front of a huge crowd, especially here in Chengdu, China, especially for both of these Chinese teams. They want to be able to play in front of that crowd. It does feel like EP especially really thrives under all of that pressure and the energy from the crowd. So very much looking forward to either of them. I like both stories. If EP makes it, they're going to try to make a run for a second finals in a row and try to win it all. If XROCK makes it, we haven't seen them for a couple of years. Can they kind of make it as one of the underdogs potentially? If neither of them make it and Qadsiah goes up, that's also an interesting story in its own right. So I feel like we have a lot of cool stories brewing here on top of the very obvious one, which is the dominance of the Philippines region, and especially Stallions after EVOS just got knocked out, and what they've been able to do at this grand finals. So yeah, gonna be a fun one. What are you guys expecting in terms of going into the map ban pick?
I think New Mexico is going to be out immediately. And Port is going to be out immediately as well. I would be expecting that Evolution Power that would be opening things up with the Black Widow, but we might not be sure.
Might even be expecting a bit of an Eagle Eye ban too.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, guys, as we're jumping into the map ban pick right now.
Thank you, Valdez. EP versus XROCK. This is the end game, like it says. Win the duels, win the end game, and the winner will stay alive. The loser will get knocked out. EP to Ben. Start the veto first. Of course, like you say, making the right predictions, Sneaky Frog. New Mexico will be instantly ruled out.
Yeah, and pulling out, or rather banning out Port here would be very, very good for XROCK. Kind of pulls the sniper pressure, at the same time the lack of knowledge, out of the hands of the side of Evolution Power. Of course, Evolution Power, I think they are going to go with Black Widow for map number 1. XROCK, I think they might go sub-base for map number 2. So, of course, they do want to go for some power picks to kind of open things up in this map.
Let's see what the picks are going to prevail from these two teams. Of course, the first two maps getting ruled out will be New Mexico and Port. So making the right calls here, Sneaky Frog on point with the bans.
Yeah. And I reckon for map number 3, it is a pick of Evolution Power here. I still think they do want to leave Ankara for the very tail end of the game. So Compound could be seen very, very early in the series. And yeah, I would expect map number 4 to either be Ankara or something. But sub-base, it is going to be picked off by the side of XROCK here. So next map is going to be interesting.
Yeah, next map will be interesting for sure, as there is...
Oh, map on sub-base.
Sub-base coming through first.
Evolution Power. Very, very brave first pick. I think Nice is trying to probably pick out the power picks for the side of XROCK, and XROCK gonna answer back with an Eagle Eye 2.0. So
knowing that
Evolution Power, XROCK, that's XROCK's best map. Or sub-base is rather XROCK's best map, and Evolution Power, surprisingly enough, they go for the sub-base pick instead. Wait, just to correct myself, you know, Evolution Power very good on Eagle Eye, XROCK very good on sub-base, but Ankara very early on in this series, man.
Very interesting turn of things here as XROCK will start on the blacklist side. So all the teams essentially try to snatch that blacklist side. Black Widow coming in as map number 4, so will be a very prolonged series, I believe.
I expected that one to be a bit earlier, honestly. New compound for map number 5. Ankara, which I did expect the map are Ankara, which would I expect that would have made an appearance here in map number 5. But it seems like New Compound has been time and time again the choice of map 5s for some of the other teams in this tournament. So going to be very interesting to see how the newest iteration of New Compound will pan out for both of these teams. But of course, for map number 1, it is going to be sub-base Evolution Power starting on the BL side, XROCK starting on the GR. It's going to have to be a damn good defense for both of the snipers here, just like what we saw in the lower thirds earlier. And of course, for the side of Evolution Power, they are going to need to come out the gate swinging, because they're going to need to push the pace immediately, especially when it comes to that woods and machine room positioning.
And now that as we reach the latter parts of the tournaments, we do see the teams pulling out these special cards from their back pockets. This one, of course, being sub-base, being depicted as one of the first maps to be played. And followed by Eagle Eye and Kara, Black Widow, then into New Compound for the decider. So one of the more so very default pickup sort of maps, but having sub-base to come first is a bit of a turn of things here, which I do believe it's worthy, but if you fail to just hold the line as the global risk, it does get a little bit wonky, sub-base being the map that is most favored by players like us, who are very aggressive, who love the action and the commotion that is created during playing this map. So gotta wait and see what really unfolds. Until then,
I think sub-base is actually going to bode well for both of our teams. I think Evolution Power more than anything, considering that team probably has the most experience up against Team Stallions, especially in terms of scrim time. At the same time, they did just go up against Team Stallions yesterday, and they did get dropped on that map. So I think Minos might have learned a thing or two from the Team Stallions side, especially when it comes to learning on the positioning, learning on the aggression that they're going to have to do in this map. I think what Evolution Power does really good, especially when it comes to their BL side, is their lack of nades or lack of nade usage when it comes to taking map control. So when they enter the site, they just use the nades that they do have as delay in this one. But for the side of XROCK, you know, we got some brave souls on this side of the server. So it's going to have to be some aggression coming in from their side, trying to yoink some map control away from the hands of Evolution Power. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to do that.
Brave souls indeed. Eagle Eye, of course, XROCK's best map, but at the same time, you have to remember that the father of Eagle Eye lineups is Minnow from EP. Has had to come up huge. Yesterday failed to do so. Stallions were putting up some good showing, but can't do it again. EP has to take the maps into their own hands, but XROCK versus EP. Last chance for both of these teams. Sub-base to kick us off, and a best out of 5 will be a long one and will be a fun one to watch. Sneaky Frog, where is this one going?
And here we go. Sub-base for map number 1. Evolution Power on the blacklist side. XROCK on the GR. Obvious. Not actually obvious. No. Double sniper setup. No. Gran just putting out the USB super early. But take a look at the other side. We have seen XQQ having been the rifle entry for his team, and it has been very effective in some spots. But XQQ has this very classic thing of overheating from time to time. So I think Mino has kind of assigned him on that entry role instead of that sniper. But
put him on the rifle. Shouldn't be much of a problem. Until then, just both teams playing very default on the global risk. Will be XROCK playing the splits. And for EP as well, just looking down towards machine, looking down towards middle. See where a possible defensive aggression is going to be present towards. Until then, YH is depicted by Valdez as Ye. Thinking about swinging towards vents possibly, or even mid-connector, see where it takes him. but the timer did definitely burn down to the minute 17 mark here, and the C4 finally gets rotated out from Machine in towards mid, possibly hinting to us a split push being brewed in the pot here. Not entirely sure, but with just a minute, EP will sooner or later have to make that decision and have it going.
Let's see. Positioning so far has just been poking and prodding from both sides. Sunny has been very good at sitting in front of this smoke, catching multiple players off guard. But no, it does get tagged immediately, so he is going to back off. Evolution Power aware of his presence into that control room side, but they're also thinking about just running on in to the B site, actually.
I mean, there's definitely a possibility. They're going to make the cross, has all the utils, but the first kill does go towards YH, and Minnow will pick up the second frag of the day. XQQ with the rifle rings true as well. Minnow with the second kill will open the bomb site up. Gran, last one standing for the side of XROCK in a 1v4, and a Dream. Going to be making the full rotation over towards mid, over towards B, but Machine Room getting covered by First isn't quite going to cut it. Has to check the angles, but First has an angle, has legged Gran, sitting at 6 HP. I think this round is all reserved by EP and nobody else.
Yeah, Gran, kind of impossible to go for a retake at this point, but Evolution Power, this is what I was talking about, their BL side has been getting a whole lot better in this map. A very good call to go for a 4-passage play and a 1 locker room play at the same time. There was a presence from that Woods position, so XROCK didn't know where to look. And XROCK, I have noticed that they have been kind of biting a lot more on fakes.
I mean, how was EP able to just break through and brute force themselves into mid connector? Lack of utils on XROCK, or they just literally just walked in and killed everyone? So
yeah, I think it's just a contact and there's just a bit of off timing.
Possibly, but 1-0, EP leads out, heading in towards round number 2. Going to be yet another repetition of what both of these teams have done in the past round.
Bit of steadiness at the moment from both sides. Evolution Power, pure aggression in that last round. Now they're just going to sit around and try and see if they can bait out any of the players forward. But it seems like XROCK is not going to do exactly that. Even XROCK actually reserving some of their nades, waiting for any presence in and around the map. It is actually very good from them. 1:40 and a smoke going in towards second mid. And that is going to delay them up until the very minute in this round.
Very minute indeed. Minute 30 now. EP will be burning the clock down to the wire every round here and then. See if they can bait any information, gain something, gain ground control by doing so. But XROCK has been doing a good job of keeping composure, not necessarily peeking out, not pushing certain angles, and hold on the passive lines of the defense towards the bomb site. But EP, minute on the clock, and will be looking towards the woods area. The door is being contested any moment soon, but the smokes are going to delay the push coming just yet.
Yeah, very similar to what Qadsiah is doing.
They've been studying, weren't they?
For sure. Oh, Sunny though.
Oh.
I think they
aggressive. I don't like this.
Yeah.
Instantly getting get, but Gran with a double kill looking for the third. Minnow does find the kill, but he has already lost 3 of his teammates. The C4 does come in for the plant, but now on a 3-on-2 retake, XROCK up in heaven will start bombarding with bits of nades that they have left in their hands. Still has a couple flashbangs to work with. Gonna be a 3-man push coming down. Minnow has to hold it down. He will get straight out quickly. XQQ with the rifle. Can't find any frag to defuse. Does happen. XROCK quickly marks up around. Gonna be tied at 1-1.
Yeah, Tracer's kind of called him out on that site.
It seemingly was a clean take on towards A until Gran just killing 3 by himself.
Yeah, really, really good hold from Gran especially.
Gonna be looking at the replay any moment soon.
Yep. But Machine Room gonna probably be the target of Evolution Power. No, they might go for another fast B-shore take going into the site, but it seems like they're gonna just ignore Woods in its entirety. But at the same time, there could be a rotation going into that jail side, but it seems like XROCK not going to bite on these rotations super early in this round. I think they know that Evolution Power is just holding their spot at this very moment. So they're not going to do anything too much, but this is what Evolution Power is doing really well. Full utility, woods control already.
They
that's going to force out the smoke.
They dry crossed through doors in towards the nook. I mean, ED had an angle, but guess he was looking elsewhere for a moment, as EP now will be looking to build up a push down towards A. It seems couple nades being thrown. Does not bait a rotation just yet. Bit of damage being found on towards YH and Minnow. The frag grenades do ring true. 3-man pushing towards middle. It's going to be Zay to open up actually nicely enough on towards Heaven. Grand quickly on the rotation with the pistols. Rings true for 2. This guy from last round starts waking up from his dreams and finds all the kills. Going to be Chow with a double kill through pistol. And once again, has the plant down, but EP, they have to hold the line. Good for 1 is going to be Minnow, but has to find 3 more kills. As the retake will happen any moment soon, but the shots are going to be very accurate from first. In a 1v2, Minnow has the Heaven control. Chow's going to be running for the defuse. Oh, his back has to be spotted. Taps the C4. Sticks it with the leg completely. And Mino will take the kills into his own hands and seal the deal for the round.
Yeah, honestly, Chow not expecting Mino to be already in the tight stairs position that early in this round.
It was a 2v4 too.
Yeah, and at the same time, really good space creation from Mino especially. I mean, you have to go for some sort of play, especially when you're in the 2v3 on that A site. Bottom A is not going to be the best spot to be in, because just like what happened in that last round, you know, 2 people coming in 2 tight stairs, even though there is a smoke right in front of them, as soon as a tracer flies, that is going to be instantly them discovering that there is someone right in front of that missile position. So Evolution Power doing a really good job of getting these call-outs, getting map control basically for free. And now this is going to cause XROCK to kind of commit more in towards control room, and Grand's going to take some damage.
Had a bit of an angle. Couldn't land the shots, and AD's going to start going for the pot shots. So close yet so far, just a couple inches off, and will be able to be lucky for now. Bit more damage towards XQQ as well. I think the frag grenade did land close to him. Till then, 2-1 on the scoreboard. And Minnow sitting on 6 kills. I mean, the IGL lifting the heavyweight for the team essentially ever since at the beginning of the grand finals here. And hopefully his teammates are able to pick up some pace as well. On the side of XROCK, Sunny, who seemingly was goated, is going to be starting on a bit of a slow start.
Yeah.
Slow pace, 0 and 3. And that last time he did push out towards middle was eventually gunned down. The pot shots landed right at him and was quickly taken out from the picture.
Yeah, you can really tell that Evolution Power has played XROCK a lot on this map. Second mid call out, Sunny, kind of a known position if you have watched their VODs, but Doe wanting to go aggressive, is going to get Zay, is going to get Mino, and will get away with his life as well. Sunny catching YH, a bit desperate to try and get the trade going. So 30 seconds left on the clock. XQQ, that C4 pickup is going to be heard. Double jump on the box, not even going to work up against Doe. First, the only one left alive, and I don't think you can do much from this position.
I mean, 20 seconds and players pushing right up to your face. Isn't quite going to cut it. XROCK finding this round crucial, but Minnow, like it depicted, creating the space for the team, coming huge. Find the final frag as well. Double kill through Heaven, 1 kill through Silo, but tied to 2-2 once again. And EP looking for that mid control down towards Machine, has the C4 on first. Making a full wrap around is going to be Minnow. Only Doe on the other side of the smoke.
Interesting how the method that they clear Machine Room with, instead of just running up the stairs, they go all the way around it instead. But there hasn't been any Machine Room skirmishes for the side of XROCK here. So hasn't been too effective, so they can just run back that default time and time again. Machine Room control is theirs, mid control is theirs as well. Now they're going to try to aim for a second mid going into control room.
Just imagine one of these days, AD's pot shots hit for like 95.
Good. definitely could.
I don't know, like, nowadays I feel like the snipers that goes for the pot shots through double doors only throw like 3 or 4 and then just back out. But back then, we talking year back or 2 years back, we see Brazilian teams, the snipers like MG Go can just throw the entirety of their magazines in the smoke and somehow get a kill or two.
Yeah, there's more concentrated on the cross that time. Speaking of cross, AD on that locker's position. Not going to get the tag around the corner. Instead, it is going to be Doe getting the kill. Doe getting a double kill. XQQ and YH, though, defending the side very, very well. And XQQ coming in from Passage will get one more. So the YH XQQ EBR combination in the B side has been working out, but it's been Gran doing most of the heavy work with this TRG. But Kenny hit 3 really good shots.
3 good shots required to win this round. Their C4 being planted has seen the tip of the head, but 2 players playing whack-a-mole. Not quite going to cut it. Gran in a bit of a trouble here. Nade's not flying his way, and YH quickly finds the bullets on the body. Gets the job done. And EP will lead out 3-2. But why does it only feel to me, Sneaky, that XROCK can always make the tie? As we've been just switching rounds here, to be honestly speaking.
Yeah, especially they still do have the slightly advantageous side of the map. So XROCK can definitely get more points in. Would be nice if they can get a 6-3 actually. But Evolution Power with their experience when it comes to the map of a sub-base, even before the lineups era in this map. So their offense has been very, very good. And they've been attacking very uncommon positions, just like this B-short side. But now Chow being very well aware of this position, being attacked time and time again. First, we'll try to get some space in that locker side, but EP a bit hesitant to pull the trigger a bit too early here. I think they're just going to spread out a bit more, just in case that there is a flanker going on, or maybe there is another way into that B site.
They know. Players like Sunny could get aggressive and start a wave by himself on his own. Fortunately for them, Sunny has been playing with composure, playing in the spots that are more defensive rather than being too aggressive. Hence is why we see Sunny on a single kill. The Nate finding a bit of value on towards XQQ. Does ring a bell and instantly goes for the pot shots. The EBR's gut for the wall bangs does not find much value till then. Minute left onto the clock and seeing a bit of a rotation for the side of EP, moving the C4 and a couple players over towards Machine. Gonna be a default B take coming through, but for XROCK, they do have the sniper AD and also Rifler of Doe, who's sitting on 6 kills already. To be looking at it, joined by Chow. Quick on the rotation as well. But here's the go sign. XROCK has to hold this one down. 3 players already made the cross, and 2 players are looking to hit towards connector. AD last time wasn't able to find the frag. In this specific position, he was gunned down by the player from Heaven. But YH is going to start running in. AD got for one. Chow as well. XQQ trying to clear out the angles. Will be taken out by a wallbang. So this round, seemingly a lot more clean defense comes out for the side of XROCK. And we are tied once again to 3-3.
Yeah, expectations are there for the side of XROCK. Kind of just seeing that it has just been Evolution Power going for the stop and go. But it seems like YH not clearing Doe in time is going to cause some casualties on their side. But it's tough. It's tough for the side of Evolution Power if you do not have, or if you cannot instantly get this locker room's position. It's going to be very tough to get into B side, especially for the Passage players who really are just trying to roll on forward. But grand full expectation that the players are going to come from there. And Chow has been doing masterful work on this HK. So 3-3. Even for XROCK at the moment. I think they still can't afford to have a back and forth here, considering Evolution Power, granted that their defense has been a bit weak on sub-base especially, but XROCK with that slight inexperience when it comes to the side of sub-base, especially up against Evolution Power, not going to be an easy job once that half turns.
So if you do like a bit of an experience on sub-base, which side would you feel more comfortable, on the Blacklist or the Global Risk?
Blacklist, for sure. I think it's easier to kind of just send it on sites rather than try to read
So
where
now
this team's
that
going.
XROCK is able to find these rounds on Global Risk does benefit them a bit more than EP.
For sure.
I think that is the case here, but big push. Being readied up, and instantly Gran is taken out from the picture. Chow has to make the rotation down towards the bomb site, but the go sign is fully given. Flashes up and over, blinds Chow's vision, taken down to half HP by the nades, and now players are swinging right in front of him. And he is indeed taken down by YH. Gonna be a 3-on-4, make that 2v4 as Zay's gonna find all these frags by himself. Eventually he's taken out. Doe is gonna take a wall bang, and that is good for EP to mark up around. So fatal blows just being exchanged here round after round. Nobody marking a definite lead. This time it's gonna be EP to lead out by a round, but who can we expect XROCK to find another round for a tie?
For sure. I think XROCK fighting a bit too hard for map control on the A side, a bit too early. I feel like going up against 4 players in that missile position, unless you do get that first pick. If Chow got any kill there, would have been a bit easier for XROCK to get back into the site, but Evolution Power with some good, really good spacing in their side especially has been doing God's work, but they're going to go back on the objective, which is B site, and instead of B short, they are going to be targeting second mid. Zay has been a bit quiet in this game, but Mino will get taken down by Grand. Sunny will get Zay in return, but XQQ is still a known entity right behind this smoke. Nate's going to go through. He's going to hurt Chow, but not Sunny. So Sunny down to low HP, and first taken out by AD. Very thin angle with the TRG, so it's now on YH and XQQ to figure this out.
I mean, XQQ somehow maneuvered himself through connector to find the drop onto AD, not looking his way. From a 2v5 to 2v4, a little bit better of a situation here for EP. Has a bit more time as they did pull the trigger a little bit early on the aggression. I think the idea was to have the 2 players out towards the middle to sell the fake, bait a rotation out from B, and the 3 players outside of machine room making the play. But on both angles, the snipers of XROCK were able to find the piece each and hold down the aggression entirely. About a minute left. What is their next game plan?
Oh, that could be a start of it. YH taking down Sunny. Chow going to be forced to back off all the way into sight and calling his teammates. There is a bit of a cross angle here before they get into control room. Good peek on Chow. Calls out XQQ around the corner with the HK. 4-4 so far. And XROCK, it seems like their more tight formation that they do have on defense did work out in that particular round. So Evolution Power gonna have to see if they can get anything started in this round. I mean, a 5-4 isn't too bad, even if EP is down a point here. XROCK's gonna be it's gonna be very interesting how XROCK is actually gonna figure out this BL side, considering that EP is now gonna start to go back to that double sniper, and XQQ in particular done a really good job in this map with that TRG.
I mean, EP is demonstrating a methodical slow play coming into subbase, and that's all because of their experiences they have gained throughout the years. But for XROCK, having to carry 3 of the younger players in the region might not be a similar case being brought up, like how EP is doing right now on the blacklist. And sometimes just pressing W isn't going to do the work for you, isn't it?
For sure. Not up against these Chinese teams. Gonna have to use a bit more brain power here. So, gonna be a bit more of a tight offense for the side of Evolution Power. Gonna try to send it from Machine Room, but I really don't trust this push, especially with how XROCK is playing this site. If XQQ can get an entry here, cause a distraction, this would be very nice on their side, but Chow just gonna get someone's head taken off, and XQQ a bit late to the party, but gets a triple kill anyways. Sunny and Grand stuck in jail, but still no C4 plant. Sunny still a threat on that jail side, and they cannot push forward. C4 is down, but instead first gonna open it up by himself, spotting Grand in jail on the precipice, on the entrance. Who is gonna crouch up first? Who's gonna hit the shot? And it seems like first will hit first. 5-4. Blacklist side with a single point lead, but Evolution Power, they do have the slight advantage here, but at the same time, just like how I said earlier, if I'm XROCK and I do want to go a bit harder in this map, that BL side is gonna be the way to go.
I mean, not gonna lie, right? 5-4 first half, and XROCK picking up 4 isn't half bad, but this machine room aggression is coming in full force for EP. They have gained control towards half the map, essentially, and now almost 75%, and the rest of XROCK will be somewhat in the backside of all things, having 3 players down to respawn, and XQQ having to find 3 kills the last round. And first to hit all those shots down towards jail, really marked the round there.
Surprised that XROCK did not send it on the ace side. Instead, they are just going to wait it out in this machine room position. So
they're playing very slow, too.
Kind of scary to go into machine room just like that. And I like this setup, though, first enabling him to be the solo anchor in this ace side. At the same time, Mino wanting to provide a bit of a space for his side, but...
Oh. I mean, Mino's now getting counter boosted, and if he does...
If he can even make it.
I mean, surely, right? Shouldn't be much of an issue, but XROCK is going to start clearing out towards the middle. Look at XQQ's position now trying to be decisive, is going to get caught down by Chow, who was looking at their 6. So having a frag on top, XROCK make that 2. Quick on shot is going to be Grant. Doing the dirty work for the team does go down. But still a man advantage lingers for the side of XROCK. Now looking to clear towards B, it seems. A is left unwatched. Except first on top of Heaven, it seems, just outside his jail. But AD and Sunny, they have to check the off angle. Zay is holding. Zay does get taken down, but YH with a quick swing finds a double kill. As it's going to be all down to the hands of Sunny. All the utils on him, but the hit point situation not so healthy.
Yeah, that's kind of the strength of EP. In all honesty, they will lose a lot of numbers at the start of the round, but they put themselves in very good positions for that mid-round call. Good on YH to get that double kill in order to prevent that B side from rolling too far forward. And also a very, very nice shot from that jail position coming in from first. He's going to clear the rest of it. Sunny will be caught backwards, bunny hop in 6 and 4, and that's going to cause a timeout for XROCK.
I mean, XROCK was fighting back, had the man advantage. It was a 5-on-4, it was a 4v3, but YH finding the double to equalize the situation, and then first to continuously hit those shots to come out on top in terms of man advantage is going to result in EP making a definite lead now. 2 rounds deep, 6-4 on the scoreboard.
Not much has to change for Evolution Power.
I mean, Nice is chilling there at this point, just telling the boys, you've been doing right, and you are doing the right things in the right time. And Mino's calling is a godsend for the squad of EP.
Yeah, XROCK. I still think they do have to be careful about that mid-round calling, considering you really don't want to be put in a bad position. I mean, granted, you did get the 3v5 in that last round, but you still have to be very well aware, even in the 3v5, Evolution Power still will try to go for those openers on the other side of the map just to prevent the B side to be opened up too much, especially in that B short side. YH, just like how I said, has been performing very, very well for his squadron. But of course, this is what XQQ does best for his team, especially now that he's more on the rifler role on that BL side. Has done a really good job on those late pushes, but Doe going to be facing the floor instead. The spray's going to go through, Sunny's going to go down, and Evolution Power, the machine room push, does it again. XQQ, YH, and Zay taking over.
I mean, the support flashes from the rest of the teammates that were holding us on the machine completely blinded the 2 players of XROCK, having to just look down at the floor, right? And easy swing for the rest of the players and easy kills as well. Chow and Grant trying to make the best out of the situation is going to go down. And quickly, EP starting to show a bit of a dominance here. It's up base 7-4 will be the score.
Yeah, it seems like the Evolution Power takeover.
YH is sitting at 16 kills. What?
Yeah, he's been playing really well ever since yesterday, so I think the momentum is going to keep going for him. YH Spray is going to go through. It's a 5-man assault on Machine Room, and Grenade is going to come from behind, but he's not going to be very well aware that Zay is still here in that Locker's position. So it's a 2 versus 2, but Gran and Chow well wounded in this round first, and XQQ still very healthy, but the problem is XQQ is still in the server, so you still have to expect that he is going to come from any direction, behind, forward, to the side. And look at the fear in Gran's eyes. He's still waiting to see where XQQ is going to pop out.
I mean, now EP just has to hold their positions and wait for the push that XROCK is eventually going to give. The timer is ticking against them, having the backs against the walls. XROCK still lingering far by the side of Machine Room, not really trying to clear anything. Chow contesting XQQ, not going to happen. Going to be a 1v2. Gran knows where XQQ is at. The issue is, can he hit the shot before XQQ finds him? And there's the quick scope. Not going to happen as First quickly joins up forces. And look what we have here. It's going to be 8-4, just about a single round away from the map point. EP, after the loss yesterday, has really went back to the drawing board. And just look at the precision of these players. YH just somehow finding these off angles, turning them into frags after frags. A 4K that round too.
Oh,
at the tally there, another frag on towards Gran, who's been sniping out of his mind for XROCK. So down to Gran. XROCK now in a bit tougher situation than ever.
Yeah, good opening from the side of Evolution Power. And it is going to be the Woods presence instead of Machine Room. Gran going to get taken down, a key piece to the XROCK offense. And it seems like an immediate pickoff is going to take a pause on the XROCK aggression here. Woods control going to be very important, especially when it comes to that BL side. But oh, he wants to make an individual play happen, but there is an up and down angle going on.
Double stack.
Mino and Zay, but no, he's going to forego it. Actually, he's going to call his teammate here, so AD is going to be the first one to clear it, but no one's in Darkroom.
It's going to be a triple swing by EP. 2 players by Lockers and having first on Heaven as well. And if XROCK double swings this, then everything might just go wrong. As the tension slowly builds up. Time after time, seconds by seconds. Pop flash up and over, makes Zay going down for the swing. AD on the other end was keeping the watch. And Minnow has to pop out the smoke.
Ooh, I still think that they expect him to be playing right on that 4-box, but instead, Mino has made it to the left side of the entrance. But XROCK going to start to triple stack this Machine Room, and Mino is going to get away. 0 health lost. But the XQQ, good spot. Sunny's not going to expect this. He sees the gun. Sunny, despite the hesitation, XQQ is going to roll on forward, and AD is going to try to get the quick trade, but no. XQQ has already made his way all the way back into that second mid position. No, he is going to go back and forth in this vent side, and Chow already made his way inside of the side. YH, Nate's going to go through. AD will get Mino, who's trying to get the flank going, but AD going to get chased down. That smoke going to be plopped down. And XQQ, this is good timing from him. He knows that there is a lingering AD inside of this smoke.
I mean, this is definitely retakeable, but XROCK has to find the round. They are at the verge of giving that one away. YH, quick on the foot, is going to make his footsteps down onto the bomb site, but the slide up here Chow has.
Ooh.
Does find one. First goes down to AD on the other side of the Nook. And XROCK stays alive in subface.
Seems like XROCK, there is still some fight left in them, and at the same time, Evolution Power very confused on what side this XROCK team is going to go. Lots of commits in B, lots of commits in A at the same time. XQQ could have gotten a better timing here on AD.
Early Machine Room clear from XROCK. They've seen EP throwing a bunch of their own, sending 2 players deep with support flashes to clear it out. So had 4 players briefly clear out Machine to begin the round off. But look at XQQ, he loves vents, and he will be holding on to Sniper this time. Like I said, he will be switching the primary over on the Global Risk side. Last time finding a bit of success with the pistol. But this time, If Sunny peeks in, it's not going to be too easy.
Not the smartest peek there by Sunny.
Got to do the XJ spins.
Yeah, at the same time, XQQ has already made his presence known in that fence side. YH, he's going to check the head, but Doe gets the better of him that time, and they're just going to try to clear out the kill cam before they get back into that ace side. Mino, though, could get his head taken off. Nate's going to be thrown, but Mino still getting Doe at the end of it. Is he going to hear all the drop downs from XROCK? But XROCK kind of telegraphing this push a bit too much, so the rest of the EP squad might just go for the rotation, but no. They're not going to bite on it just yet. XQQ looking for any cross kills, but seems like he cannot get anything, and he's just going to stay in jail doing some pot shots here.
Going to be a 4v3 in less than a minute. XROCK will be making the rotation over towards B, but both snipers for EP is alive, and having to clear out jail is going to be a bit of an issue. Give or take, the snipers for the side of XROCK. One of them will be on the rifle. AD has picked up the EBR. Half a minute remains, and First is waiting. Spotted the players. It's going to be XQQ and First to find the PC. Gran, out of desperation, does find one, but there's just too many players for him. 3 more to go. Sees the angles coming right at him. On top of Rafters is going to be Zay. One of the positions that players do love to take. It's going to be EP finding the 9th round to themselves. It's going to be 9-5 on the scoreboard. And XROCK, their blacklist doesn't find much of a response.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do about this, right? I mean, Evolution Power, they've just been defending very, very well in this map. Time and time again, YH has caught these offenses early at the same time. The pot shots from XQQ has been hitting. First has been more of the anchor in towards that B site than second mid, and XQQ actively finding these frags with these TRGs has been boding well for Evolution Power so far in this map. Sub base, there is a reason why they do pick this map most of the time, especially for map number 1s.
I mean, Sunny's having a hard time, is it? For sub base, only 2 kills and 12 deaths on the board for him. On EP, sure, Zay is a little bit quiet, but the rest of his team, especially YH, doing God's work. 17 kills, 1 more kill, and he's sitting on 2.0 KD.
Quiet times here on sub base. No one wanting to give any information from either side. Sunny has not been having the best of games. 2-12 so far in this sub-base map. EBR hasn't been finding the mark. But let's see if it can find anything this time. Zay and Mino. Mino looking at a anti-flash position, but Zay gonna spot the hand of AD, but is not gonna go for the full commit instead. They're just gonna back off. Playing pure delay here, and not much utility has been used for XROCK, so could be an early clue of what is happening in this one. C4 is still miles away. 45 seconds left on the clock, and XROCK has to make a decision now. Where are they going to go?
They have to make the decision now, or it might be a little too late. 30 seconds remain, and XQQ is going to put the hurt in the side of Doe. With the sniper of his own running down towards them. That's going to be Chow. Quickly tapped up by YH. Sunny at risk as well, but quick trade does land. Is going to be going for the control towards the bomb site, but XQQ still holding the line here. Sunny up and over towards Silo, does get the drop. Be a 3-on-3 with the C4 soon to be planted. And the nades are raining down. AD and Sunny will be down to about 20 HP here with Gran at 50. Zay.
AD's dead.
Oh, it did bounce on the bomb site. It's going to be a 2-on-3 retake coming through. AD has an angle. The shots are ringing true down to the ends of Zay.
It's Zay.
1v2. And a Dream sees Gran, does a bit more damage. Is going to be juggling his position now, stepping on top of the bomb sites. Can spot AD.
Dangerous,
Quick headshot does it. Gran, he has not to peek. No time left on the C4, but he peeks. Zay does it done. 10 rounds are secured. EP closes out sub base 10-5. there you have it, Sub-Base, map number 1 of the series between Evolution Power Gaming and XROCK will be taken by EP. 10-5 flying colors, as you can see on the board in the center, finding almost all 5 rounds in a row, only dropping a single, going into the global risk, showing a difference in experience here, and the veterans will be able to seal it down in one of the most wonky maps.
Yeah, for sure. I think the one win that XROCK did get on towards that BL side was a bit of an accident, especially on the side of Evolution Power. But the man who made it very difficult for the side of XROCK, it is going to be YH. Rocking that EBR 1.8 KD, 117 ADR, 1.2 kill per round, 2 first kills, and a 0.28 headshot per kill, and 26% on the multi-kill. Not really needed on those headshots, in all honesty. You know, it's an EBR, you can just spray and pray in towards any enemy that you want to. At the same time, YH did God's work, especially just holding down that B side, being the rotational player for the side of Evolution Power. And it's not going to be an easy feat, especially when the side switch happened. Seems like XROCK, time and time again, the hesitation, especially those first 2 rounds when Evolution Power went for that machine room push, and it seems like it kind of scared XROCK to play a bit more careful and play a bit more on the pace of Evolution Power. So very great job on that defense, that's for sure. But Eagle Eye 2.0 is going to be very interesting, considering XROCK picked it early and they lost map number 1. I think they were hoping that they would do better in map number 1. But unfortunately, the chances of them going down 2-0 in this series is very high.
I mean, XROCK, towards the latter parts of the round on their blacklist, was almost as if seeing them getting pushed around by EP towards the corners, towards the walls, and just not being able to make any maneuvers. And only choice they had was to burn the timer down and see where it takes them. But at the end of the day, EP was able to just clean them out one by one. So one of a not so much of a better map for XROCK. Of course, EP performing out right to themselves thanks to YH, taking that nearly 2.0 KD, 1.8 at the end of the day. Now that we are moving to Eagle Eye, sure, it could be XROCK's best map, better maps, but lest we forget, it's Mino's, the legends were made in this specific map. He has built all the lineups, every single one of them, in the CFPL for this specific map of Eagle Eye 2.0, so will be a good one for sure. I don't want to say it's XROCK going to be winning out. I think EP also stands a pretty good amount of chance themselves too.
Yeah, I would say so. I feel like Evolution Power is easily the best Eagle Eye 2.0 team, especially coming out of China, just like how I said. Mino and the boys have innovated in this map time and time again. The smoke lineups in towards that A site, how you play that hotel position, and how far back you should play initially in that site. I feel like the other innovations did come from other regions, like how you can aggress in towards mid to try and see if you can kind of poke and prod, maybe try and see if you can get a pick off. You know, some other regions as well actively challenging that long side. But when it comes to the smoke lineups, nade lineups, flash, everything that you can think of, it seems like Evolution Power has done exactly that. So it is going to be a very scary prospect for Evolution, or for XROCK, to go into this map, especially knowing that you're going up against the Masters, but you're just going to have to go full confidence.
Yeah, I mean, the key for EP's success in sub-base was the contact plays, you know, just drag peeking into the angles and making drag crosses, and, you know, have that confidence that if you see someone else on the other side of the screen, you're going to be able to tap them out quickly. And surely YH was able to do it. Players following YH was first to find the frags. It was Zay to come out alive, so EP was doing that, and XROCK has to find a similar level of confidence to do exactly so. Eagle Eye 2.0 will be map number 2, and regardless of the results, Ankara still will be played as map number 3, Black Widow as map number 4, and as a decider will be New Compound, which is a little bit wonky. It's going to be EP to start on the blacklist side, and XROCK will be on the global risk for the decider, but that's to be talked in the future, as we are still only waiting for map number 2. But Ankara, having to be played as map number 3, what do you think is XROCK's chances? Give or take, Eagle Eye goes to EP or XROCK.
Yeah, I think it is going to be still be pretty high for the side of XROCK, considering that they did beat AG on that map. At the same time, both teams aren't really too adept when it comes to the map of Ankara. I feel like AG honestly could have done better in that day, and I feel like that was just on a day thing for AG, especially to kind of have that moment of weakness in Ankara. And XROCK, granted that, you know, there was that map win up against AG, I feel like it's still going to be a bit iffy from their side, especially with how the snipers are going to work in this map number 2. And this is actually going to tell a lot on how map number 3 is actually going to go, considering the snipers are going to have the utmost importance when it comes to Eagle Eye 2.0. And the last time that we did see Evolution Power did play in this map, they did beat a very formidable team thanks to the sniper prowess of First and XQQ. So if the snipers are on point for the side of Evolution Power, and it's going to be quite difficult for the side of XROCK. But hey, we've seen good performances from Grand and AD especially, and if they can go toe-to-toe with First and XQQ, then it wouldn't be too far out of the imagination to say that XROCK can beat Evolution Power on Ankara.
But for that to be delivered, definitely a bit of slack has to be picked up for the side of XROCK. Some of the players, at least, I believe Sunny was sitting at 3 or 4 kills towards the end of the map sub-base, which isn't quite going to cut it if you want to take a map point against one of the top Chinese teams, whose power linking of ELO is above you, which is going to be Evolution Power Gaming. So a bit more heavy lifting needs to be required for some of the players. Even Chao, the IGL, was lifting heavy weights in the previous series, but coming into sub-base, he was a little bit quiet. Sure, he's I think on the ballpark of 1 KD, but wasn't the most stellar performance that he has put out time after time. So going to have to look forward to what these players can bring up to the board. Minnow, of course, was able to prove time after time. Yesterday was top fragging. Now today in sub-base, he was finding very much of a success. I think he had like 1.5, 1.3 KD. Not entirely sure. I have to go back and double check. But Minnow, the IGL, lifting the heavyweights, followed by YH, who seemingly was a little quiet during the match against Stallions. Now really popping off, and having Zay to start fragging out is going to leave EP on the upper edge here.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like if it is the exact same performance from Mino going into the last time that he did play Eagle Eye, they would have a good time. He did drop, 18 or 19 in that last one, especially when you do need someone to go aggressive on your team. I feel like Mino is the man for you. B-Long is going to be one of the more important positions to be taken in this map. So I feel like it is going to be very important for Zay to have a presence in this map number 2 as well, going into long. So let's see what is going to occur in Eagle Eye 2.0. Sniper action, rifle action, aggression could be the name of the game here. So Evolution Power and XROCK just going to be waiting, ready, possibly, and roaring very, very soon. Eagle Eye 2.0, of course, one of our smaller maps in the CFS map pool. So going to be enabling some of our teams here, actually both of our teams here, who have been more on the pace for this tournament so far.
I mean, for XROCK's defense, right? EP had to play Eagle Eye against Team Stallions yesterday, which did reveal a bit of a weakness on certain positions and certain takes that EP was putting up on the board. So in XROCK, they haven't played much of an Eagle Eye, at least in the grand finals. So that information difference, that disinformation could support XROCK in a way. Possibly, potentially, don't know. We have to wait and see how that unfolds. But like you say, it could be anyone's. XROCK's best map, EP's best map. And I feel like it just now really comes down to, can players find success themselves individually? Macro-wise, both of these teams are well built, but now I feel like the results are going to be dictated by the individual mechanics and the micro plays that these players make on the stage.
Yeah, I feel like Evolution Power does have that slight advantage when it comes to macro, but XROCK does have that slight advantage when it comes to the shooters. Problem is, are the shooters going to show up as of today? Map number 2 is going to be Eagle Eye 2.0. The Dragons lead the charge in this series, but can XROCK bring it back on the Eagle Eye? Map number 2 is going to be underway.
There you have it. XROCK versus EP. Map 2 will be Eagle Eye. We are in the midst of CFS 2025 Grand Finals of the lower brackets. And having to drop a map, XROCK, now really desperate to find one up on the board, will have to play with composure, play with time, and see where it takes them. And they're going to have to start off on the side of Blacklist, which seemingly wasn't the best on the map of sub-base. But Eagle Eye, a completely different map and a different setups and strats to be brought up. Let's see if they're capable of finding more rounds here. Minute 45. Default hold by EP. And XROCK will be heavily shifting their formation towards A, the pot shots from XQQ.
Well, they do confirm that there's already a sniper in that top A position. Pretty passive play from the side of Evolution Power. Zay is just guarding that bridge position this entire time. But XROCK just as quiet as well. But they're going to have to be wary about this tower position, just in case anyone does want to climb up. But it seems like no one on the side of Evolution Power will try to go for any early peaks, as the most aggressive player on their side, it is going to be Zay. Just going to be peeking in and out of bridge. At the same time, XROCK taking their sweet time, reserving the utility possibly for an A hit. Just enough for one site. But AD's going to start to investigate, and he does get Zay. Caught him swinging on that bridge side.
Instantly getting sniped out. It will be Zay off the slow start, and now Do trying to get into the face here is pushed up. YH is holding a corner. This is going to be traded out by Minnow. Quick swing for the trade. Finds value for two players, and first holding on the bomb site. Does whiff on towards AD. Going to be a 3-on-3. 24 seconds. The C4 has to rotate in. Sunny catches XQQ jumping up, and Minnow continues to find success first as well to find another kill to himself. 3 kills for Minnow, 1 for first, and make that a 4K for the IGL of Evolution Power Gaming, securing round number 1.
Yeah, couldn't get the trade in time here on Minnow. Could have been a very huge advantage going into this B site. But it seems like the captain has other plans. At the same time, very good rotations from the side of Evolution Power, getting on the behind of XROCK before they could even react into a B take. So good on them to be proactive in this one. Zay not going to take the bridge route this time. Is going to go straight ahead of the smoke. He's going to go for the resmoke, and AD's going to investigate. I think he knows that there could be a person within this one, though. And Chow trying to see if they can spot out the Zay. But Zay instead going to go to box, bit of an off angle. Will get Chow, but Do does get one in return.
And now Do, after finding Zay, was thinking about clearing out towards Hotel, but he does fall back. They might give up B entirely and make the rotation down towards mid, potentially towards A. Gonna be a 4v4 momentarily. As timer will continue to tick down. An XROCK looking to make a move. Down towards middle, it seems. The smoke is going to hold it down for a couple more seconds as it dissipates. Only a single player, I believe that is first, will be looking to hold A by himself, rotating his teammate over towards B. But now nades are raining down at him and instantly baits out the rotation from EP. If XROCK makes the right call, could work wonders. Grand does find one frag.
Good angle.
Quick shot towards XQQ.
YH though, on the exit side, 45 seconds left on the clock, and that's a very well-needed clear. Sunny is going to go down. YH with the shot still ringing. AD and Sunny will eventually fall. Though inside of the site, but downtown with the HE nade does get him. So XROCK answering back with their own aggression on Eagle Eye 2.0.
Big one indeed, but look at this replay from Minnow. I believe that was a 4K for him. Just being able to create so much space, not only on sub base, we saw that too, but on Eagle Eye as well. Round number 3, tied to 1-1.
Bit of a calmer start, honestly.
True.
Oof. SUQ just eats it, but only 87 HP, so I don't think he got hit by the brunt of this HE, but look at this long push from XROCK. XQQ trying to go for the off angle, but first gets called out immediately. The double sniper ace sight set up, not working out in their favor. Minnow trying to crawl around the corner, but Sunny has his number instead. No flank can save this retake. Zay, unless you can hit 2 very good shots, the possibilities are pretty low for a retake here, but Chow does get taken down.
It was a 2v5, down to a 2v2. All of a sudden, EP making a wave.
Good nade.
Already finding 3 kills, 2 for YH, 1 for Zay. The nade isn't going to do too much damage, though. Does swing out, gives away his position, and now it's going to be a double swing for Do's position. YH is going to be taken down. Zay, last one alive, has to find 2 headshots. Not going to happen. XROCK closes it out, but Boy, wasn't that too shaky. Was a 2v5. Had to come down to a 2v2.
Yeah, it looked very dangerous. The attacker duo for the side of Evolution Power almost making that a possibility.
Minnow just across the board here. Except Sunny with 1 first kill.
Kind of a leading the charge, man, eh? Sometimes the captain has to do it himself.
The El Capitan.
I don't know. I have no nicknames for Mino. It's tough.
We can find one. What would you prefer?
Not El Capitan. That's for sure. That is reserved for Mr. KLP. So hold up. Before we think too much on the nicknames here, it seems like there is another 8-take going on. YH getting spotted immediately by Sunny. Shining on this site. Mino will take down 2. The captain once again stepping up to the plate, but gets killed by his fellow captain. XQQ goes down as well. It's up to Zay.
1v3. The Tupper finds a bit of a headshot and a kill, almost making that a 2, but XROCK finding a bit of a composure coming into Eagle Eye. The map switch did benefit them. It's going to be 3-1 on the scoreboard, and timeout being called here by Nice, the coach of the squad.
Yeah, Nice is not happy about that, that's for sure. They got absolutely pelted time and time again with the exact same A push 2 rounds in a row, so seems like something is going awry on the side of Evolution Power. And yeah, I mean, YH is not doing anything wrong in all honesty. Maybe First is not hitting his shots with the sniper. I mean, Grand and AD really taking their sweet time rolling forward with Sunny and Doe kind of providing that frontline presence, kind of providing that disruption, while Grand and AD just kind of pick and choose the defenders on the site. So Evolution Power gonna have to take a bit of a breather here because they expect to get a bit more rounds, especially when it comes to this GR side. But these timeouts have been very effective, especially on Nice. Even in that Team Stallions series, I mean, every time Nice takes a timeout, it seems like the boys really get back into it quickly.
I mean, Nice and Tanks, whenever these coaches call the timeouts, it works like magic. Being able to find 1 or 2 rounds deep right after the pause, right? So, Chow, as well spending this timeout wisely. We'll be giving out some of the calls too. That's going to be over in 5 seconds. Let's see if this timeout's going to give back some life for the side of the EP.
I think they might want to hold back just a bit, especially after this timeout. I think they're expecting Evolution Power to maybe do something aggressive, maybe around mid, maybe around B long. So they're going to try to see if they can get a quick read going. But it seems like it is just going to be same old, but a lot more presence in that mid position. Going to be very important that XQQ does kind of hold that down.
Yet another calm round for XROCK.
Mino solo holding A.
He's basically like, I got this covered. You guys find a different angle to play. And surely he was being the solo star here, finding double kill last round as well, as the whole entirety of the bomb site was being aggressive. But nade stack down towards middle does do a bit of damage towards XQQ, but wasn't quite on the money. It was like 3 or 4 nades, and had XQQ stepped left for just a single keystroke, he would have been dead.
Could have made all the difference. But
ooh, Zay is getting frisky here.
Line smoke on the A site. I mean, doing the EP against EP, quite the brave angle to go for, but it is the exact same A play that they're going for. Mino trying to create some disruption on that top A position, but almost getting Sunny with that EBR spray first on the bottom side. Zay gonna get AD in return though. Y8, and they are all crawling on into the site, but XQQ finally taking down Sunny. XQQ taking another one down. I like this adjustment from the side of Evolution Power. They are committed outside of the site instead of being inside of the site itself and getting pelted with all these nades. And it's only Mino creating a big distraction in that top A side. So instead of getting rolled on over the A site with, ironically, the Evolution Power A take, they just kind of sit around and Mino just creating a lot of noise in that A site, and they haven't realized that within those smokes, Evolution Power has made their way through.
And for Evolution Power to play on A like that is because they know that A take. They've made the A take themselves, so they exactly knew what was going to be happening in just a couple of seconds, and players like XQQ was able to find the exact position to counteract for the push that XROCK was giving. But going to be 3-2 for now. EP has a bit more catch-up to do. Zay took a bit of a damage himself. It will be on the sniper that XQQ has given to him.
Yeah, he got tagged up on the foot, probably on the B hotel cross. So
balked him, we say.
Yeah. Ooh, Mino, dirty spray, almost getting 2 damage, but YH getting instantly dropped here by Sunny. But first, gonna try to get Gran out of his position. AD and Gran could make all the difference here. Gran not spotted just yet, more focused on that stairs side. But AD, is he going to try to challenge for first here? He does have the angle. But no, they're just going to concede it. They're going to go back all the way into the B side, considering that Zay is also on very low HP. But AD, is he going to attempt to climb up? Yes, he will.
I mean, here's the issue, right? They saw the kill log. That XQQ wasn't the rifle. That's why they climbed the launch tower. But the sniper was actually passed down to Zay. So it might just come in handy in time. That slight difference in the information may just cost this round. Zay sees it, lands it, pistols out, does a bunch of damage towards Chow. 1v1. Chow's going to find the head. But now, the nades are going to do God's work. Dirty. Very dirty. The potatoes are going to land right on the money as we are now tied 3-3.
Trying to go for the repeak. Not the smartest play from Chow, especially being down on 14 HP, but he was really hoping that there would be another miss on that sniper. But the thing is with Chinese snipers is they do not miss twice. Not in a row at least. So Evolution Power going to buy themselves a bit of time on this GR side. And that effectivity on that timeout once again showing its head for Evolution Power. So a reset was well needed, and they did get it. Back on the tie game, Zay going to be enabled to go for that double metal box push on B and long. So going to get some early information whether or not it is going to be a full B-side commit, but no. He's just going to back off all the way. He's just there for the initial check. Doesn't want to get rolled over, but at the same time, XROCK is playing default for now.
And I feel like the same progression of mentality is being built up on XROCK once again, right? Like early on, they find a bit of success, they play aggressive and then get halted down, and now they're getting boxed up, getting pushed around. And even though XROCK's playing default, they are not successfully finding much of control down towards Hotel, much of control down towards A. They are getting boxed in once again, even though there is nobody from EP pushed up. And now, finally, with a minute left on the clock, they are going to start clear out towards that Hotel area. And down towards mid as well, but a double stack is present.
Dangerous.
YH sees it, does it, goes down. AD comes up huge with a double kill. And XQQ's on the chase, but he might get caught off guard. A little too aggressive here, XQQ. I don't know if I like this. Has to fall back, takes a bunch of damage, but he does back away in time. First at risk, Chow does find the shots raining true on XQQ. Gonna be a 1v4 and a Dream with about 5 HP here.
Yeah, in classic XQQ fashion, over chasing for the kill here.
That essentially may have cost them the round here.
For sure. I think even if he didn't get the kill, it would be okay if he just backed off all the way in mid to try and help the speed push from happening. But at the same time, he was very paranoid that there is going to be a reswing from those mid doors. First is going to go down. So far, the BL side serving well for the boys over at XROCK, but they need to get maybe at least 2 more rounds if they do want to have a bit more leeway, especially when it comes to that GR side, because Evolution Power, granted that they do fall a bit behind on that GR side, that BL side is still a big, big threat, especially for that XROCK defense.
And now we know that if there ever is an individual veto implanted into the system, Sunny's definitely batting out sub-base.
Oh, for sure.
As briefly we were able to see that him marking up on the board for all the stats. Most first kills, most damage, and everything else as well. But setups now thrown out towards Zay. First not gonna whiff this time. Does find the drop on towards Sunny. Minnow on top of Nectar does get one before going down, but the trade kill does benefit XROCK momentarily for now. It's going to be a 3-on-4. But they're not going to force the issue just yet, as Chow will start stepping closer in towards the bomb site.
Chow, Gran. Gran will get taken down first. Shot from mid. Doing a very good job about that, so top A is going to be off limits here for now. Chow going to try to look if there is going to be any flankers incoming here for the side of Evolution Power, but I don't think that's the right decision, AD. Yeah, you just back up.
I mean, XROCK a little bit lost of its motion. Chow is trying to make the best out of something. Does get one. Still a 3v2 on tough uphill battle. Chow equalizes it. The captain is at work. AD gets it. Zay gets swung from the side, and Chow finds a 3K. And XROCK's going to find this round as well. Definite lead, 5-3.
I mean, mistake after mistake from the side of Evolution Power. They could have just held in their positions, in all honesty. Maybe first could have had a buddy right behind him to try and see if he can get the trade, but XQQ was still kind of far from the mark. And XROCK capitalizing on that mistake. Chow with a good double kill on the backside. And AD catching both players rotating from that spawn position. So big mistakes from the side of Evolution Power, and they don't have a timeout to reset here. So
second time in a row, a 4v2 goes straight down the drain, getting flushed out.
Yeah, just bad decision making from Evolution Power in that one.
So one more round to be played on this first half here. If EP finds it's not too bad of a situation, but if XROCK does get this one, it's going to be 6-3 double score.
Minute and 30 left on the clock. I think XROCK has done a really good job of preserving their nades, especially for that A-take that has been the weakness for Evolution Power. But they still do not know when is the trigger going to be pulled for that A-take time and time again. Granted that they have countered it once from that prior, from the round prior, or 2 rounds ago rather. But they do not know when is this A-take going to happen again. XROCK has only went into that B side once, and it hasn't worked out in their favor. So it seems like A, being the focus here, has been giving them a big benefit. First out in the open with an off angle. They're going to wait for the smoke to plume, and they're going to attack this A site.
Bunch of utils being invested here, but does not bait a rotation. If XROCK hits this perfectly, it will be an easy take. Although he's not going to connect onto any of the players just yet. But now here is the rotation, and the counter nades being rained on top of XROCK. AD taking a whole bunch of damage himself as well. XQQ will be the opener to this round. Sunny goes down. Minnow quickly spraying down one. Not gonna overpeak. This first is gonna get 2 kills alongside with Minnow.
They just run out of time. XROCK taking a bit too long in taking that A site, and the side switch is going to go. So we're still going to have a 1-point deficit as the sides do switch. XROCK having to play on that GR side, and of course Evolution Power having to play on BL. So let's see what the setups are all about for the side of Evolution Power. And I'm just really surprised that EP has fallen victim to this A-take time and time again, even though it has happened multiple times with Mino. It's going to go through, and it's going to hurt Sunny.
How is AI predicting EP to have more than 60% win chance here? I think it's still around 50-50 to me.
Yeah, that BL side is crazy, man.
We'll see if they can come to the show in time. As XROCK the last round failed to do so. Still have a round advantage, is going to be XROCK going for the default hold. And EP is spending that sweet time for sure. Will be looking for the rotation towards A.
Yeah, first needs to find a way to remove Gran immediately from this round. But it is very difficult. Gran could be playing mid, Gran could be playing all the way in spawn. But Mino going to be the one peeking this time. Will be spotting that house player. They're also afraid of that mid push. XROCK, also one of those teams that is quite random when it comes to their timings.
Oh, surely we've seen so many ones for Sunny just running up. But here is the EP setup over towards A.
Damn, no need to hit Evolution Power at all. Full commit on the A site, taking a bit too long. Dodo out in the open. YH not going to spot Doe around the corner. Doe, the tracers are going to be there, but still gets a double headshot. YH and Zay already down. Mino going to get the wall bang on Doe, but Grand not going to be spotted. Instead, he spots Mino. And first, on that long position, will get the... We'll try to hit the shot on Sunny on that window.
Once again, put to the test here in a 1v4. And there's a flank from Chow, the backside. Gets the job done. XROCK marks a lead. 6-4 it is. So let's go take a look at the replay here. Chow just doing heavy lifting here. Blows the 4v2 to begin with, and he single-handedly finds all the kills to make an equalize. 2-2-2-1, 2v2 to then this.
Brando taking out YH immediately. They're going to try to get him out of his position. Good shot from Gran. 20 HP, and he still hits it. First is going to get Doe in return, but still, presence has been made, and Chow can push the issue here on this B-long side. But at the same time, Evolution Power trying to attack that A site. AD has been spotted. AD will get the cross going, but not against First. SQQ having to hit some nutty shots here. Gran going to be trying to see if he can get on the roof on that spawn side, but will not make it in time. Sunny around the corner, and they're going to try to take over long, but they still have to go through Mino.
Clean take. Has the C4 planted as well. Will be looking to contest towards long, but it's going to be a three-man push. XQQ has to ring true. Middle of the swing, and that's a double kill. Almost a triple, but XQQ with the pistols will wrap it up. And the IGL, alongside his sniper, will be able to hold down the line. And EP will slowly catch up 5-6, just one round away from a tie. And it's going to be Mino taking all the spots that Sunny was at.
Yeah, good positioning by Mino, honestly. I feel like he took that long metal box early in this round so he could hear all the tower players actually rotating. But First is going to get taken down, brother. You got to crouch at the same time. Initial mid-fight isn't usually taken, but AD is going to take that joust every single time. XQQ really wants to challenge AD for that position. Who's going to get who first? XQQ caught, scoped in the wrong place and the wrong time. Doe and Sunny is just going to clear him out. And that's going to pump the confidence here for the side of XROCK. Evolution Power, a team we kind of know for this Eagle Eye map, and it seems like this BL side isn't panning out as they expected.
And for XROCK to find that round, especially gotta point out how AD is able to find these harder frags to hit on the sniper. First one too wasn't the easiest of all, and the second one too.
I feel like they should fight on site instead of going for these long picks.
I think you are very right on that call, because these long picks are not working for EP.
But that's crazy that we're talking about that in the context of having First and XQQ on the other side of the server. But seems like AD and Gran are having the better sniping day in Eagle Eye 2.0.
I mean, if you imagine AD being pretty quiet on sub-base, now getting fully activated in Eagle Eye, it's definitely a player to look out for if you're EP.
The double sniper setup meta has been very prevalent, especially in CFPL. Problem is, there's not much Chatax around since there's not a balanced version of that gun yet. So, it's going to be very interesting once that comes out. But Sunny around the corner, spotted here by First, but is going to investigate that house position. But
I mean,
they're just going to back off.
I'm sure the balance team at Smallgate is working hard to add more new guns to the tournament scene, the esports scene, and see where it takes you. Already having EBRs, HKs, TRGs, which has been a fruitful addition to the scene.
Ooh, PD spotted. Just going to be Evolution Power backing up. They're really trying to get one pick off, and then run into the site. But still, mid is going to be the target here for the side of Evolution Power. And first, going to try to crawl around the corner. Pot shot's not going to hit this time. Sunny around the corner is going to take that spawn side. Gran is going to get taken down by first. Good coverage here for the rest of the team. First, going to have to look straight into spawn. And Doe, instead, Zay's actually going to get Sunny. XQQ all the way from the behind will delay Doe the rotation all the way from Hotel. Problem is, Chow is going to come from that backside, run through that smoke. The captain is going to spot the other captain first, and YH's not going to get him. Chow popping off with the EBR, but instead it is going to be first with the USP to take him out. But a lot of casualties, and that's going to allow Doe inside of the site. But first, who's going to hit the shot? The USP going to shred him down. The AD, the only one left alive for his squad, and he has been spotted in spawn. XQQ, full peak 6 and 7. And this is what I was talking about. You don't want to fight XROCK in the long side. Instead, you really want to fight them in these skirmishes, man.
And the upside for EP is that they know this map inside out, so they can direct themselves and navigate themselves to take those close angle quarter fights on top of the bomb sites. And for a minute to be able to direct their team in such an angle is a blessing for sure, as they do find their number 6 going to be 6 to 7 rounds.
I'm not going to say it. We've already exhausted the 6-7.
We surely did. But just one round away from the tie here in EP. What is their next course of action? Seems to be A has been depicted as the choice.
It's because Chow is all the way in B long. He's taking it. Ooh, Evolution Power. Seems like their stubbornness to take this A side time and time again could cause their downfall. But Chow will try to get that nade going. Nade's going to fly into mid. I don't like this Evolution Power.
This take could be a little frisky. EP has the nades getting lined up, but AD has an angle. Gran has an angle. AD surely gets one before retreating to a better position. Now getting pressure, but Zay was able to find footings into the bomb site. So was Minnow. Quick trade kills left and right. Ends up being EP coming on top with 3v2.
That was all Zay. Not gonna. If Zay didn't get that kill, this round would have been over.
But now XQQ trying to hold down towards long. Chow? It has a rifle.
Brother, you're getting shot at. Oh my god, XQQ. Obviously, bullet tracer's off for his video settings, but brother had no idea that he was getting shot at from that top tower position. Grant is going to spot first. So first, the rookie having to do everything for his squad here.
I mean, Chow, the captain, finding these key frags for the comeback, surely has done it too. Make that two, actually, for one of the players that on the bomb site was taken down from the watchtower. Now first, having good day, has to come up huge in a 1v2. Too many angles to look for, but there's not a lot of time. And the captain of XROCK seals it.
Yeah, that was on XQQ. Honestly, Zay got the most important kill on the A site, which is on AD. But XQQ, it seems like his awareness was a bit off when Chow was shooting at him the entire time. You can see him on the left side gap with the smoke. So it seems like the man who can save this team from certain doom can doom his team as well.
That one nade crippled the hit point situation for EP.
Oh, there we go. AD's dead. They're going to have to roll forward. They cannot slow down at all. Doe doesn't get taken down, but they... Oh, Doe misses a shot on Zay. Zay is moving different. He might have started off this game bad, but seems like the recovery is here.
Recovery for sure indeed. 9 kills already for him. Minnow with the pot shots does do a bit more damage towards Gran. C4 now to be planted. Was a 3v2 reminder, and Chow just broke the mayhem for EP. Flush it out. Minnow!
Happens.
On a misstep, does a bunch of damage, but is going to disappear from the map.
Happens to the best of us. Zay gonna move on forward instead. The risk is there. He's on 14 HP anyways. I mean, if he dies, he sets up a 1 versus 2 for first with both information being there.
I was just waiting for the highlight moment for Minnow as he drops down. Gets the kill at least, but apparently your crosshair does spread when you're falling away from the map.
Would have been interesting if you got both, but...
Oh, that would have been
A man can wish.
One hell of a highlight.
4 for Zay. This is what I was talking about. Zay all of a sudden woken up in this game.
I mean, we say time after time, Zay does need some time to get activated, and surely a map and a half will do.
It hasn't been the snipers picking off AD too. AD or Grand. It's mostly been Zay just rolling on forward on the site. YH having a bit of a rough go at it. Didn't get the memo that this is no longer sub-base, and there doesn't need to be one rifler sacrificing his life time and time again. But YH, if he can wake up in this game, Evolution Power, the comeback is real. Problem is they still have to go through the snipers of AD and Gran, and especially Chow, who's been doing God's work on this Eagle Eye map, especially with kind of confirming that it is going to be a hit with his forward positions here in B long.
True. I mean, for first, I feel like he's the type of player who would perform better under a decent amount of pressure, and I think right now is the perfect time to do this. So sub-base was not the best map there, but now coming to Eagle Eye, he is getting activated slowly by surely. And what a minute on the clock, 53 seconds and ticking. Setups are lined up and is thrown, but this could be a potential fake. They're going to be running it down towards middle, it seems. 4 men with the C4.
Yeah.
Nades out towards A, but could be a little frisky. They're going to be running in towards middle. AD has an angle. He does not miss. Repicks with the pistols. XQQ does get the refrag. Chow on spawn has to get the shots done. Gets one, and the shots are raining true for the players of XROCK. Rather clean round. An EP at risk of dropping one of their best maps too. Gonna be 9-7. XROCK has found the map point.
That's a bit of a waste for the side of Evolution Power. It was a very good fake in towards that A site, and I feel like the objective there, even if YH dies, it would have been a full-on kill, but no, it's a full-on push in towards mid, but EP, one of the few teams that can actually counter this kind of play, but AD is going to get the shots on Zay. Though, with the climb up, Mino's going to get taken down, and that is going to be another kill going in the way of EP. YH trying to fight on back. XQQ in first, kind of stuck in spawn. Still deciding what to do. XQQ getting AD. Grant's going to get taken down. Sunny still fighting back, but it is going to be an 8-9. XROCK trying to see if they can finish the game then and there, but Evolution Power a bit too ready for that one.
YH fighting tooth and nails on that EBR. Eventually ran out of bullets after taking down 2. Switched to the pistol, but it was a little too late. But the support from his teammates came just in time. The players who were stuck in spawn ran out in time, got the frags, got the round. EP 1 round away from going into overtime.
Oh.
Good chance, but look at this counter push from XQQ. Finds the frag, and first could act as an anchor to hold it down, but he does get taken out. Gonna be a 2-on-4. Grand has to realize there's a couple players coming his way. He has the line, but it's only gonna leg Minnow. Gonna be a 2-on-3 for now. Players are gonna be moving in towards the B bomb site. The rotations have already happened for XROCK. YH has to come up huge. Surely gets one. C4 is now planted, going to post plant. Doe is going to be taken out. YH time after time. This guy is going to clutch for the team, but still alive is going to be AD. Comes through bridge. He is spotted. YH does it once again. This guy carrying his team out. And that will be overtime granted by EP.
YH and XQQ getting possessed by the spirit of No and KLB. That's a very Stallions-esque push, in all honesty. Just sending it on mid, Zay dying. YH literally fighting every single angle. That's what I like to see here on Eagle Eye 2.0. And Evolution Power asking XROCK, you like chaos? Here is chaos.
I mean, that was literally Stallions briefly showing up in the lobby. 2-man push in towards middle and then having 3 just push out towards B and buying the room for the 2 players that has made the flank to make a play. And surely YH took that chance to himself and made the play of, not the lifetime, but at least for the day.
Yeah, Zay was definitely praying for that strat to work. He was the first one who died in that round.
He was definitely praying in the backseat.
Good on them. They actually took out Chow ASAP here, but first out in the open, AD pre-aiming everything, even the off angles. He's been on it in this game, has taken over the scoreboard. Chow, 16-12 in this game now. But they're going to sense the desperation for Evolution Power to get a pick back.
I mean, now with first going down, one less sniper in the lobby, EP, their hold has gotten a little tougher, but still very doable. And XROCK, now that knowing that they have taken out and eliminated one of the snipers, they can bring the fights in the longer range of things.
Ooh, XQQ.
All they have to do is take out XQQ. Ooh, the timing.
Don't re-peek that XQQ, I swear, man.
It's getting a little frisky here with the smoke being put out. XQQ gonna reposition, but the shots are good for one. But Chow, such a quick response will do good. Minnow and YH finds a PC, make it a double as Zay comes in hot, and somehow the captain saves the team from getting hassled apart. Gonna be a 10-9 as EP does find that defense ringing true on a 4v5.
Zay is like, oh, or no, XQQ is like, I'm gonna play this safe. Wait, I'm actually XQQ. Let me just send it on this single box and somehow get Sunny in the forehead with a freaking TRG. Who does that? Apparently him. But Mino and Zay really doing a good job of just catching the rest of the offense here. An absolute chaos of a round once again. Evolution Power. Just like what I suggested earlier, you should fight them inside of the sites instead of these long-range battles, because obviously it hasn't been boding well for First and or XQQ, but XQQ will take that 20-80 fight every single time.
For sure, but XROCK AD sitting on 18 kills and Chow sitting with 17. They are being the two engines of the team currently, but it is somewhat falling behind for EP for a round. It's going to be 10-9 on the scoreboard, and a setup being cooked up here by XROCK. And some overnades are going to be thrown, but won't be realizing much of a value here. EP playing very slow and methodical hold, whilst XROCK is looking for the aggression here. Last round, seemingly a lot more doable than this one, as they were able to find the frag down onto his Fuss first, which was clutched by Minnow, by Zay, by XQQ. But having to start this round of round number 20 as a 5v5, with some of the nades being spent as well, isn't going to make the day easier for XROCK.
Yeah, they don't know where YH is too, so they can't confirm anything. XQQ should focus on mid.
I think it's left unattended, and thus far in the past couple rounds was... Ooh, First is trying to get involved. How's he alive? He's not alive.
He's not alive. YH though, gonna be alive within that smoke. Sunny's not gonna spot him. Instead, YH will get Sunny. XQQ trying to get the spray down, but no. YH trying to see if he can get every single member here. Though gonna get spotted, and is gonna spot Zay. Gonna communicate to his teammates that he's out in the open. 10-10. That committal in towards that mid position. Questionable for the side of EP. They just kind of left it out in the open and just left Mino and YH to kind of fend for themselves. So unfortunate. XROCK really taking their sweet time in this round, and that's going to force EP to investigate some deep angles. But within that investigation, XROCK took advantage of the lack of presence in that mid side, just went into A and rolled on over. No one was hitting their shots. I mean, Mino did hit some. YH got a good position in. But unfortunately, First dipping his hand too far into the cookie jar, and it seems like he couldn't get his hand back out.
I mean, if you grasp on a little too much, your fist does get stuck there. And being greedy isn't going to pay off dividends, but for now, as we're tied 10-10, round number 21 is prevailing. First may have an angle on towards AD, but AD does back away in time. So once again, EP kind of leaving mid somewhat unattended. Will this hint to us the same progression of the last round will reappear in front of our eyes? As like you said, XROCK was able to abuse that information and just run right on A.
Yeah, but I'd like to set up a lot more for the side of Evolution Power. I think like YH can back off just in time. Mino, of course, having to face this entire team head-on. YH is going to get Doe, which is a good first pick-off. 1 for 1 so far. First around the corner. But 54 seconds. They're going to take a pause at this, actually. I don't like this for XROCK. They should have just fully committed to site.
And now that gives enough time for Zay to make the rotation all the way towards the spawn. The information has been passed, which soon should bait out a rotation. First now trying to challenge Grant. Doesn't have to do it. Pistols out. Jumps in. How's he alive? Zay does finally spring out. XQQ does find the frag. Make that a double for Zay. And first with the pistols will seal the deal. Get the job done. EP leading out 11-10.
I think First had no idea that he landed on someone's head and just ran straight into a house, not getting hit anyways, and he was just a human distraction.
We're playing CrossFire, not Mario.
For sure. And that very late mid push, or that very late B-long push from Zay just confirms it early that it is going to be a full A committal. And just like how I said, I feel like XROCK should have just fully committed to that A site. That was what worked for their side, them just surprising them with pace. But Chow getting surprised with pace on his own first day. Gonna go down, and that is gonna be an immediate 4 versus 3 here. Sunny making some noise. XQQ around the corner, not gonna hit the USB shot, and gonna be a bit late with the trade. First, we'll get it with a TRG. Smoke in towards that B site, but they still cannot confirm that it is safe.
I mean, now Doe's trying to get frisky, is going to find the bullet still towards the first, but the information will be passed down. Nade stack towards Doe is going to be on the chase, but the rest of EP is going to clear out the B bomb site. YH with a quick frag on towards AD, does the job. C4 is in a little bit of a wonky spot. Doe's on the chase. First is going to go down, but it's going to be a 1v2 with Doe's position being revealed. Ooh. But Doe with the flick shot, how does he do it? EP secures the round and teaches a lesson to XROCK that, hey, on the blacklist, if you are going to make a push, commit to it. And they surely made the commission and did it and pushed it and took the round.
This is going to be a heartbreaker, too, for XROCK. They've worked so hard, especially that BL side was masterfully done. Problem is, Evolution Power, this is where experience does ring out youth, especially in high-pressure situations like overtime. They're not afraid to pull out strats just like that. The full hotel rush in order to instantly take down Chow, who's been doing so well in this game.
XROCK doesn't have much room here. They are at the verge of dropping this series to 2-0. 2 maps about to go towards EP, but Chow makes the best effort. Does find the frag on towards first. 4v5. As XQQ going for the pot shot, which I believe is going to miss, unfortunately, for XQQ. I mean, the captain for XROCK has, time after time, saving his team from a bunch of problems. As now EP is going to be making the full rotation over towards Zay. Going to be held down by 3 players of XROCK. Going to be Doe, going to be AD, and going to be Sunny. As AD we're playing on the cross. The shot not landing is going to cause some issue. Doe getting pushed back as well. The flashes are going to be swung right in front of his face. And a 4-man push being cooked up here. Not going to be committing for it just yet. As Doe has to make the hold, but YH comes in, gets one before going down. Zay's going to get gunned down as well. Grand will find a huge double kill. Not sure if that's a call out or not, but down to the ends of XQQ on a 1v4 and a Dream gets one. He knows more players are coming behind him. Chow, if XQQ can find this frag, he can seal it by himself in a bit better position. Playing parkour, playing time, has 40 seconds. Chow swings, gets it done. XROCK catches up as we are looking at a potential golden round, 12-11.
Yeah, they were hoping for that HE nade to actually take out Gran, who's been the biggest problem for this offense for the side of Evolution Power. And it seems like they couldn't in time. Sunny was already there. Doe was already there for the refrag. But AD going to be playing a bit of a different position this time. He's going to place himself within the site. And is going to call Sunny to play spawn instead. AD once again finding the opener for his team. But he's going to be stuck on the underside of A site. Here comes Sunny. A bit on the hurry. Sunny will get taken down, but Gran will get one in return. AD as well, the double sniper on the A site working out.
XQQ versus the world will be taken out, and we proceed on to the golden round. Tied at 12-12. Both of these teams are well matched up against each other.
Yeah, and once again.
Wait, now, golden round, EP, I believe, begins on the blacklist.
No, it's the same.
which EP is on the blacklist. Where's this round going?
EP is going to play it really slow. They don't want to run into AD and or Gran again. Honestly, a good call by Chao to actually call Gran back into the B site. Because it was already a good 2-stack on A. So 2 good reads in a row from Chao. Puts him back in a winning position in this Eagle Eye map. At the same time, Evolution Power hasn't done anything in regards to mid. So I would not be surprised if Evolution Power is going to try to attack this mid position going into B. But instead, it is going to be Chao holding this mid position. That is actually good to kind of put Gran in a safer spot.
But by playing time, EP is slowly but surely burning through the utils of XROCK already. Chao and Do had to use majority or all of the utils they began with. And still a hefty amount left on the side of Evolution Power.
First has been cold on the sniper as well, so.
True. Not pulling the trigger yet. Still a minute remains on the clock here. A minute and 4 seconds, as you say.
It's a 4-stack on A.
Maybe a 4-stack on A. Like you say, can EP make the rotation in time? Can they read the situation accurately? That will be the question here.
They can still go B.
They're not looking to force the issue towards A, is it?
B is still a possibility, but no.
Just
They're going
might.
to get this fight.
Oh, why? Why?
Pushing up, taking down by Minnow. That's a great opening, and now EP is going to start running in towards the bomb site. Sunny quickly cleared off AD, and Chao has to hold the bomb site down. Going to be a 3-on-5. Izay from the backside swings up and over, gets a double kill. All down to the ends of Gran. The sniper has a dream, but the dream that only is going to be awakened by Execute. EP closes out Eagle Eye after taking this one into the golden round. Took a bit of a turn, but at the end of the day, the series is going to be 2-0 for now. There it is. After fighting tooth and nails, Evolution Power Gaming comes out alive once again on Eagle Eye 2.0 as well. Had to go to overtime, had to go towards the golden round as well. But the results are 13-12. XROCK falling behind by just a single round, but that single round being the most detrimental round. I don't know if I like that Doe's push on that golden round. I think that costed them the entire map here.
Yeah, I feel like he had a play in mind. He was thinking like, yeah, maybe I could make a game-winning play happen here, but at the same time, Nino gonna be on the money. 1 KD, 96 ADR, 0.8D kill per round, 3 first kills and 3 HKs. I would also want to actually compliment Zay especially, because time and time again, when Evolution Power was actually having a hard time trying to pick off AD and Gran, he was the guy who ran on into the side, killed them both with the EBR, but at the same time, the rounds actually leading up to the golden round, you know, Gran and AD were doing such a great job going back and forth on the sniper, and Reading were just pelting the offense of this Evolution Power squad. It was actually a bit frustrating to watch, because Evolution Power, they just kept attacking A time and time again, despite having a 12-10 lead and a bit of success on that B site. So yeah, it's just unfortunate that XROCK, they couldn't make the entire comeback happen, because that singular mistake from Doe weakened their defense, at the same time kind of forced the hand of Sunny to try and go for a trade, and now he's playing out in the open. He gets taken down, and then Zay and YH, recognizing the opportunity, they didn't let go of the W key, and they just fully rolled onto the site itself. Evolution Power breathed a sigh of relief in that Eagle Eye map because they could have just easily lost it, honestly.
I mean, that took a turn for sure, isn't it? XROCK was leading out on the map of Eagle Eye 2.0. Briefly, I think it was 6-4, having 2 rounds on top, but EP quickly made a closure, and after that was just exchange of fists and exchange of blows, and turned out to be an overtime. EP made the run for it, and going to the overtime, like you said, hit 12 first, but them running straight towards A time after time. I don't know if I like that too, just like Yo, it's just a little tough to watch, but at the end of the day, had to go towards the golden round. XROCK made the run too, but that last golden round, just the overextension and the misstep from some of the players for the side of XROCK wasn't quite going to cut the details and the round, and of course the map, as we are looking at a 2-0 series where EP is making a bit of a run here and just a single map away from closing this one out. And the third map being, I believe that is Ankara on the board, and they're going to be starting on the blacklist side. EP, do they have it in them to close out the series 3-0, or can XROCK make a bit of a wave and make a bit of a comeback and stay alive in the series?
Kind of does depend on XROCK, right? If they can kind of keep their mental fortitude on there, especially after losing in such a heartbreaking fashion in Eagle Eye 2.0. But I feel like Ankara is going to be boding well a lot better for Evolution Power, considering there's a lot more space to play in this map. Maybe there is opportunities for Zay to kind of find something else, especially in that B side, maybe on that A side. But at the same time, it is an opportunity for First and XQQ to get back into this game. And of course, it wasn't easy for Eagle Eye 2.0, considering they were missing a lot of their shots, missing a lot of their opportunities. They couldn't take Gran and AD out of that top A position. And it kind of feels like, hey, you know, they escaped Eagle Eye, barely escaped Eagle Eye, but I feel like when it comes to Ankara, it's going to be a bigger map. It's wider, you know, a wider space to play in for some of the other players, especially the Riflers. Zay was actually struggling in that first half, and YH was having a hard time trying to see if he can find opportunities for his team. But with a map like Ankara, I feel like it is going to be easier for them to step into the play.
Easier said than done for sure, and some way, somehow, it's going to be EP to stay alive time after time, and definitely a lot of weight being lifted by Minnow there as the captain of the squad. And of course, on the side of XROCK, Chao was doing a bit of heavy lifting himself as well, but at the end of the day, the teammates that stepped up to the plate first were coming from the side of EP. Zay came up huge, of course. XQQ also reliable. First, of course, hitting all the shots that he can. But on the side of XROCK, AD was finding success on top of that A bomb site, but that very last round, that very golden round, wasn't quite there for him. So it's going to be 2-0 for the series as they're ready to get into Ankara, but we're going to be taking a quick break and be back with map number 3 of the series. Welcome back to the stream. We're in the midst of Evolution Power Gaming versus XROCK for the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. We're in the midst of the lower brackets as the loser of the series will get knocked out from the tournament. This is Bench. Joined by me is Sneaky Frog as EP single-handedly closed out the first 2 maps. Took a bit of a turn, had to go to the golden round, but at the end of the day, EP has sealed the deal, closed out the map of Subbase and closed the map of Eagle Eye 2.0. It's going to be 2-0 on the series, and we're just waiting to get into Ankara as EP is going to start on the blacklist side, I believe. Or rather, on the Global Risk, and XROCK will be starting on the blacklist.
Yeah, and it is unfortunate how that Eagle Eye map ended, considering that it was a singular mistake that kind of just caused the downfall of this entire XROCK run back in this Eagle Eye 2.0, right? This would have been a huge, huge win, huge for the momentum as well. I mean, taking out one of the best, if not the best Eagle Eye team in the tournament, in the world, would have been such a big boost to their confidence. But a singular mistake from Doe, pushing on into that long side. I get the idea, but at the same time, would you want to risk it in a very important time just like OT? I feel like you kind of just keep the default going. You kind of keep the default that has been working for you time and time again. But unfortunately, mistakes like that do weigh out. We do go into map number 3, Ankara. Some might say it is a bigger version of Eagle Eye with a mid instead of a tower. And unfortunately, for the side of XROCK, it is going to be a bigger space to play here for YH and Zay. So we are going to see possibly a comeback coming in from them. And there is going to be a bit more help on the side of Mino, who kind of just led the charge in that Eagle Eye map, in all honesty.
I mean, now the issue really comes down to the matter of Eagle Eye was a map that's designed that does favor the snipers a little bit more. And now in Ankara, let's see if the riflers get activated on both ends. And we were able to see the riflers on EP getting fully activated on Eagle Eye, and that's going to carry over to go into Ankara. And that's the scary part if you're XROCK, having to play on the defensive angle. And I just don't know if just the reckless push isn't going to quite cut it that we were able to observe during the golden round.
For sure, considering how late they've kind of popped off in the game as well. So that's going to carry on over. Ankara is going to be map number 3. Evolution Power leading 2 maps in this series, and can they make it a clean sweep to meet Qadsiah? Or is it going to be the comeback coming in from XROCK after a very bad loss? Ankara, map number 3.
And there you have it, potentially the final map for XROCK. The dream is on. They have to find this and the next one of Black Widow to stay alive and have a chance to even go into the decider map. And as opposed to our predictions here, EP is going to lead out quite nicely in the 2-0. As we, not just us, but the entirety of the talents here for CFS 2025 Grand Finals were expecting a very close match. Sure, the rounds were close, but the scores say otherwise.
Yeah, the maps have been close, but man, it's those breaks of the game, man. In all honesty, that really is giving XROCK a tough time. And I feel like XROCK, I would love to compliment this team, but at the same time, man, that game up against Gaming Gladiators, that could have went either way, in all honesty. XROCK getting a bit lucky on the timing, so with Evolution Power kind of getting a better read of the team, right? I mean, Evolution Power, they faced this team 6 times right before this event happened. Even the prior iterations of the roster. So Evolution Power, they do have a grasp on how this XROCK team does work. Granted, it's high variance, but at the same time, XROCK kind of flipping heads time and time again, and that's been working out in their favor.
I mean, most of that variance did derive from Sunny and Doe's aggressive playstyle, which in turn, having that high volatility may pay off dividends. But last time in that Eagle Eye's golden round, it was a miserable feat for Doe to go down. Sunny getting aggressive. Minnow does put out a bunch of damage. He himself is taken down to low HP as well first. And Minnow finding a PC. Grand swings out, and the pistol. Blicky put to great work for a double kill. Still alive.
Spray control.
Well, gonna be a 3v2. AD spotted out, leaves Gran, who has found 2 kills already, put to the test, to the clutch, to the ace here if he wants to win. Sees the bit of XQQ, gets it done. Needs to find YH, but isn't able to connect the final bullet in the magazine. And in the chamber as well. I mean, valiant effort, but it's going to be EP to find the first round.
For sure. Gran is nuts with the USP. Spray control on 2 members, still getting both and even getting XQQ. So he's not just a threat on the sniper, but also the best pistol in the game, aka the second best weapon. So 1-0 so far for the side of Evolution Power, and this is what I was talking about, Bench. YH waking up immediately, round number 1. Mino having his own rifle comeback as well in this game. Granted, he was playing very good in Eagle Eye 2.0, but first at the same time, already making his presence known in this game.
I mean, give or take, players don't get much of a break after map 2, and having to go into map 3 almost right away does keep the warmth in the hands of the riflers here, and YH and Minnow definitely going to feel it for sure. 1-0 for now, as minute 40 seconds do remain on the clock, and XROCK haven't made a decision just yet.
It's a true test for Chow as well, because he has to be the leader of the team that is full of rookies that are now under pressure. 2 maps down already. Can he keep that mental composure for them, especially? EP has done this before. Gran.
The double stack and Vance. The shot's not ringing there, but the pistols are going to be put to good use. And doing a bunch of damage to AD as well. Had he just kept on the USP, could have been a double kill, I feel.
For sure. I think he was expecting first to be the one actually watching that Vance position, and all of a sudden, the sniper is moving on forward, and he realized, oh, that's XQQ. I got to back off, but he couldn't back off in time.
Drop down. Sniper isn't quite going to cut it, but down to 3-on-3. The C4 has been planted. The retake is going to come in full force by EP from the spawn area. They have to clear out vents first before doing anything. Minnow is going to line up the flash. The single flash he has. Flashes are up and over. Blind is going to be AD. Push not coming to shove just yet. Chow has been spotted, it seems, but it's going to be Zay to find the drop. AD out of bullets, moving straight out quickly, and EP making a wave here. That was a methodical retake as well. And AD emptying out his mag like that.
He was expecting Zay to just zip around the corner and try to get the trade for his captain, but instead it is going to be first instead. Clearing him out. And look at this replay. Gran, masterful work on the USP, but could not get it done, unfortunately. He was like, oof. Yeah, I could have clutched that.
I could have clutched that for sure. I mean, he made it look so easy, didn't he? Except I just wasn't able to find the 4th kill of his own. But 2-0 EP, making a lead. A definite 1-2. And behind 2 maps already and 2 rounds of their potentially last life here. What is XROCK's next move to make? Because right now, that A take, that B take failed both times.
There we go. Mino going to be forced out of his position in Hotel. Mino going to have to back up all the way. XROCK going to be more concentrated on getting that Hotel position. No one in tunnel speed with the exception of Gran. So they're going to try to pick him off. And if they can get tunnel speed control, it's going to be so easy for First to actually control that cross, because he does have plenty of cover here.
Plenty of cover for sure, but for now, going to be spending that sweet time. And Gran is actually going to make a footing in towards mid, potentially selling a flank, and if he does get in there, should be able to buy much of a room and information.
Oh, yeah.
XQQ briefly could have been spotted, but he does rotate over towards the bomb site in time, and with the flashes up and over, they're going to give it a go sign. They're going to clear out towards long. First has an angle, but he's not going to be able to land the shot, and the bomb site is getting swarmed. XQQ in a world of trouble. Quickly traded out, and bomb site is fully taken by XROCK.
Both snipers missing for the side of Evolution Power. That's not what you want to see. Gran going to be holding that tunnel speed angle. Instead, he's going to back up all the way. There's so many members of XROCK still left alive in this game. They're going to need to spread out a bit. I mean, this is not good formation coming in from them, but first he's going to get surprised by AD, but here comes YH. The assault on site is going to start, and it is going to be Zay and YH, the combination of attackers, seeing if they can pick off any of the members here. Here comes a flank, YH with the headshot, but AD coming in from the behind with his own EBR will finally notch a round for XROCK here.
Clean execution into a decent hold. Marks up around for XROCK, 2-1 now. Still a round behind. It's going to be YH across the board for the kills and the ADR. Now moving into round number 4. XROCK finally finding some success down towards B. EP's response will be playing default. They won't be changing up much of their defense up until this point.
I like the response, though, from the side of Evolution Power in that round. Instead of fighting this XROCK team head-on, they just tried to go for the flank every single time and tried to go for the retake. But unfortunately for them, Grand did hit his shot. And so the rest of the team just poured on into this B site at the same time first. And XQQ just missing both members here. Not going to do the best in terms of the defense, but XQQ just going to go on and re-smoke that A site. Going to provide a bit more delay. But XROCK, once again, their A site executes have been questionable in terms of their success. But it is going to be YH holding vents, so this is going to be a better fight for the sniper. But no, it's not going to be the sniper's peeking vents instead. It's going to be Doe. The Doe does get YH, but Zay out in the open does get a bit of a pot shot ongoing. There is going to be XQQ going to try to see if he can get some backup ongoing in this top A position. USP not going to hit Doe in the head. But damn, the wallbangs are doing damage. But Zay, the amount of delay XQQ did is going to provide a bit more timing for Zay here. And look at that. XQQ is like, stop. And then Zay's just like shooting everyone in the hand at the same time. The gatekeeper doesn't have to hit the shot. All he has to do is make his presence known.
I mean, the perfect demonstration of freeze. Drop your guns, and eventually EP was able to buy much needed time thanks to Zay for other rotations to come in. XQQ also holding the line alongside with Zay on the bomb site. The rotations ring true and the shots fired. EP does find their round number 3. It's going to be 3-1. And XROCK, every single time that they've hit A, I think every time EP has clutched. And now this time running in towards middle, XQQ sees the players coming through. The rotations from the rest of his team has to happen, but the second shot not ringing true as well. XQQ in a bit of a trouble here. Finally gets the shot, and that's a tougher one to hit too, as opposed to the first 2 shots that he did fire. Zay is going to be taken out quickly as Chow comes up huge with a double kill of his own before getting traded out. The timing a little bit off here. YH not going to cut it. Doe sprays down both players, and EP does lose this one. It's going to be 32 on the scoreline.
Just pure confusion in a round, in all honesty. SQQ took a 3rd shot and it finally hit. But at the same time, rest of the squad, the spacing was so weird. At the same time, XROCK kind of throwing a curveball there. Pure high-mid assault there for their side. And Evolution Power did not know how to respond. It was just pure chaos and bodies falling in that mid position.
XROCK now looking to hit A once again. I mean, 3 out of 3 times EP surely held it down, but maybe this is the round that XROCK makes this one happen. YH eventually says no to that. Quick headshot, and he's going to make a retreat right away, not giving any room away too. And Zay somehow got a kill onto Sunny through the smoke. So, once again, that A take by XROCK mightily shut down by EP.
Yeah, it would have been nice if first could confirm that there is no one in this hotel position, but AD instead has taken the EBR in his hands and could make all the difference. But here comes the captain spotting the other captain in the vents, but the C4 is his. AD will take down first, but the C4 is out in the open. Chow gets shot from both sides. Zay is going to finish him off. And AD back on the sniper. But look at where the C4 is. It's all the way in Catwalk A, and look at how spread out this Evolution Power squad is.
I mean, it's down in no man's land, and instantly as the timeout gets called, AD has to find an ace. Otherwise, this round will be granted towards the side of Evolution Power. Coming in towards mid, coming in towards connector. Quick scope lands on the head, too, for XQQ. As Minnow on the off angle here will secure the kill and the round. And here, Sneaky, honestly speaking, what can be improved on XROCK's attack here? Because their mid take was good, their B take was good, but the A take, I don't think they have caused any mistakes. Realistically speaking, it was just a normal A take, but it's been shut down time after time. 3 times, 4 times in a row.
Honestly, like, XROCK isn't doing anything wrong. It was really just the duels not going in their way, and YH finally getting his kill. on the vent side. Sunny trying to get the trade in that vent position, but Zay just shoots him in the head. And what can you do about that? Mino with a very good timing in towards Catwalk 8. The setup is good, but unfortunately, Evolution Power, they're starting to pull the exact same thing that XROCK is pulling in the prior series that they were doing, trying to play the off timings, trying to play the off angles. And it seems like Mino is telling XROCK, hey, y'all have been very good when it comes to the off timings. Y'all have been very good in catching teams off guard, but you have to realize I am the OG in making that happen. That's how he won Hangzhou in 2024. And it seems like he's showing the kids how it's done.
I mean, you don't want to make an OG angry. That's a dangerous position here, putting yourself in. And Mino's fully awake if you do think about it. Coming to this tournament, not just the series, ever since the group stages, EP has been enjoying Mino's driving force into the rounds and into the maps and into winning the series required.
Yeah, Mino has this clout. He's like, yeah, I beat your team. Yeah, I beat even your coach when he was still playing.
Now that's a turn of things. And speaking of turn of things, AD does turn it around for a bit. XQQ.
That's the most
gets
XQQ
caught.
death.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate, right? But first does have an angle, and he's going to get triple swung. He's still alive and well. Did lose about 60 HP.
Get out, man. Chill first.
The movie, get out. And the shots from first is going to hit 3 players in a row. And Mino about to wrap this one up in the burrito, in the bag. Gets all the kills, and EP marks a definite lead. 3 rounds deep too. 5-2 on the scoreline here, and that wasn't the cleanest execution by XROCK, even though they were able to take down XQQ in deep parts of the middle there.
This is what I was talking about, man. Evolution Power, as soon as you put them in a map that is a lot wider, just like this Ankara map, it enables YH, it enables Zay, but at the same time, Mino, he is feeling it in this match. The calls are on point. The mid-rounding is so on point as well for him. My God, XROCK, it is feeling a bit deflated on their side.
And YZK in the backseat's going to be giving that sigh of relief.
He's like,
that
I don't have to play yet.
His team is able to clutch it up without him.
Yeah, he doesn't have to play yet. He's chilling.
Wait for the moment. The big moment.
First is playing well enough.
I mean, he has been the key piece for the squad to find these kind of success, and on the sniper and the pistol, very reliable. I do like the addition of first here.
I'm just glad that XQQ has the green light again to peek anything that he wants, because that mid death was definitely questionable.
That was not peak CrossFire.
And that's info. That's the excuse. That's info, though. He did see 4 mid. That means he enabled first to get those peaks.
I mean, if you translate in that manner, sure. But now here comes XROCK setups towards B. Gonna be up on Catwalk. Is going to be first. Through under, but it's gonna be a push coming this way as first. Not being able to hit the shots does buy the room for Chow to get on top of the bomb site. XQQ goes down. It's been cleared off. Gonna be a 4v5 retake. But XROCK, all 5 players on top of the bomb site, they could easily be gunned down from longer angles. They are going to be trying to clear out towards office once again. It's going to be Doe looking at it, but having it smoked up isn't going to help either. Graham, what kind of shot was that? Zay quickly off the board here.
Spacing is pretty good from the side of XROCK. AD will get Mino. YH with the HK has been very deadly. AD's been taken down. Gran making his presence known on Sniper's Nest. Sunny out in the open, but Chow with the flank. XROCK, I am not a fan of playing B-side exactly like that, but they make it work.
That was almost brute force, right, if you do think about it.
Oh, Sunny was shooting.
A Tracer.
Yeah, Sunny was shooting.
And that was a one-tap, too. No other ammo wasted.
Yeah, that's a lesson for XQQ. You got to play with bullet tracers on, my friend.
And now YH is going to pull off an XQQ of his own. He's deep in middle right now. And that information is going to be sent down. Baits out a rotation from XQQ. They're going to give up A essentially and go for the full-on retake, which I do like as well.
I think they want to take Catwalk A early here.
C4 does cross onto the bomb site. There's a 3-man retake coming through, but Chow, the nades are going to drive the global risk back for a couple inches, but with the C4 being planted, here is the full-on retake. Nades flying left and right. Bit of value being found towards Do and YH, but the shots from Chow, the IGL, the captain of the team. One ring true, almost looking for the second as well. Sunny will find the piece of himself. Day gets spotted in smoke as well, so with this retake put to a halt here. First, the last one alive does find one. C4 timer isn't going to help him. There's still 3 players alive and well for XROCK. Sunny, though, it's going to be Do to find the final kill, and XROCK is going to be able to at least find 4. And then Kara.
Yeah, XQQ pulling the trigger a bit too early, man. Don't have to reveal yourself on the left side of that exit. So, kind of ruined the numbers game here.
Preemptive there, wasn't it?
Kind of gave Chow a freebie.
But we do see the switch of sides as EP will now begin things off in the blacklist angle for the second half. And there's your AI win rate prediction. New addition to this tournament, and which has been pretty accurate, I do believe. Is going to say 61% lead by EP to close out the map and the series, which is a little bit frisky if you're an XROCK fan here.
It's that EPP outside, man. It is no joke.
YHL all the way up here. Sunny does find an angle to find one, make that a double kill. The trades are there first. You have to hit those.
Grant takes down Zaytu.
It's going to be a 1v4 once again for first. Too many angles to cover. I mean, if he finds a couple more, then he does open up the gate. Gets Graham, but then he's getting double swung. As XROCK finds the tie, keeping the dream alive, but they have to close the map out first to see if they even have a chance to get into that final map of Decider of New Compound.
For sure, and that's a way.
It's a long journey ahead, but you have to make small steps, and specifically that round is a small step of success.
There's one way to go. But for the EP, gonna clear it out in time, unfortunately. Especially that mid position. I think they got a bit too complacent that no one was playing that spawn side. They thought that high mid was more free more than anything. I think they were expecting Grant to be playing all the way in B, staring into high mid, and they could have just traded one player from that position, but this double sniper in the B site, especially with AD and Grant hitting very hard, but these snipers could be posing a very big threat for EP. At the same time, EP, a 3-stack quick rotation here from Sunny could be boding very bad for their offense as well. So decisions have to be made, maybe a pick-off or two before they decide which side to take.
For sure, and testing underpass, it seems. EP sending 3 players deep in this one. Grant has an angle from on top of the bomb site. C4 yet to be attended. Still left on the side of A. EP surely playing with the sweet time here, burning the clock down to the minute mark, making the full rotation over towards A, and only Do is going to be on the watch here. They did rotate one more player out from A towards B. If they hit in time, EP might be able to isolate this one easily. Bring it down to a 4-on-2 or 4-on-1 even. They're going to give it a go. Do in the best of position he can get is going to get knocked out quickly. Somehow, Zay and XQQ does find the PCH. Double kill for Zay, almost a triple. XQQ, 1v2, and a dream. Not a lot of hit points in him. Taken out quickly. XROCK leads out 6-5.
Yeah, very big pickoff in that mid position as well. First taken down by a USP. And Evolution Power going to be forced on a timeout. This is a very familiar sight from that last game. Second half momentum going in the way of XROCK. Defense has been boding well. At the same time, very confident in that B-side defense, considering AD and Gran has been hitting their sniper shots. And Nice having to figure this one out with a singular timeout on the second half. Granted, the timeouts have been very effective.
I mean, Nice has been working wonders with these coaching timeout, and every single time he pulled the trigger, it did come out as a result of EP winning a round. But let's wait and see, because XROCK, their formation seems to have gotten back on track, at least for the Inkara map to be played here.
Yeah, at the same time, snipers are kind of outplaying the members of Evolution Power here first, and XQQ cannot go toe-to-toe with Gran and AD. And it seems like XROCK, fully knowing this, is now relying on them just canceling one side of the map and just pouring members in this A site and mid. So let us see Evolution Power. What is going to be the response after this timeout?
I'm going to take a bit more effort here for EP to close out the series. I don't know if you want to give away on Carol, because the next map of Black Widow, it does feel a bit more comfortable to the side of XROCK. And then having to play new compound after that, the recovery might not be there for EP. There's a good saying, right? Do it when you can.
So it is going to be Chow and Do responsible for this A site. Sunny going to be making his way back in mid, but it's the exact same setup from XROCK. Once again, Gran and AD on that B site, but instead it's actually AD who is going to be rocking that EBR. So they're expecting more of a pour from Evolution Power on that B site, but it is not going to come anytime soon. Evolution Power, lack of presence in and around the map. Mino going to be a bit behind on his team, just trying to check if there's any stragglers in towards that mid position. Flash is going to go through just to block the lineups out. So XQQ, I think they were expecting that someone is going to be coming in from mid, but that Flash is going to disrupt them, is going to delay them here. But look at the position that's been taken by Sunny.
I mean, it's a strong position, but for the players on the A bomb site, will be just a simple crossfire position on staircase and up and over. They're going to give it a go. Flash is up and over, and YH leading the charger, making his cross all the way to the staircase. Sees that bit of a Chow. Spray not there, isn't quite going to cut it. Minnow and YH wipes out the bomb site. All 5 players strong. Going to be a 3-man retake. AD might have had the gap with the smoke, but he wasn't able to connect the shots accurately enough. Did a bit of damage. C4 now planted, going to post plant. As Flashes and Smokes now flying towards the spawn area, but I like the position of first. He's all the way tucked up back on the spawn area here. Could be spotted up by Graham, but XQQ support is there from Vents. Gets one. Sunny the last one alive. He's going to re-swing, but he doesn't have to re-peek. Honestly speaking, it's Sunny versus 4. YH from Vents jumps out, and EP quickly finds the tie, and looks like Nice's timeout is going to work wonders.
That slight delay from Evolution Power, despite making noise. I think, I think XQQ and the boys actually made noise on purpose of them backing off on A site. That's why we did see a rotation here from Sunny back in that B site. So a bit of misinformation here.
And that was sold apparently, which...
Super sold.
I don't know if I like that for the side of XROCK.
It is going to at least help Evolution Power in this one round, but still, I mean, I don't think that XROCK is... Or at least, I don't think XROCK needs to adjust here too much.
Yeah, I mean, their first 2 rounds of the hold was seemingly good enough. Just that last round, sending extra player over towards B. Wasn't quite going to cut it for the defense. It's tied to 6-6. EP will be making the shift in towards mid. They were temporarily looking towards A, but will be shifting up their gears, change the pace, and maybe try mid. They had that one time where they ran it towards mid, and the results weren't as great.
YH can hit this.
But a slow play here might just do the work. Sunny on the other side of the smoke. As the smoke dissipates, will be tested by First and Zay. The tension is really building here, Sneaky.
There we go. AD around the corner will get XQQ. Down to half HP. Grand once again hitting YH. Sunny will get Zay in return first. But the USP is going to hit in time. Sunny right above first, but he's going to decide to back off. Nate's going to go through. First, you're gonna have to hit a heater here if you want to get back into this round. But Gran instead is gonna hit him. Mino spots the hand. Sunny gets spotted as well, but Gran has no idea.
The room is bought by first for Minnow to get into this position. Good for one. Needs to find two more. Has a bit of utils in him as well. Gonna post the C4, but Doe is coming on. The rotation gets the head, and XROCK leads out 7-6. Didn't do it. That's a 7-6.
There we go.
There we go.
Backwards.
XROCK, though, bit of a misplay there, but eventually the trades did come in handy earlier in the rounds and was able to find the man advantage, which eventually translated into a round 1. Need to do 3 more times, but EP made it very close, didn't it?
For sure.
Especially Minnow started popping some heads.
It's just they can't get Gran, man. Time and time again, AD and Gran are just living in these situations. And it takes 2 or 3 players to kind of take him down. And once again, first, he couldn't find him in time.
Not in time, indeed. And after dropping around, what is EP's change of course here? We'll be looking towards A. A couple nades being spent as well, too. On the side of XROCK 2 as well. Definitely burning through the smoke here. That one frag grenade over towards A has baited so much utils out, and EP's going to instantly make the rotation over towards B to keep those 2 players as an anchor. Another frag was thrown by the players of EP. The setups are now up and over towards the B bomb site. Gran has been an issue for EP. Yet another kill is followed up by him. And first is going to be able to find one AD from the side. Is going to swing and get a kill as well. But from mid, the commotion was brought by Zay and XQQ. And a 1v2. And a Dream flash blinding him. XQQ is actually going to drop down. He might have an angle towards AD. There's the equalizer. Can pick up the C4 and a rifle as well. A minute. Plenty of time for him to clutch this. Oh, was a 2v1 down to a 1v1. Doe's going to make a rotation over towards Long. Last time when he did this, not Long, but Underpass, he was able to find Minnow. But this time, XQQ was on the watch. Wow. Gets the job done, and EP finds the tie. 7-7. A methodical 1v2 being brought up by the final player of XQQ, who has been having a slow start in this map, but he is putting out the numbers and clutching for the team.
The original super rookie. Now, is not known for his patience, but man, waiting on Nest the entire time was not expected. So I think they were expecting XQQ would be over-peaking an angle in towards Hotel, but it seems like no is the answer. Everyone was holding their breath in that 1 versus 1.
And he does it in the perfect time where XROCK least expects to, which translate to the round 1 being there for the tie.
They needed that one, for sure.
And that's a bit of a relief for the side of EP. Had they dropped it, it would have been 8-6, which means they're only a couple rounds away from dropping the map.
Another close one for Evolution Power and XROCK. But what is going to be the verdict of round number 15? Lots of slow plays happening in and around the map. Evolution Power waiting around.
I mean, definitely a slow one once again. He might test AD here down towards middle, but needless to say, he is going to be carrying the C4. First is going to be looking towards mid as well. Going to be having a 3-man stack towards A and 2 people looking right down towards middle. The timing might not be there for AD. Zay's going to be making that rotation over towards A. XROCK's going to pull most of their players out from A and over towards B. And if EP, the timings have been on them, if they're able to hit it in time, they might have a free bomb site isolation.
Yeah, that random flash could be a clue, actually, that there is only one person on the A side, and now they're scrambling to go back into A. But look at this, that smoke in towards mid. Is that going to cause them to actually go on back? Everybody's scrambling. Vence is going to be double killed here. YH Doe. Gran is going to get saved, but YH is going to get something in return. Mino around the corner. Chow will take him down. Gran with his own sniper shot, but here comes XQQ from the behind. Do they have any idea that he is right then and here? Chow is spotted. He does know that Gran is in the smoke. Chow going to get taken down. Gran will get it at first. You have to hit this shot. 10 seconds left. Oh, but no first. Not going to get it.
I mean, XQQ, the timing is a little bit sad on him. The player was able to cross into spawn.
He spotted him.
Not getting much of information, but it's just that slight timing there, right? Was only good for one. As XROCK's going to be able to find that single round. 8-7 as they lead out, but not by far. And EP surely can catch up any moment soon.
Evolution Power. Very stubborn in this map. They really do want to just attack A again and again. Granted that B side has been boding well for them. And I can't blame them. Grand, once again, making his presence known in that A side execute, despite being face-to-face with danger. He still hits a shot.
And EP looking to just force their shit down towards A. It seems is going to be looking right at the entrance here. Nades up and over. Does find a bit of value towards Doe.
They're tired of faking.
Too tired of faking. And that actually might work out here, because already shifted heavily up and over towards A, throwing the punch towards Vents. Doe has to hold it down by himself. Surely he can get one, but no, he's going to get double swung from the backside as well. Bomb site taken, retake coming through, but the timing on the reload not there. Child's going to be able to find a double kill. Some way, somehow, the captain is going to be able to deliver once again. 2v3 on the board here. Somehow XQQ has to swing in, gets one, looking for the second, not gonna happen. AD, the shots are ringing true. First versus two, not gonna happen. XROCK will find the map point.
Shaky form here from first, especially. High pressure stakes, high pressure game. And it seems like Evolution Power, despite the stellar start in round after round in that first half, and even getting the lead in this second, XROCK doing a number on their offense in this very stellar defense. AD with a hell of a damage. XQQ down to 1 HP already, and barely any hits on AD, and by barely I mean 0. Got out on with 100 HP.
I mean, EP is now just glad that XQQ is still alive. It's going to be a single sniper setup. First, there's going to be on the rifle here. As AD now looking to get friskier, is going to be pushing up towards long. She might be swinging towards office. The double swing from Chow and Sunny might do the dirty work, but Minno's going to hold the line, find the double kill. All of a sudden, XROCK trying to go aggressive is not going to cut it. EP looking to bounce right back. Still, it's going to be a 2v2 with Gran, who's been doing most of the work here, still alive.
Brando not nervous about this. I like this setup from XROCK. Buddy system the entire time, but Mino in first has kind of cleared the death cams. He's going to get that plant in that B site. XROCK. Double flank could be incoming. Nades are going to start to fly, and they are miles away from this B site, and they're going to run on back. Smokes are going to go down. Mino needs to take a deep position in Hotel, but doesn't really have to. He can just
I mean, now no one's looking at underpass. Now Minnow looks at it. Gran at risk. So is Minnow, down to half HP. Cleared out. Minnow position revealed. Guns are shot. And XROCK's going to be able to close out and carry out. It's going to be 10-7. XROCK is going to keep EP at bay by taking Ankara into their hands 10-7, as EP still leads out in the series 2-1, but XROCK, from getting knocked out, they are going to keep the dream alive.
Yeah, once again, it is going to be the snipers leading the charge for the XROCK side. AD and Gran doing God's work in that B position, and really is just forcing Evolution Power in towards A every single time. It's an overstacked A site, and despite Evolution Power getting a whole lot of rounds in that second half, it seems like XROCK, that defense is too strong, and this man is one of the 2 reasons why. AD, the set MVP, 1.67 KD, 108 ADR, 1.18 kill per round. First kill 3, HK 2. Don't really need that much headshots if you do have a sniper in your hand. And it seems like it is a sniper differential for the side of XROCK that's kind of leading the charge, and that's what I'm saying. You know, first, not really hitting the shots, and it seems like XQQ is also having a hard time with the TRG, and it seems like the new generation is doing way better with the new weapons.
I mean, how many times has AD been trouble for EP in Eagle Eye and then followed into Ankara for him to even take a match MVP here, or rather set MVP? Ankara is closed out 10-7 towards XROCK, so there is a number up on the board for XROCK, just 1 map away from the tie, which is going to be Black Widow, as we are just waiting to get into this one. What's your expectation, Sneaky, that we are now getting into one of the more close quarter combats territory of the maps here?
Yeah, I feel like Black Widow is going to be more of a fair shot for XROCK, I think. I mean, XROCK is also one of those teams that also does like to play that Black Widow map. And of course, with the way that the snipers are going, you know, AD and Gran are kind of hitting harder compared to First and XQQ. And it seems like they're going to have at least an advantage, especially when it comes to those fights, when it comes to those fights in long A terrace, when it comes to those initial fights in that B site and in B ramp. And that mid control is going to be very, very key as well. So I'm going to be expecting XROCK to be fighting a lot more of these long angles compared to Evolution Power is going to try to avoid those early fights as much as possible. I really do want to see Evolution Power try and see if they can keep the fights close, at least in terms of ranges. Maybe, you know, more focus in towards that short control, more focus in towards that catwalk B into B waters control. You know, there's a lot of options for the side of Evolution Power to kind of avoid these sniper fights entirely. But still, it really does hurt in terms of the ego here for First and XQQ, who were the super rookies at the start of this tournament. You know, they were hitting some very nasty shots with the sniper, but unfortunately, Gran and AD are kind of just outshining them.
Yeah, I mean, Gran, of course, today, at least for him, was able to be top fragging most of the maps here, having 22 as well. And all of a sudden now, having the map being taken by XROCK, the chances are really on there, because, like, honestly speaking, up until the first half, I thought it was all EP's ways that they're able to tie it back up on the Blacklist side, and then all of a sudden we do see a turn of things where now EP might just start leading out, and then all of a sudden the game of Gran, the game of hope happens, as XROCK is going to be able to close it out 10-7, not having to take this one to overtime. Could have been very frisky if that ever went into overtime in the map of Ankara, but the map being closed out towards XROCK is going to keep this dream still alive, as whoever loses the series will get knocked out. This is the losers brackets.
Yeah, it's one and done, all or nothing here for the next 2 maps, and it seems like XROCK, if they do not step up to the plate like they did in this Ankara map, you know, this is going to be quite the rough time for them. I mean, you know, you're basically out of the tournament, but at the same time, all roads lead to them at this very moment. You know, the snipers are doing very, very well. You know, AD and Gran once again leading the charge, but at the same time, Chao is really providing a really good backline for the team. It's not easy to kind of clear this team fully. You know, Gran is really playing as far back as possible in this B side, in that nest position. You know, as soon as you swing, you're basically dead, and you're going to have to spend 1 or 2 players to try and get them off of his spot. And at the same time, you're going to have to rely on set players to try and see if you can defend up against a retake, which has been very, very well played, especially from Chao. Doe really stepping up to the plate. Sunny finding these opportunities as well. So, yeah, XROCK looking really good for map number 4 here.
Yeah, definitely XROCK seems to be the players, the team that plays with a bit more composure here. They are going to be waiting for their opponents to return to the seat, just waiting for EP players to get back to the game here as we wait to proceed into map number 4. Hopefully it proceeds in a rather quick manner.
Yeah, but I feel like Black Widow is going to be very interesting for Evolution Power, especially. It is going to be one of their more important maps, or one of their more, one of their more common maps, at least one of their better maps in the entire map pool. Especially here for First, if he does want to kind of come back into this game, he might want to peak more aggressively SQQ. There's a lot to be asked about him, especially when it comes to those initial LA fights, just like how I said. But at the same time, with YH and Zay kind of back in the fray for this game, I mean, Zay especially, he is going to be the guy that's handling that mid-doors control, B-doors control as well. So there's a lot of responsibility for him, and they have to be careful because XROCK, they also do like to play fast, and, you know, you're going to have to kind of guess the pacing, especially at the start of the game here for the side of XROCK. You know, are they going to be aggressively taking mid-doors? Are they going to be aggressively taking short and mid-ramps? You know, there's a lot of questions here for the side of Evolution Power that Nino really does have to figure out.
Yeah, definitely a lot of tests ahead for the in-game leader of the squad of Evolution Power Gaming to start solving out some of the tests that are being thrown from the side of XROCK towards him, but looks like the EP players are getting back on stage, it seems. So should be going underway any moment soon here. We want you to deliver you guys the top-notch CrossFire. It's a pleasure every single time, to be honestly speaking.
Yeah, I would say it is a pleasure. I mean, Chengdu has been pretty good.
The city's been great for us.
City's been great for us so far, 2025 for CFS. To be fair, the entire tournament has been very, very good. It's not what we have expected, you know, in this one. So I feel like
announcement as well. Quick one too, important one. I think we are the last ones to mark the matches that are played here at the Hero Arena. I think the matches that are starting after this will be played at the stadium.
There we go. We're gonna have some stadium play, maybe an audience this time. They're, you know, granted, you know, the biggest fan bases are kind of out in this tournament, but we still do have XROCK or Evolution Power. You know, judging from last year in Hangzhou, you know, Evolution Power had a lot of supporters, especially despite having a Brazilian, Brazilian counterpart on the other side of the server. Would be very exciting to see. You know, maybe an oddball final, maybe AG, just like I said, AG Stallions, you know, maybe AG performing in the grand finals in their, hometown. And I feel like, you know, either XROCK would be very interesting, Stallions would be very interesting, Outcat would be quite the curveball if they can make it all the way to the grand finals. And I'm just looking forward to a very entertaining product here at the end of the day.
Yeah, will be a very fruitful grand finals, I believe. It's going to be a fun one as Stallions are going to making the run to Qadsiah, still staying alive, and they're going to make the run of their own to make their footing into the grand finals. And for the other regions as well that are watching that has been knocked out, it's going to be Yumena, it's going to be Vietnam also cheering for some of the teams out here as well. For CFPL though, definitely one of the great series. All Gamers still in it, XROCK and Evolution Power still in it. Although one of them is going to go home, unfortunately. But looks like we are ready to hop into map number 4 of the series, which potentially could seal the fate for XROCK. If they're able to find this one, then the dream of proceeding into the next round still stands strong. I mean, the first 2 maps came down to the wire, but it was EP to close them out, keeping XROCK at bay.
But yeah, XROCK, it's been quite the fight for them despite how the series has started, despite how Eagle Eye ended. Still them kind of fighting back in this series, and mental fortitude this team does have has been quite impressive. Chow especially has been performing multiple maps in this series. And let's see, can they make the comeback happen? Map number 4, Black Widow. Evolution Power, still 2 maps up, but XROCK climbing the mountain slowly. But can they reach the peak? Map number 4 will be underway.
There you go, map number 4. It's going to be Black Widow, XROCK versus EP. Down the map, it's going to be XROCK, so they're going to give it a go. EP already making their footings in towards a long. They're looking to test this defense that XROCK is putting out. First is not going to miss these, though. Going to go quickly down to his knees. Grand's going to have a bit of an angle here. First, the timing a little bit off there. C4 revealed as well. Could bring for a bit of an issue here as Chow will be holding that up front position.
Ooh, Chow with the bounce. on the USP. Will get Zay taken down, but YH will get Chao in return. But here comes Gran once again. The sniper making his presence known, but XQQ is going to start to hit with the TRG as well. AD, a known entity on that A site. But Sunny going to get spotted. Oh no, but XQQ doesn't have the right weapon for that situation. Just gets sprayed down. Mino known as well. Sunny will get a double kill. XROCK first round on the board.
XROCK's going to be able to find the first round thanks to Sunny selling that huge flank. Finding both kills. C4 down once again too. And give or take, it was first to find the first frag in the round. But eventually, everything else translated in as a favor for XROCK. And now, look at the test water. They're going to send it. XROCK Chao is going to go gunning with the pistol once again. And it is good for one. YH is going to go fall to his knees.
Yeah, and it seems like Evolution Power, they thought that they could play the puggy style that they love to play in the map of Black Widow. But it seems like no is the answer here. Chao is moving differently in map number 4. And that is going to force an early timeout here from Nice. So far, full map control for the side of XROCK. They do get B Waters. They do not get long, actually. So that is going to be in the hands of first. But I think they're just going to concede long. They really want Evolution Power to walk into their crosshairs instead of them just finding, you know, Evolution Power around the corner. I feel like that's kind of the better way to do so. It has been working out for Grant so far. So if he can hit more shots just like that, we could expect a slight lead for the side of XROCK. XQQ almost tagged up by Chao, but just going to back off all the way.
The timing could have been on XQQ, but fortunately for Chao, he was able to dodge the bullets in time. Still a 4v5, not being able to recoup the man disadvantage. Evolution Power is looking to clear out towards middle, but look at this double, triple, quad setup of XROCK towards middle. Chao, the pot shots does hit Zay for a little bit. An equalizer does come through, but XQQ is going to be able to find the frag through the windows on towards Dove, pushing out towards Catwalk. Minnow already making a footing in towards mid with the C4. First is going to run in towards Chao, but he does back out in time.
Yeah.
And with 40 seconds, Minnow, who has made his footing in deep parts of the mid, going to be able to find the drop on towards Chao. 80's the last one alive.
He's dead. There we go. Evolution Power. It seems like just making presence on one side of the map and kind of forcing XROCK forward is kind of the way to go. But at the same time, XROCK, they're going to change things up going into round number 3. So really good shots coming in from XQQ, taking down both short players at the same time. Mino, as soon as Chao left his angle, and I think he fully heard that, he actually stepped back. He did not tap walk his way back into short. Mino just crawled on into that spawn side.
Chao had absolutely no idea whatsoever that a player from EP would be around spawn there. But for XROCK, by dropping that round is going to utilize this timeout being called by Evolution Power. Shouldn't benefit one too much. So the progression of round number 3 that are getting waited to be unveiled to us could be anyone's, theoretically speaking.
Going to be needing a timeout here anyways. I feel like Nice recognizes that Evolution Power, they're playing a bit too chaotically here, but at the same time, you're going to have to. But I think Nice has a game plan going into this first half to try and get most of the scoreline, considering it is a BL side. It is their better side here. So, going to have to wait and see if that plan is effective, but Nice pulling out the timeout super early. Not going to bode well for its side of EP if they do get taken down. I mean, granted, you're going to go get 2 or 3 points, but XROCK, once they figure you out, once Gran is back online in this game,
I mean,
he's going to be a dangerous man.
We can only wait and see, can't we? Yet again, sending player down towards water. Doe was tagged now, down to 21 HP. So XROCK really just wants to gain ground control on the map here. All that just to rotate back, right? Doe's gonna suffer from a bit of damage, being dished himself.
Boost?
They're gonna go for the boost.
Can you use that boost?
Yeah.
Not sure, but no.
Let him be.
Let him be, I guess. A double boost in Black Widow. A boost as old as time. Gonna be used once in this one, but I wonder if anyone is gonna check that position. I mean, I think out of all the players for Evolution Power here, it's probably Mino who knows that boost. So, gonna be interesting to see if anyone does peek that position. YH around the corner. AD. Second half of the sniping duo here of XROCK.
I mean, only 2 rounds have been played, so AD could perform. Doe not checked properly. Doe waiting. The trigger discipline is there. The lineup finally rings true for 2. Couldn't find a third there, as it's all down to the end of Zay, causing a trouble, but Chow does swing in time. Get the frag, end the round.
There we go. Sometimes you have to get creative if you're Doe here. And it seems like Sunny and Chow leading the charge in terms of the frags here. AD 0-2 so far in the game, but he doesn't need frags to make his presence known. Just need 1 or 2 shots on the sniper, and he's been known to be very good on the EBR as well. Chow going a bit hog wild in this short position. Oh, smoke's going to go down, but YH is actually going to see him right through the gap. Not yet fully plumed.
But look at Doe trying to go aggressive into his catwalk. As the pistol's out.
I think they heard him.
They have to catch him, otherwise it could all hell break loose. There's 1, there's 2 for Doe. Quick shots, great rotation, almost sees first as well, but is taken out, but the damage has been done. Sunny sitting on 4 HP, he's gonna peek in. It's gonna be YH to drop down from catwalk to get the equalizer. And Doe, round after round, is playing the spots that are mostly detrimental for the side of EP. Last round being on top of containers, now making the jump from the B catwalk onto Zay and causing issues for EP.
They have to cancel B here. I think I really don't want to walk into Grand especially. Minute and 18 left on the clock. Grand holding steady. Not the usual angle that a sniper holds, but Grand is also very confident in his USP. But AD now starting to investigate this alley position all the way in long. AYH actually moves at the last second. Grand, an uncharacteristic mistake. And that's going to allow the rest of Evolution Power to just crawl into the B site.
And first, gave the C4 to YH to find a better position to hold with the sniper of his own. 4 kills each for these 2 players of EP. AD has to come up huge. And a 1v2 and a dream. But too many angles to look for. There's the first one. It's a headshot too. The first will not miss those. Quickly matches up to XROCK. Is going to be Evolution Power. Tied to 2-2.
Multiple rounds. We have been down to a 1 versus 1. And first, finally getting one over the side of XROCK. Got a 2-2 scoreline so far. Chow wanting to go aggressive. Jump up on the house B box. Getting XQQ down. And Chow has been a lot more proactive in the map of Black Widow, as he should. Especially when it comes to that B Walters position. It's so important. You can also cover short from that spot.
And that does give enough room for Chow. The frag that he took has all the room in the world to clear waters, but AD down very low. Gets one before getting traded out. And his first, does he realize Doe's on his left? And the answer apparently was not. And from underpass, Sunny does the kill. Does the job done. Grand comes in with the pistol to wrap up the kill. And XROCK, much better showing than the first 2 maps here, as they were able to take map number 3. Coming into Black Widow is going to find the lead, 3-2.
2-3 on XROCK. Getting the number once again. First has been getting these openings. But the problem is, it is that late round decision making from the side of EP. So first, leading the charge for his squad. He is one of the 2 snipers that needs to activate in this game, but Evolution Power Still has yet to take out the second sniper who can also just be as deadly. Gran has been a master on the defense, and he has been holding the middle stage so far. That's 2 players crossed into the B side, and that could actually help.
EP.
Yeah, that could actually help EP.
Actually makes the rotation. They actually make the rotation, like you say, over towards A. And this could be yet another tie if they're able to make the cross onto the bomb site freely, because all 3 players are pushing out towards container. Finally, they're going to make a turn of things here. Essentially a free cross. Chow does dish out a bit of damage towards YH, but Zay is going to find Gran as an opener. There's the trade kill, but at the cost of losing a bit of HP for Sunny. C4 now getting planted, going to the post plant as a 4v3. All the angles are secured by Evolution Power. Windows covered, catwalk covered, and there's not a lot of attacking angles left for XROCK to take. Sunny, I think he's been briefly spotted by first, but the shots do ring true. Though.
Ooh, X2Q gonna get 2. Sunny will get Zay in return, but though gonna have to peek out in the open. Mino spotted in that truck side. C4.
Oh, he's gonna stick the defuse.
Could be incoming. Spray is there. Defuse not gonna be allowed. 3 and 3. Evolution Power keep it even in Black Widow.
Both of these teams keeping up a really good fight, even though the score momentarily was 2-0 on the maps. The rounds weren't that different. It was very, very close, give or take. Eagle Eye going towards golden round as well. So both teams putting up a really good fight. And now coming to map number 4 once again is going to be tied 3-3. They're going to swing long. I don't know if I like this here, Snake, because Gran has a great angle.
3
and
players.
Minnow already actually took a bit of a beatdown as well.
They can chill. They don't have to commit on this. Oh, but I like this though. YH and Zay forcing the peek around the corner. Even Grand gets taken down. XROCK getting a bit too greedy.
It's almost as if they got baited into peeking in towards A long.
Yeah, they expected the EBRs to do a lot more damage considering there is a box on the right and it is wooden.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, we say. But down to players is going to be XROCK having to play a 3v5 an uphill battle, an uphill climb up ahead of them. Clearing out towards Catwalk, but XQQ, cheeky as he is, will be hugging one of the corners. That is hard to clear.
Ooh. I mean, from aggression to patience, Chow will not even get Mino. Captain on captain violence in the map of Black Widow. And I like this from the side of EP. Present that aggression at the start of the round, force XROCK to play an angle where they think they have an advantage on, but it's actually 2 players on either side first. How the hell did he hit that shot?
Flick onto YH. That's insanity. Does a bit more damage too. So the flicks were on point for AD, but the round having to be played as a 1v4, a little tough to close out for AD. Instantly, the timeout is called from the coach of XROCK. Gonna be a 4-on-3 for now for the rounds.
I mean, no wonder they're having a hard time up against these snipers. They're just hitting every single thing.
I mean, the shots that are even conceived to be impossible, they are going to land on the money.
And that's a timeout for XROCK. Another opportunity for Nice to talk to his team. At the same time, he has done a really nice job of calming the XROCK team down in their own timeouts. So much possibilities for these rookies to kind of explode in this game, and Chow is trying to lead the charge with his own aggression in towards B Waters.
Absolutely.
Let's see what the rest of the team can do.
And Minnow, the facial expressions, they are fully comfortable, to be honestly speaking. Like, they're not being or feeling pressured at all. And having Nice behind their backs as well, supporting them as a coach. With skills, with knowledge, it's EP's just fine for XROCK. A little bit of pressure there for sure, but they were able to come out alive on Ankara in flying colors as well, 10-7, and now Black Widow just around behind. It's not a long shot for XROCK. They can make something happen.
Oh, Mino trying to go aggressive around the corner, instantly spotting Sunny out of position in short. And AD is going to get Zay. Zay peeking out in the open a bit too far. I think he was trying to get the one tap on AD here. I think he had the HK in his hand.
I mean, it was a little preemptive to peek out like that, and now Doe wants to get involved. In towards Catwalk, pawn shot being thrown. Mino knows now fully. Nate's up and over, but isn't going to find much of a value. Reset comes through, and EP's going to start the round off with a man and a half down.
First, still steady on that short position, knowing that there was presence made on that side. Evolution Power, a bit of a streak ongoing for them. XROCK, though, still could make their presence known. AD, once again, has hit his shot, but Gran has been a bit quiet, but it is all for the wrong reasons.
I mean, granted, for those wrong reasons, can always come back to life. Just a matter of a couple rounds here, but flashes up and over. They might force the issue down towards BYH. Does dodge the bullets from Gran. They're going to give it a go. They are going to send it. Because they already passed the event horizon. They're going to give it a go. Mino does take down Gran. Sunny did come in for the rotation. Comes up huge for a 2 spray down. First, 1v3 and a dream. Already found 1. Make that 2. Somehow, this guy, the sniper, the rookie, is working dreams and working overtime right now. 30 seconds. Pistols out. Flash blinding him as well. Can recover the C4, but wants Chow to come up and over to close the round. And there is the tie.
No idea why First is keeping that HE in his pocket, fully knowing that that's the nade that can kill, at least guarantee a kill on Gran. So someone's crumbling under the pressure, but first he's going to try to see if he can get it back. Mino pre-fire on Sunny.
At this point, EP knows that XROCK surely just pushes out and clears water. So that early spray down with the lineup is going to connect to Sunny. Unfortunately for Mino, it's not going to be a kill, but Sunny is going to be down to 7 HP in the process.
He used to get AD off of his sniper, but I think Sunny's not going to peek normally here. Even if he dies, he just wants to get any information he can. And this is the angle that you want to take B Waters for. I mean, you have B, now you have short as well, and now they're going to try to see if they can push the line a lot more farther forward.
I mean, if Sunny gets lucky, he can even find a killer too. Give or take, he's holding on to a sniper. Minute 30. And EP playing very slow. Playing a methodical Black Widow going into this aggression here. Going to be gathering outside of mid as XROCK is posing for a stronger mid defense. 2 players in cat and 1 in double doors. Rotating Gran over as well, so if they do end up crossing here, could ring for a bit of a trouble for Evolution Power. Though, looking to buy some information, trying to get involved. Not going to happen. And look at Sunny. He is going all the way in the back lines of EP. If he can even find one, that's already a kill and bunch of information. Could be critical moments for EP. But they're going to force station down towards Catwalk, it seems. Still waiting.
Smoke gap.
Waiting and waiting. The gap is going to ring true, but the timing's a little bit off. But how is he back there? Finds a double kill before going down. Eventually, Gran gets involved. First goes down as well. Mino is all the way on the bomb site, but there's not enough time to get the C4. 14 seconds and a dream.
Mino, though, will get Gran. C4 in his hands. AD will just forego it. Honestly, they just want to get the kill. AD will get Mino. There is no time to get the C4 down on the site anyways, so it is going to be a 1-point lead for the side of XROCK. Done a very good job in that first half, especially their defense is very, very aggressive, especially in towards that B Waters, which did help and force Evolution Power to kind of decide, hey, A side and mid are the only points that we can attack with XQQ. Wanting to go just as aggressive, is going to be forced off of his position.
Trying to force it out. AI win rate prediction does lift the hand of XROCK a little bit higher than that of EP. But we are going to be switching sides, and EP is going to be on the defense, whereas XROCK will now have to run into the open arms of Evolution Power. Let's see if they're capable of breaking through. I mean, time after time, they were able to do so, and already XQQ taking a bit of a beat down through double doors. I feel like one of the lineups may have just connected on his position, and he's going to look to play on the side, rather.
AD, though, also looking for an opening. Gran going to be staying back for now. So they're just going to send AD to try and look for an opener in this short side, and Sunny is going to come with him. And I think Sunny is just there to try and make sure his back isn't exposed in this position. But instead, it is going to be a 2-3 push, so it is going to be big responsibility for First in that stairs position. AD spotted on short. But First is going to spot, though, crossing. XQQ going to get taken down, and Zay sprayed down as well. First caught sleeping on the wheel on that stair side. YH and Mino, last two left alive. And EP is crumbling in their defense. Unfortunate to see for their side. And they got no timeouts.
The sniper not coming through is going to cost them around. Eventually, the trade kills come through for XROCK. The follow through is good. 6-4 for the score here, and XROCK's going to lead out 2 rounds in a row, even though there was D-side switch. And what can be updated on the side of Evolution Power here for the defense? Because that A-take, I thought surely could have went down to 3-on-3, but the clearance from XROCK was good.
Honestly, there's nothing that they can adjust at this point that can kind of stop this XROCK push. It really is up to XQQ and First whether or not they can hit the shots. Granted that Zay, Mino, and YH can kind of step up to the plate as well, but at the end of the day, it's a sniper battle between XROCK and Evolution Power, and so far it has been AD and Gran winning it out so far. But Mino really trying his best to defend this B-side Zay. Nades are going to start to come in, but though around the corner. Is this going to be a fake, but just a delayed B-take instead? Chow going to see Zay out in the open. The HK is not hitting as hard as it can. But Zay, does he know that there is a guy right next to him? Nades are going to start to fly first. Is going to get AD. Finally coming alive on the other side of the map, but it is going to be the terrace advantage for him. Doe trying to get Zay out of his spot, but Mino does get Chow. Zay aware of Doe, still present in this B house, but A site going to be taken here, so it's all on Grant to hit this shot.
Yeah, I mean, he surely has to hit it. XQQ is going to be holding the line, and he misses. Gran, great opening to the bomb site. It's going to be First on towards long. Gran is going to check the angles. Some way, somehow. First is going to look the other way and run into the crosshair. Gran whips as well. And that instantly baits for the rotation. And Sunny is trying to cut them off. He's good for 1, but I mean, there's just too many players of EP alive. And well, 3 versus 2. C4 rotating back out from catwalk towards mid. As Sunny is now looking to clear in towards the B bump site. Luckily for him, the rotation was made from Evolution Power from B over towards A. Going back for a clearance once again. Sunny may just swing out in time. This could be huge. Sees Zay, gut for 1. But the chase is on, and YH does go down as well. All of a sudden, from a 3v2 into XROCK having a player on top. First is going to be holding the angle. He's good for 1. Grant versus First. Not a lot of time here. 15 seconds and ticking. Sneaky.
There we go.
Trying to cross, not gonna happen. First finds both kills. And EP catches up slowly.
Still, hard game for the side of Evolution Power. Having to fight tooth and nail. 1v2s, 1v3s. Just to get these rounds done. XROCK, the macro is now on point on their side. Sunny with a good call out in that B site, catching both riflers. And Evolution Power, they're really scrambling to get this first pick, but they're kind of afraid to move too far forward in this one thanks to those early nades from the side of XROCK. And the fact that XROCK's getting so much map control without any nades too is crazy.
Yeah, not a lot of utils being spent here too is going to be a beneficial factor for XROCK. What was that shot by first? But he is going to take the hat off of Chow, who has been leading his team well. Great opener to the round.
Mina wants to push long, but no, he's just going to post up first there. AD. One half of the two snipers of XROCK here. Still can make an opening happen. And I think it is going to be both him and Gran actually opening things up for the XROCK squad. We don't see this too much from the other teams, but I feel like the confidence is at an all-time high for Gran and AD despite the score line. YH on the underside, spray down is right then and there. Gran is on 1 HP and good cover from XQQ to take down Sunny. AD and Doe, last two left alive, but Sunny, or rather Doe, will get the shot on YH, and that's a good backstab from first. C4 is down, all up to AD. 50 seconds left on the clock, but they're going to have to respect this.
They do have to respect this, and the C4 being down below isn't going to help AD either. Surely, he's going to try to clear out the angles. Afraid of the player down below, but no one is present at the moment. He's going to make the cross. There's Minnow waiting by the boxes, joined by another player from EP as well. Going to be silent dropping. 23 seconds. He does recover the C4, but not a lot of angles he can go towards. Even XQQ is going to start peeking out. AD spotted fully. And there's the EP finding the tie, 6-6.
Crawling back in this game. Now first, hitting some shots for the past few rounds, and him being back in the game is a huge factor for the side of Evolution Power. Chow with the long take instead of B. Look at the damage done by the HE nades.
Small steps will eventually lead to a bigger leap, and these damages that Minnow finds are going to come in handy in the future, at least for this round. XROCK's gonna play spread out, play information, and EP's somewhat centered together in a way where they are looking for trades, but it does weaken up the long defenses for a bit. As essentially B is somewhat open, it's fully open as XQQ is looking towards the middle double doors rather than down towards B.
Triple stack in towards short though. XROCK taking the passive route in this Black Widow map. Evolution Power doesn't want to pull the trigger just yet on a push. Chow, time and time again, he's been successful in opening things up. It's actually been Sunny leading the charge in terms of the frags here. XROCK wanting to draw some aggression in from the side of Evolution Power, but no one is moving a muscle except Mino.
Ooh.
Finally pulls the trigger on it. Chow expecting it, the triple swing into short. YH and Mino down immediately. 48 seconds.
That aggression went all wrong. Had they just had a bit more patience, it could have been them waiting on top of the staircase to just gun down players of XROCK, but them pulling the trigger eventually will lead to death of two. Oh, now Zay's going to swing on his own, gets two, and the C4. That is a huge upcoming for Zay, and now XQQ on top of Catwalk is going to be able to find the drop as well, leaving AD and Chow to the test here. There's the equalizer for 2-on-2, C4 to be recovered as well, but does he know XQQ is on the push? He spots him, and a flick of the wrist, we say, gets the job done. 1v1, 4 seconds, not going to cut it. First, all he has to do is hide. And EP is happy with the results, even though they had to start the round with 2 players down.
What a freaking flash from XQQ.
And Zay just
took him out of it.
clearing those angles out is not an easy task here, Sneaky, right?
For sure, but that one go flash really just helped it. I don't think they expected him to actually peek in that position. I think they expected it to be a far flash since it bounced twice, but YH will get taken down by Grand, but Mino starting to fight back in this game. Position in Beach, out, not noticed on the bottom side. The USP gonna shred this entire team.
The captain comes for the save, and he indeed does it again and again. Rifle and USP, good to work, and XQQ, last one surviving here. Quick scopes one, 3 more. The pistol does a bit more damage, but Sunny quickly clears him out. Going to be a tie once again. So EP putting up a good fight, and XROCK is responding to the question as well.
Yeah, it's actually Zay with that flash.
Yeah, it was Zay, and the flash is just so... You just can't respond in time like that.
Yeah, pop flash. Not easy to predict, that's for sure, in terms of the timing. Chow is fully blinded, and it doesn't make it into B. Waters, YH with the call out. But it is going to be a full long push. Zay, it's been quiet for you, buddy, but you're going to have to hit the headshot instead. Sunny is going to hit you. Shot from XQQ. Starting to come alive in this game once again. Oh, but despite the guess on Gran, doesn't hit the shot. Wait, Sunny's low.
And now the issue is Minnow is going to get spotted, as that will be first put to the test once again. 16 kills already. They have an angle to Gran. He gets it. There's the 1v1. C4 yet to be planted. But AD now might just have a bit of room to maneuver around. But first, let's make the rotation towards mid. Before AD has done, the shot rings. AD down to half HP. And he's going to book it towards B.
AD's going to try to child this.
I mean, minute 20, plenty of time in the world. But first doesn't have to make a move either.
Imagine. Ooh.
Just imagine. We can only imagine here too, right?
I think first spotted him.
Maybe. But AD is going to make the rotation on towards the back onto the bomb site. And first will be on top of A.
Could be a read of a lifetime. But no.
But now with the C4 being planted first, Shirley knows it's over towards B. Pistols out. Has a single flash as well.
AD, man.
Has to make the right guess. AD.
Super cheese.
Definitely in the back of the bomb site as well. He has to guess which angle first is going to come from. Could be a tough task. He has to hear the C4 getting tapped. First has to make a guess as well. The timing might be just a little bit off for both of these guys here. And with the C4 timing being taken down, first has to hold it, and the composure from AD might just come in handy here. First, going to stick it. AD's going to swing out, and there's the drop. XROCK gets the job done, thanks to AD. 8-7 on the scoreline.
There we go, AD playing the back of sight instead. One of those few moments where those kind of angles really can just save you the round, but I don't think XROCK is going to be playing risky anymore. They're playing guarantees in this game. So XROCK will get the first point, breaking the monotony of this tie-up. And once again, catwalk, B control, mid control, for free. Not much of a fight in between EP here. They're trying to play the far angles. And first, almost caught out of position.
AD trying to get a little bit frisky the moment the team has a round on top. He is going aggressive time after time. Get some catwalk. And you can tell not a lot of utils are spent on XROCK. 3 players are still holding on to everything, whilst one of the players did spend the frag grenade. Gonna be going for the A split here. 3-player push. Zay, last time on top of A, wasn't able to hold it, but maybe
Those gonna jump.
This is the chance for him to hold it down. He sees the players coming through, and Zay is taken out. XQQ on top of the bomb site. Has to hold the line. I don't know if you want to zoom out. And this timing here, a little bit frisky.
Yep, XQQ gonna fall. Doe will easily take him out. Jump peek not really going his way. Doe Gonna get Mino as well. First, YH in danger. Sunny's already inside. YH is gonna miss his entire spray. And that's gonna be XROCK. 1 point away from sealing map number 4. Evolution Power struggling to hang on Black Widow. Zay frozen in time. 8 and 13, 8 and 14 in this game. The Evolution Power squad stunned in Black Widow. What can they do?
Just absolutely tased to the ground is going to be EP, and now out of desperation, Zay and YH trying to clear out towards water, but the smoke is going to hold them from pushing out. And a nice delivery from XROCK here of util usage. Expecting water's push. One smoke single-handedly holds that down. And now EP at risk of dropping this map as well. Gonna be 2-2 if it happens. What is their next game plan? They have shifted Zay over from A towards B. Zay's A defense not quite there yet. 2 rounds in a row. Just wasn't able to utilize from his position. And for XROCK, they are gonna be playing slow. They know they have the rounds. They know they have the map point.
Got plenty of leeway to try and open up this map. Chao gonna go into House B. Zay still playing that metal box position, but Chao, the sense on this man, recognizing that Zay is in metal box, and he has found Zay every single time. XQQ fully blinded, gonna get shot through the box, but he's gonna survive for now. Doe's gonna hit the shot anyways on Mino. XQQ. Oh, but the dinks are hitting, but Zay in time does get the trade. Zay comes alive. Does get another one. XQQ a bit rough on the spray. He knows where Sunny is, sees the gun, sees the head, gets the head. 8-9. Evolution Power a point away from making it another overtime.
EP making the run here, Sneaky. 1 round away from overtime, and do I really like this position as XROCK having to give up overtime? I'm not entirely sure, but XROCK is dedicated to closing this one out once again. Has 1 more shot at it.
Still, XROCK having the upper hand in this game. Even if we go into overtime, it's still Evolution Power have to claw on back. Good news, though, for the side of EP. First is back in action, 17 and 11 in this game. XQQ now starting to hit the shots. Zay also hitting a fair few. Mino and YH, though, falling a bit behind. YH especially, who's been doing so good at the start of the series, but he's kind of disappeared in Black Widow. XROCK, though. Sunny, who's been the man who's been lacking in the statistics on some of the other maps, is now stepping up to the plate. In Black Widow, AD and granted, that's been a bit rough for them, but just like how I said, it's not their fault. It feels like EP's actively targeting the snipers here.
Absolutely. It's down to the hands of riflers, essentially, for both of these teams to really pull the heavyweight. And even last round, it was Zay to really come up huge and seal the deal for that round. But potentially the last round here for XROCK. They want to seal the deal. We say it too many times. They want to finish the job, and they are going to be cooking up a 4-man push towards A, having Grant as an anchor towards long. 50 seconds mark won't be passed, and the go sign is yet to be given. As the players of XROCK flashes up and over, is going to cross. XQQ opens up quickly. First shot fired. Doe goes down. Over towards long is going to be first. Quick scope lands true on towards Chao. How is XQQ still alive? All of a sudden, this aggression put to an impossible landing here. Granted, a 1v3 not going to happen. And we move right into overtime, Sneaky.
A resounding comeback from Evolution Power. At the same time, it's a sign that First and XQQ is back in the server. And it seems like the Evolution Power snipers are back online. And it is going to be a bit urgent on the side of XROCK. They've been doing so well on their defense, so confidence is still definitely there. Chao going to be forced to back off because of those flashes. However, long control for the side of Evolution Power is going to be given. However, they are just going to be leaving First in this spot. But they tried to go for the bait once again, but XROCK is not going to bite.
XROCK surely isn't going to bite this one, and EP, time after time, finding themselves in the turn of overtime once again, which seemingly does drain a bit more energy out of you, but they were able to do it on Eagle Eye, and they're looking to do it here on Black Widow. AD finds a nice frag, a nitpick down towards middle, from downtown actually, and down goes XQQ. One of the sniper down for the side of EP out of 2.
XQQ though, he's the type of guy to take those kind of fights in overtime where the pressure is highest. Frame position, actually on right side frame. Tough opening for AD. And this when I was talking about AD, despite being down in this game, still able to provide something. Though almost getting checked here.
But the luck does lie on his side. Dodges the frag nade fully and the shots as well. Gonna be a 3-man pushing towards B, but it's gonna be Gran on the hold. Behold, because the sniper, it does not miss.
Oh.
It's actually Chow to come in support the bomb site. YH does get one.
Guy's dead.
Gran is dead as well. The bomb site's cleared out. Sunny is in a corner that is hard to hold. And all of a sudden, bomb site taken out. Though, in a disadvantageous moment, does find the equalizer. The C4 is now getting planted. First is going to stick it. 2v2. No utils on the side of the riflers. Only the snipers have a flashbang each.
I think they still think that there's still someone coming from the catwalk B position. But no. First with the TRG. Bad checks for the side of Evolution Power. It is not planted for them.
Sees it.
Oh, no. Spotted in the corner.
What?
Does get the headshot. Good shot on first. And he does get the second one as well. The double cross. The double jump check. First, once again, the rookie saving Evolution Power from certain doom.
I feel like I'm stuck in a frag movie here, Sneaky. How is First finding that USP headshot on a player while hopping across the board?
I think he saw Doe on the second cross. YH will get Sunny. Zay will get Doe. All of a sudden, Evolution Power. The Dragon comes alive in round 20. And AD spotted in short. They have information.
I mean, the entirety of Evolution Power really comes up to the board and steps up to the plate here. Despite Mino dead here, still 4 men alive. Gonna be playing a 4v3, which, as long as EP's able to find those trade kills in the angles, gonna be able to maintain the man advantage. Chow trying to get aggressive here. Let's see if he's able to find much of a value, as EP's gonna be playing very, very slow and very methodical as well. Not gonna be giving up any angles. Time ticking down to the minute 30 mark here, Sneaky.
Chow has B Walters controlled again. AD gets legged. And he's going to go for the reswing anyways. AD wants to take down First, sees the elbow. First not going to go for the repeat instead. First really wants to take down this sniper, and YH is going to get sent in order to clear this man in this short position. First is going to get spotted. They are going to see him. YH in pursuit. AD still hits the shot. Can't get the second one, but XQQ will finally get him with the sniper. Chow with the HK 417. Nade's going to go down, but the USB is going to get the better of him. Half HP on XQQ. Gran full still. 40 seconds left. He's going to come from the window position, and that's going to be the USB getting him down. 10-10, Evolution Power. The hope was there,
It surely
but
was
Gran
there.
passes it.
The hope surely was there, and that replay from First is absolutely cracked on his mind. Not gonna lie, not the easiest shot to hit of all times. But tied back to 10-10, what is the course of action here for EP? And also XROCK. Chow buying that key information out towards B may have been the reason why XROCK was able to capitalize on top of that information, win the past round, and tie it back up. And this time, EP planted first in towards long A. And the rest of the squad somewhat lingering down towards B and middle. keeping XROCK at bay and keep them questioning, rather.
FQQ now over the 1 KD threshold, as well as first 22 and 12 for first especially. It's still quite a difficult time in terms of overtime here. Say has made the comeback happen, YH has done as well. But still, decisions have to be made from the side of Evolution Power. What side do they want to take? Both of them having the snipers here, but a minute left on the clock.
I mean, it's the calm before the storm. They're going to pick A. First is going to instantly taken out from the lobby AD with a quick scope, and now Minnow stepping up towards Catwalk, trying to find the room. Might just work dividends, as AD will be hugging one of the walls to look towards Catwalk, quickly taken down, and Chow does find one in return, but the bomb site has been cleared out. Going to be a 3-on-4, but the setups are going to be laid, and EP will be able to plant the C4 in a desired spot. XROCK, what is their response to this?
See what they can do. I mean, there is going to be 1 or 2 players coming in from the long position. Zay is going to decide to go on the sniper to get that guaranteed hit. Will get one on Sunny, but can he get another one on Chow? 2 players in that short side. They're going to have to hold on for dear life if they do want Zay to get this successful one. Chow hesitant on that long push, but Mino will get dough. Chow will get taken down by Zay. Good patience. Another sniper shot rings. Grand going to have to go for the defuse, but he doesn't get it. 11 and 10. Evolution Power. The Dragons have the lead as the side does switch.
And now we are looking at EP lead. Kind of a tough turn of things, but turns out to be them finding their number 11. As we do see the switch of sides in the overtime, it's going to be EP on the global risk. XROCK has to break the defense, otherwise it's game over and series over for them. Reminder, they're down 2 maps. It's 2-1 in the series. They have to find this and to go into the decider map. Gonna be a tough climb, but they have to do it.
It is possible. Sunny has done magic with that EBR AD as well.
20 kills already for him too.
13 for AD so far, but we have seen him, or 13 for Grand, but we have seen him produce even in the direst of situations. Still, Evolution Power hesitant to commit to anything too hard on these sites. But XROCK, they're going to try to go for a fast mid-control. Mino in a very good spot, but it is going to have to be YH on first contact, but Mino shows himself. And now YH is paranoid if someone is going to come from that short side, and that is one of the spots that the Lurker can come from in a B split.
Great opening, though. The captain of Evolution Power will be taken out. And down a player and a captain. Evolution Power seemingly in a bit of a disadvantage here. 50 seconds remain on the clock, and XROCK will be splitting down towards the A bomb site. First is planted deep and long. He has to ring true. Otherwise, it just might be round over there. And then push coming to shove. First does get the flick. Now Zay is going to be looking towards Catwalk. He is going to be juggling his position for a little bit. Gets good 2 kills, and that single-handedly holds down the push. AD and Chow, the last 2 remain. And they're trying to get something out of nothing. The C4 gets dropped as well. Chow versus 3, 19 seconds on the clock. Not quite going to cut the issue there. Going to be coming in towards Nintendo. XQQ with the pistol wraps the deal up, and look what we have. 12-10. EP on the verge of closing the series out.
Evolution Power. Could be another 4th seed run for them going into 2025, similar to what we saw in Hangzhou in 2024. Still a closeout is well needed. XROCK, we have seen them come back from these kinds of situations, similar to Eagle Eye 2.0.
I mean, XROCK, as long as they are able to find 2 more rounds, they can propel themselves into the golden round, just like how Eagle Eye happened. Still, the reality right now, the reality check for them is they're on the verge of getting eliminated in the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. They did already spend their 1 life. This is their last chance here, and it's about to be broken down by the hands of Evolution Power, who also desperate and dire needs of survival.
Look at this, XROCK kind of scrambling for an opening here, but Evolution Power not allowing anything. Nino trying to get Gran off of the server immediately, but the smoke is going to go down. 1:15, and they're that deep and long, so that means B-side could be in danger for the side of Evolution Power, but the captain, Mino, takes it upon himself to get something going. He sees AD, AD doesn't see him. Xiao, he could catch him off guard. Mid presence for AD, that's one of the snipers down. They know it's B.
And the captain has to come in clutch, and eventually he does so again. So much information gets passed down as well, and now the nades are raining down at them. 40 seconds remain, and XROCK seems to have lost a lot of wind in the sails. Fresh continuing to do the damage as well. The remainder of XROCK 3 players are going to be pushing and forcing the issue down towards B, but Zay's holding a corner. Good for one, swings back. It's going to be Do. There's a trade kill. Gran, last one standing in a 1v3. Gets the C4, but there's YEH to wrap the kill up, and Evolution Power Gaming close out the series in 3-1. 2 overtimes, but at the end of the day, it's them to do the work.
And just like that, we have a 4th team qualified into the stage games. Evolution Power Gaming able to take down one of their Chinese rivals in XROCK here in 4 maps, able to take it down 3-1. But it was a grind. They were able to get all the way into extra rounds here on Black Widow. And it was quite the long map. A lot of those rounds were going the distance too. Like they were waiting till very long to plant the bomb and stuff like that. It was a grind of a map for sure. But at the end of the day, what we expected did come true, as Evolution Power did end up with the victory and first picks up the set MVP. Not a big surprise. Would not be surprised if he picks up another match MVP after the way he played tonight.
I mean, he just doesn't crush under the pressure, even on one of the top stages, and also his team at risk of getting eliminated. He just does it time after time, round after round, and map after map.
Yeah, it feels like first this is kind of a proving ground for him, right? I mean, the pressure was unreal, especially coming in from AD and Gran time and time again, picking him up. And I mean, even XQQ was having a hard time up against these two snipers. But, you know, it feels like at the end of it, first kind of got his, skill back, woke up just on time here for the Black Widow map. You know, he was very well needed as well, because especially going into that 9-8 round, you know, without first, without that XQQ, that would have been a done deal, and we would have been in a new compound.
We absolutely would have. We had a golden round in this one. We had extra rounds here on Black Widow as well. Just felt like, you know, again, another one of these very close matches where I feel like XROCK could have gotten it done if, you know, a couple of rounds went their way. Maybe if they won on the map, I forget which one it was that went to the golden round. And it was just, it feels bad for XROCK. You know, they are a really strong team, the second seed from China, but that's going to be the end of their run here at the Grand Finals. That's just what happens when the competition gets this strong. And I'm sure they had to deal with it in the past with Evolution Power over at CFPL. And, you know, the veterancy of the guys over on the side of Evolution Power Gaming plus First, who doesn't really fit in that much. I mean, he does have a decent amount of experience under his belt right now, but definitely a little bit less than some of the other guys on the team. It's, you know, it did come through, it shined through, and they took the victory 3-1, and now they're going to have to go up against Qadsiah here for the slot in the next match, essentially, against the loser of Stallions versus AG in a couple of days.
In a couple of days for sure, but if you ever asked me the question 7 days ago that Evolution Power Gaming and XROCK will be fighting for their life in the lower brackets, I wouldn't have believed, but this is what happened.
Yeah, and this is the second time, if I'm not mistaken, that they did face in this tournament, right? And it's another best of 5 between Evolution Power and Qadsiah. To be fair, it is going to be quite the interesting spectrum between these two teams, considering that, you know, Evolution Power, they can play fast, they can play slow. Especially in this game, they can play a bit more chaotic. Qadsiah, obviously, being the team that does like to have a bit more structure in the team. You know, despite what happened earlier in their series, I feel like Qadsiah would have more of a careful approach, especially when they're going up against Evolution Power, because especially going into those later rounds, it feels like XROCK are really just sending their best to maybe get a pick off or anything, rather. And so Evolution Power, their adjustments is like, let's sit as far back as possible. Let's force them to peak these aggressive angles, and let's force them to make some mistakes here. So it's going to be interesting to see how both of these teams are going to be adjusting, considering Evolution Power, I can feel them starting to ramp up again in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scary thing for Qadsiah. Like, they do look pretty good. I don't want to take that away from them, but at this point in time, I think a lot of us are going to be leaning towards Evolution Power just based on how they are powering up, on how Qadsiah hasn't had the most difficult opponents just yet. And as you mentioned, they played against Evolution Power before, and it was 0-3. Qadsiah did fall down. I believe some of the maps were relatively close, but it was still a 3-0 for Evolution Power Gaming. And, you know, that was earlier on in the tournament, technically, even though it was also playoffs. So certainly favoring Evolution Power Gaming, but hopefully Qadsiah can take a look at these 4 maps and say, okay, I think we know what we have to do, maybe get a good read on this team. They have a little bit of extra time to prepare. Also tomorrow there's no games, so both teams have that little bit of extra time to prepare and get ready for each other there at the big stage in front of huge audiences. And they both have tons of experience on the big stage against each other.
For sure, but the games like these do feel like EP is going to get something more out of, as their individual players like Zay, Minnow, even First, it feels like they're getting quenched time after time, you know, being harder as a player as well too, right? So I just feel like EP having this day off tomorrow, it's going to grant them that slight room for the break and, you know, feel fully rejuvenated to go into the big matchups.
Yeah, for sure, but it does give the bit of the advantage here for the side of Qadsiah, right? They did get to kind of launch the games today. Obviously, it was not an easy best of 5 for Evolution Power, and you did see the struggle, especially when it came to the sniping, right? But it is going to be interesting to see, considering that Qadsiah does also love to run that double sniper setup with Silva and MG. Problem is, can MG and Silva hit as hard as Gran and AD? Because I still am of the opinion that AD and Gran are probably the best double sniper duo in this tournament, and with them kind of out, it's kind of tragic that we won't get to see more of them, man.
Yeah, it's a good shout. I mean, AD especially today had some insane highlight reels for himself. And it's actually going to be YH who does pick it up a bit more consistent over the course of 4 maps. And 11 first kills, quite a lot in the span of 4 maps. I believe our series MVP from, it was VNC from the first match, and that was, he only had 9 kills. He only had 9 first kills, so a little bit of comparison there. But either way, YH able to get the job done. And yeah, just really good stuff. You can really feel the power beginning to roll here for the side of YH. So guys, we do have the highlights ready, and we'll hear from him on the stage with Nini and our wonderful translator. So stay tuned for all of that right now.
Hi, Cfesports. Welcome to the post-match interview. Host Nini in this BO5 match. Congratulations to EP securing the victory. And YH is the MVP. Say hi to everyone. Hi, YH from EP. First of all, congratulations on making it to the semi-finals of CFS 2025. After yesterday's match, you meet a very strong opponent. Did you go back and review the match? Yeah, we made several mistakes. And this is a lower bracket elimination match. You face your old rival XROCK. What kind of preparation did you make for the match? We didn't have much time to prepare. And after SDS, we need to beat them, so we just need to practice. So on South base, we can feel that you play more aggressive. Why did you make the change? Because we rely on tactics. We know about this. They play aggressively. So at 4-5, you and first teamed up to win a 2 versus 4 clash. Can you review the situation? At 4-5, I entered the black room and killed a sniper. And I also took the flank. So on the second map, it was very intense. And we came to the golden round and narrowly won. Did you change your mindset? Yeah, we just grow up in these tough moments. So on Black Widow, you lost 2 consecutive rounds to their flank. What was the situation? On the first round, we got flanked. Maybe because we had poor communication. So, yeah, it came to overtime and it was very intense. So can you share us what was the reason for your hesitation? Because they were the second seed and we're the 4th seed. We're both strong. Now you come to the global stage. Every match is very pressured. So how can you make a sharp aim? Before the match, they just encourage us and just to stay calm and relax. Now you've successfully reached the semi-finals. Which team do you consider the strongest opponent among top 4? I think AG. SDS is also very strong, and Qadsiah is also very strong. We just try to work hard. Okay, let's just cheer up your teammates. Let's work hard. Okay. Let's expect your brilliant performance in the top 4 match. Now, thank you for your time. Congratulations again. Now let's come back to the caster desk.
Thank you so much, Nini and YH there on the stage, and our wonderful translator for getting that all those messages to us to understand for the English stream. And yeah, just really good stuff from him, just cheering on his teammates and saying Alcancia is a strong team. Nothing too deep, I would say, from the interview. You know, he was kind of
like
pretty
what everybody
basic.
else says.
Yeah.
Honestly, he's like,
Pretty
hey,
basic.
they're a pretty good team.
Yeah, we're gonna try our best.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to my teammates.
Man,
yeah,
we need EVOS back.
I mean, if you had the skills to turn back the time, what would you tell 0-2 this morning?
No, I would wind back the time back to that AG 1v3 and be like, just peek him, please, just peek him.
So
Yeah,
true.
it is
Well,
what it is.
we do have the bracket here for you guys who were curious about it. We have 4 teams left. Team Stallions up against All Gamers is the upper bracket final. Winner of that gets a direct seed into the grand final. A loser of that will go up against the winner of Qadsiah versus Evolution Power Gaming. All these matches are going to take place in the stadium with a bunch of fans there, so it's going to be a very fun and just cool atmosphere in the stadium. As first of all, we are going to have the upper bracket final. It is going to be Team Stallions versus All Gamers. And then on the same day, we are going to have Qadsiah versus Evolution Power Gaming. And that one, of course, will be in a couple of days. It won't be tomorrow. We'll start at about 2:30, so make sure you're setting your clocks.
For sure. Absolutely, and these games are going to be action-packed. Stallions were making one hell of a run for their region, and so was All Gamers, trying to prove that they are the kings of the region. Not only the region, but of the scene as well, and ever after EWC. And for the lower brackets, of course, Qadsiah fighting for their region, and thus is Evolution Power that has just climbed from the coffins, just clawing it out against the team of XROCK. So definitely going to be action-packed, definitely going to be full steam-packed.
Full steam ahead, Sneaky. What do you think about Stallions in this? You've got 5 seconds.
They're going to keep galloping, man.
Keep galloping. Okay, it's going to be a great time, guys. Hope you do join us in a couple of days. We're going to have a lot of fun over at the stadium, and we'll see you there. Have a good night.